Sword 1. What's this? Asked Sword 1. The space ring contained 2 first-class insurgent chi from Guxian. The talisman is what the ancestor left for my father. Given you're also a swordsman, it should benefit you. Sword 1 took the space ring but hesitated as she looked at the talisman. After a few seconds of inner conflict, she shook her head. The ancestor gave it to your father. I have no right to take it. You can use it before he returns from his mortal dust. Plus, it's not like she forbade me from showing it to others. I'm sure Li Jun and Yen Liling will do the same after consulting me. He knew these two were not selfish and would want to share such valuable resources with the elders of the sect, especially the ancestors' level characters. If they can improve their strength, it would only mean that the sect's foundation has deepened. Sword 1 raised her hand to take the talisman but stopped above it. After thinking about it for an entire minute, she gritted her teeth and took it. Thank you, she said. No need. I know you would do the same if the situation were reversed. Wang Wei bowed to her before flying back to his mansion. Meanwhile, Sword 1 disappeared and returned to her own world. With excitement, she activated the talisman. A projection of the Sword Empress manifested before her. Why, young lady? I guess the kid was not selfish enough to keep the thing only for his family. Our legacy is good hands, commented Sword Empress. Xiao Zhu, long time no see. Young lady, Xiao Zhu is happy to see you again, said Sword 1, tears falling down her eyes as she removed her silver mask. Sword Empress looked at her, caressing the gentle face she remembered and wiping the tears in her eyes. She remembered a distant time long ago when she was a mortal and before she even met brother Qiyuan. She was the rich young lady from a somewhat wealthy family. And she had a maid called Gao Zhu. Even since childhood, Gao Zhu has been with her, following and caring for her. After meeting Qiyuan and beginning her cultivation journey, Xiao Zhu followed them for a while in their journey. However, Sword Empress had to leave her behind at some point because the situation was getting too dangerous. I should have taken you with me, I should never have left you behind. No, replied Sword 1 as she shook her head. It was my decision to stay. I knew I would not be able to keep up with you. And guarding your inheritance has been very fulfilling. Sword 1 had a second chance at ascending after Battle Maniac proved the Tao and asked her if she wanted to ascend with him. But she refused since she wanted to protect her young lattice sect and inheritance. Maybe it was for the best, muttered Sword Empress, thinking about everything she had experienced since ascension. Things would have been more complicated if her enemy knew she had a weakness like Xiao Zhu. Let's get to the point since I cannot stay long. Do you know the situation about the upper dimension? Yes, I learned it from the kid and I sensed an anomaly in the endless void. Alright, that saves me an explanation. Without the upper dimension's restraint, many emperors and other beings secretly hiding will begin to take action. The true heavenly Tao is operating at a slower speed than usual, delaying the time it needs to repress these people or even reinforce certain rules. And when these people figure this out, the lower dimension might be clad in chaos. Sword 1 frowned as she instantly analyzed the situation. Heavenly Tao of any heavenwell world is only equal to that of second-class great emperors. They have to borrow power from the true heavenly Tao for a situation requiring more power. Therefore, if it has a problem, heavenly Tao will become useless in most cases. I'm not worried about most of these people, continued Sword Empress. I'm worried about the eternal emperors and immortal sovereigns remaining in the lower dimension. Some will definitely act on the myriad emperor world and the Tao opening sect. What? Master, what should we do? Sword 1 survived the ancient emperor and knew how scary these people were, especially the immortal sovereigns. If it were not for a limit to the amount of power they could use in the lower dimension, one of them was enough to conquer most of the endless void. You don't have to worry too much. The immortal sovereign will still have to act on the limit of their power. Sword Empress knew that whether it was true heavenly Tao or supreme unity, they would not allow severe damage to the lower dimension. But the consequence of any Tier 11 entity using its full power in the lower dimension could result in its destruction. As a bottom line, supreme unity and heavenly Tao will compromise and work together to ensure the world's safety. That's a relief. I have left a secret realm for you before the final lockdown. Inside, I've left something for you that would turn you into an insurgent on par with eternal emperors. I've also left a few life-saving means for the sect. Hopefully you won't meet one of these elite Eternals. Sword Empress knew that even amongst Eternals, there could be a vast difference in strength. For example, Shi, Qiyuan, and Wu Hong had battle strength above 20% Grand Dao source after proving the Dao. Thank you, young lady. No need. I still feel guilty. If I took you with me, you would have an even higher achievement in the cultivation path. There is no need to blame yourself. replied Sword One, shaking her head. I still remember our life back then. I never thought I could have any achievements in the cultivation path because of my low talent. You motivated me and used countless efforts and resources, allowing me to achieve today's achievement. Although I would like to continue this journey, I'm still content with the speed at which I do. After so long, Sword One had understood 48% of the Grand Tao source and could power its power. Compared to the 4% she could control before becoming a 5-root Tao ancestor, she was happy and content despite the slow progress. Contentedness is good, added Sword Empress with a smile. Alright, I must leave. So soon. We will have another time for a reunion. Apologize to the others for me for not leaving something for them. Our situation is not the best and am limited in my abilities. The others left something for their insurgent counterparts, most of which were in the secret realm. However, their method was not as directly beneficial as the one she left for Sword One. It can benefit them but only in the long run. Young lady, are you all right? I will be. Protect the kid. He might be the answer to everything. And have him pay my debts to the others. I'm sure he has a way to provide a better cultivation environment for all of you. As Sword One watched her young lady disappear, she tried to control her emotions and running tears. Have a nice young lady. Don't forget to eat and take care of yourself. Tiny teardrops appeared on the corner of the Sword Empress' eyes. She had not heard these words for countless yuan epochs. Back then, Xiaozhu would always tell her to eat and take care of herself even when she was a mighty cultivator feared by many and had no need for earthly necessities like food. I will, replied Yen Ai as she always had. Sword One took a few minutes to gather her composure. After taking a deep breath, she placed the mask back on her face. The old Xiaozhu was gone, only leaving Sword One, the sword protector of the Tao opening sect. She contacted the others and told them of the news and gave them the insurgent cheese. Finally, she departed for the secret realm. While flying home, Wang Wei suddenly sneezed. Is someone talking about me? He stopped as the sneeze reminded him that he forgot to place the deceiving trial pagoda in the sect. So, he summoned a few elders and asked them to find a place for it. The elder gave him an attitude, and when asked why, the latter explained how irresponsible he had been since becoming a sect master. He only attended a few meetings before leaving all the workload on them. They had the same complaints about Li Jun and Yen Liling, but Wang Wei's case was the worse. Ashamed and embarrassed, Wang Wei promised to take his sect master duties more seriously. He then flew back home where he saw his lovely wife lying in bed reading novels. I thought you would return to seclusion. I decided to create a clone with most of my power and abilities to go in my place. We can spend more time together. That's good, I guess, he replied somewhat blandly. Don't think about these things. Come write me a few more novels. Wang Wei lay next to her. Where is the pile I previously gave you? I thought you wanted to read them slowly. It's been so long. Not really. Anyway, which one is your favorite? I like the one you write about cultivating Fate Tao. Although I know it's based on you, I still enjoyed reading it, especially since it was not a harem. It's one of my best works, but am not very satisfied with the beginning. It's not that bad. Anyways, it gets way better later on. You should write more in the same style. However, I want a female protagonist that is similar to me. Alright. However, have you tried writing yourself? I did. Let me see. No. Why not? Because I don't want to. Common. You know I'll pester you if you don't show it to me. Fine. Wang Wei read through her novel. I understand why you did not want to show it to me. You're a terrible writer. You want to say that again? I finally found something you're not good at. Wang Wei could tell her writing had no problem per se, but her plot, world building, creativity, and character designs and development were so bland. You want to sleep alone tonight? I'm sorry. But there is nothing wrong with being bad at something. Says the boring and perfect man. I'm sure there is something I'm not good at. I just haven't found it yet, replied Wang Wei with a smug look, and Wu Hong almost slapped him into the moon. Whatever. Go write my novels. This empress needs to be entertained. Jiyuan's scheme. 300 years ago, upper dimension. Supreme Unity suddenly opened his eyes from his temple. His eyes penetrated the lower dimension, and he watched Grand Tao manifesting and erasing 3 people from existence. The aura of taboo. And it's similar to the one emanating from the prehistoric world. I knew this kid had many secrets. He remembered a while ago when he sensed a power on par with himself secretly interfering with the eternal ascension world. At first, he and Mithriya convinced themselves it was only some fleeting entity sending some vague threat. especially since it was so brief that they could not detect it. However, now he understood that event might be related to a taboo, and the key to everything was Wang Wei. Supreme Unity left his magnificent temple, prepared to head to the lower dimension. With his power, nothing can stop him from interfering, except for the normal-looking nun that appeared before him. "Why are you stopping me?" Supreme Unity demanded with a cold and indifference in his voice. "You can't touch the kid. I can do as I please. And I can stop you if I desire." Supreme Unity looked directly into her eyes. "Aren't you tempted? Whatever secret the prehistoric world is hiding might be the key to finding the path forward." At their level, where there is no single cultivation path of advancement, exploring taboo secrets is another way to experience new things and possibly find the way forward. "I do. But I prefer to wait until he reaches the same height as us and ask him." Maitreya knew that with Wang Wei's personality of always paying his debt, he would tell her if he asked about the prehistoric world. However, she would prefer to wait until they are on equal ground when he feels more secure and confident to ask. That way they can have a genuine and open conversation. That is the mindset of the weak. Supreme Unity does not believe in this nonsense. He believes in the hierarchy of power. He will take what he wants from anyone weaker than him. "You were once weak." The key word was implying the past. "Besides, your plan is flawed as it implied he could reach the same realm as us." "Why not? You and I know that our realm became more common after the arrival of the ultimate taboo." That was true. Qiyuan's second battle of origin was one of the most critical events in the entire Chaos universe. Most people believed he wanted to make the Eternal Ascension world the center of the universe. He tried to make it the Chaos world with the most luck or destiny but failed. But that was only on the surface. Qiyuan's real goal was to start a war that spread throughout the universe. While everything was chaotic, he arranged pawns across different Chaos worlds to gather the luck of the entire universe and summon the ultimate taboo. And he succeeded in the end. The plan succeeded with the help of many allies both in the Eternal Ascension world and other Chaos worlds. And after the event of the ultimate taboo, half-step detached individuals like Supreme Unity and Maitreya became more common in the Chaos universe. "Unlike our time, it is not so far-fetched for someone to reach our level," argued Maitreya. "If the majority of people who participated in the event did not die or were stubborn and would not settle for a perfect method of detachment, there would be more of them in the Eternal Ascension world." "More is not necessarily better," countered Supreme Unity. "The more people in our realm, the fewer resources for us. Or, we can share our experiences and methods to find the path forward. You and I know this universe is somewhat of a cage. And only by working together can we escape. I don't need anyone's help to achieve detachment." "It seems there is no point in arguing with you," said Maitreya, shaking her head. She realized the man opposite her was not the person she once knew. Back then, Supreme Unity participated in the second battle of origin. He was one of the people who knew the ultimate goal and he benefited from it. However, now he suddenly was arrogant enough to think he could create his own unique method of detachment. Maitreya often contemplated whether Supreme Unity was always like this or the result of whatever method he got from the ultimate taboo. "Anyway, you cannot lay your hands on the kid. Then let's fight." "Fine. Let's go to primordial chaos to not destroy the world." The two left the Eternal Ascension world, fighting in primordial chaos for a few decades before Maitreya stopped the battle. While standing in the endless dark space, she looked at Supreme Unity. "I've had enough. I don't want to waste my time fighting you. Stop. Otherwise, suffer the consequence." "And what would that be?" "I'll destroy the Eternal Ascension world and rebuild it. If you're going bluff, use a better one. The world's destruction will also be detrimental to your realm." "Yes, but not as bad as you." Supreme Unity frowned as he calculated things. He understood they both needed the Eternal Ascension world to take that half-step in the realm of detachment. However, her method relied less on the world than his. Supreme Unity also realized he was in a race for time. If Maitreya could get rid of her attachment to the Eternal Ascension world before him, he would be in great danger. Thus, he considered the situation and decided it was not the time to be boggling down and directly confronting Maitreya. After dealing with Heavenly Tao, he can completely swallow it and become free from its restraints. Without saying anything else, he returned to his temple. Meanwhile, Maitreya looked at his departing back. A few minutes later, her face began to change rapidly, forming all kinds of facial expressions indicating different emotions, desires, or odd behavior. Simultaneously, she could hear many voices in her mind. An infinite number of them were all speaking simultaneously. This excruciating process lasted for more than 10 minutes before stopping. Still unstable. I need more time. She exhaled softly before looking in one direction. Why couldn't I divine the changes to the chaos universe but the all-seeing temple could? The temple only had a peak paragons with divination Tao. Many people decided to seal the temple during the Second Battle of Origin since their divination could affect the entire operation. Wu Hong oversaw the seal, and she even made sure no one could release them and even made sure they could not participate in the ultimate taboo. The upcoming turbulence of the universe is a sign that something as big as the ultimate taboo is coming. I need to prepare to not be swept by the tide and maybe find a way to move forward. After thinking for a few seconds, she looked toward the prehistoric world before leaving primordial chaos and returning home. She did not go to her temple or see her followers. Instead, she went to see an old friend. "What do you want again?" asked Wu Hong. "I just came to chat. Are you ready to explain what happened? I needed the stabilization of the world. I could not allow anyone to become paragon. I can deduce as much. But so many things are unexplainable. Why did you settle with a flawed method? You were as dedicated to the cause as us. The way you acted was weird and erratic." "Did you regain your memories?" asked Maitreya. "No. Don't change the subject." "I can't say for now. When you can say we can talk." Wu Hong closed her eyes, indicating the end of the conversation. Maitreya sighed and prepared to leave. Then she thought of something. What would that kid do in that situation? He would act shameless. A glint flashed in her eyes as she sat down before Wu Hong. "What is it now?" "I came here to drink tea with an old friend. I'm not leaving until I do." Wu Hong stared at her and she did not flinch. "When it comes to patience, you cannot defeat me. I have no issue with sitting here for a few million yuan epochs." "You're really not going to leave?" "No." "Fine." Wu Hong waved her hand to manifest a tea set and serve the guest. However, she drank her tea in silence, not saying a word. Maitreya did not mind and simply enjoyed the company. After finishing her tea, she thanked Wu Hong before leaving with a smile. Unfortunately, Maitreya did not even have time to sit down before sensing something. She disappeared before teleporting to a corner of the Eternal Ascension world. Supreme Unity arrived at the same time as her. Both of them looked at something with somber looks on their faces. "The dark truth," muttered Maitreya, looking at the gray fog that appeared in the upper dimension. Visitor Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to DrewX for the gift. Sorry if the chapter has more mistakes than usual. I'm in a hurry and do not have time to edit. I'll do it later. Wang Wei lay in bed with his favorite wife. Of course, he would never describe her with the word favorite, fearing she would ask him if he had others that were not his favorite. He did not know he was so close to being killed after surviving the hooded man's catastrophe, nor did he sense his karma debt had increased. He was simply enjoying some time with his wife. As they were both reading a novel, Wang Wei suddenly said, "I just had a great idea." "What is it?" "Why don't you change your hair color to match mine? I think we would look good with gray hair." "No," replied Wu Hong casually. "Why not?" "I like my hair color. But we would look so cool if we match." "In that case, why don't you turn your hair black?" "No thank you. I like my current image and don't want to change it." "That's what I thought." Wang Wei shook his head before continuing to read. Then he suddenly remembered something. "I got a gift for you, but I don't want to give it to you." "Why?" Wang Wei took out something from his space ring. "Red bottom heels?" commented Wu Hong. "Yes. I made these ones especially for you. But then I feel it would be a crime to cage those beautiful feet and toes." "I would not expect less from someone with a foot fetish," she replied as she took one shoe and tried it on. "Fetish has such a bad stigma to it. So, let's call it appreciation." Despite saying these words, he could not remove his eyes from her long legs. He liked how the shoe perfectly fit with her feet and accentuated her model-esque legs, making them more attractive. "Do you want a model for me?" he asked. "Sure, why not?" Wang Wei immediately created a small world before controlling the fate of that world to evolve into something he desired, which was a model runway. He had the chairs, cameras, and everything. Of course, he had to make their illusions since he feared alerting Grand Dao because they were a product of science and technology. Wu Hong modeled for him, changing outfits and using different types of heels. Wang Wei took pictures and saved them through a magical artifact. Then it was his turn to model for her. "This was fun," she commented as they returned to their bed. "Indeed," replied Wang Wei as he watched her remove them, conflicted about whether he wanted them on or off. He felt it was a curse for his wife to be so beautiful. "Are you going to do something with them?" "Yes. I'm going to start a cultural revolution by selling them." "That's a good idea. Many women will be interested in buying if you refine them as magical artifacts, she replied before suddenly stopping and giggling. What's funny? I just imagine people like Huo Fenghuang Zhenbiu and Mo Xingyun fighting in the heaven will battle with heels on. That's one of the reasons I'm doing this. I figured although there would be no merit for such an invention, I could gather some luck if they became popular enough. Plus, molding the world as I see fit is really fun. Reg in your God complex, added Wu Hong before continuing her reading. God wishes he was me, sneered Wang Wei as he took it back to read as well. Wait, I have something I've always wanted to ask but it always slipped my mind. What is it this time? Why did you appear in the lust part of my pagoda trial? He always remembered the anomaly that happened during that trial, where he saw Wu Hong's face and she betrayed him. He knew she was responsible for the anomaly as it was easy with her power, but he never understood why. I wanted to significantly impact you and prevent you from pursuing others. Unfortunately, my plan was not 100% successful since you're a man whore and slept with other women. First of all, this kind of tactic is very manipulative and should not be used. Secondly, how am I on a man whore? I only slept with 2 people before I met you, he rebutted with fake outrage. You couldn't keep it in your pants, so you're a man whore. The first time was not even my fault, it was my mother's insistence. As for the second time, Wang Wei remembered his passionate night with Dong Lifan. Why should I turn down a beautiful woman who wanted to get me, no strings attached? It's called sticking to your ideals and self-control. Since you don't have both, you're a man whore, she replied casually. But, I'm a modern man. You can't expect me to see things the same way as these ancient people. You are mistaken if you think you're any different than them. Regarding sex, all men across the entire Chaos universe are the same. Whatever. I won't argue with you. 'Cause you know I'm right. Wang Wei did not answer and continued reading his book and caressing her hair. He enjoyed these peaceful and calm times. What are you going to do now that the trial is finished? Any big plans? A few. 2 to be exact. Which are? The first one involved hunting. I need to get rid of some things I feel are destabilizing to the overall situation. As for the second, Wang Wei stopped and raised his head from his book. I just divined someone is coming to see me. And it's good news. That's good, I guess. A few hours later, Wang Wei received a request for visitation and he agreed. The next day he went to Tianwei Peak to meet his guest. He saw 2 women, one young and the other middle-aged. Lady Shi Qian, it's good to see you. Wang Wei did his duty as host and offered tea and snacks. Sect Master Wang Wei, I will be direct. I came here to make a deal with you. You want the deceiving heaven longevity art? Yes. Sure. I'm open to exchanging, as long as the price pleases me. Shi Qian was slightly surprised as she did not expect things to proceed so smoothly. Nevertheless, it was a good thing for her. I'm willing to Before we exchange anything, I would like to know the limitations of the scripture, said the middle-aged woman who Wang Wei guessed was Shi Qian's mother because of their resemblance. He looked at her then back at Shi Qian. I see. You are facing an opponent that is a reincarnated Dao ancestor. And the only for you to win the heaven battle is to deceive heavenly Dao that you are an emperor child, therefore use your one attack to defeat the enemy. Shi Qian and her mother's hearts skipped a beat as they felt all their thoughts and secrets were seen through. So they immediately became on guard. Wang Wei did not care about their reactions. Reading people's fate line when they are in his territory is 1,000 times easier. The scripture can indeed do so since you are an immortal child. However, for you to skill becoming a Dao child and become an emperor child will not be easy. Shi Qian became relieved but did not know how to proceed. So, she glanced at her mom, to which the latter just nodded. She took a deep breath to calm down before continuing the conversation. In that case, I offer more opportunities to wash away karma for your sex people. As members of the light race, washing karma is easier for us after proving the Dao. I don't care for that. Although rare, my sect still had a small pole of karma washing water, replied Wang Wei. You know the value of the scripture. It's both an insurgent and a longevity technique. So, directly take out your highest offer. Shi Qian sighed softly. Fine. After proving the Dao, I will offer you most of my Dao ancestor and immortal venerable spots. Excellent. Let's sign the contract, said Wang Wei. He would not refuse any opportunity to increase the sect's foundation. Then they signed the highest binding contract that even a great emperor could not annul. Wang Wei made clauses that stated she could not pass the scripture to anyone besides her mother. He wanted to exclude her as well. However, considering their situation in their homeworld, he feared the poor woman could not protect his investment. Thus, he allowed her to use it to become an insurgent and have the ability to protect her daughter. However, he did not know whether she could become an insurgent with her immortal venerable cultivation. Statistically speaking, the chances were slim. Nevertheless, she could still deceive Heavenly Tao to become a Tao ancestor, thus improving her situation. After everybody was satisfied with the contract, Wang Wei and Shi Qian signed it, and she immediately left with her mother. Maybe I should search for some other immortal child to make a similar deal. After thinking about it for a moment, he shook his head. Immortal children were rare, but it was also difficult to find one with a low chance of proving the Tao similar to Shi Qian. Alright, let's go hunting, he muttered. Why were you chosen? Wang Wei checked on the sect's elders before leaving. Outside the formation's range, he broke the space to teleport to the central continent's east coast, near the sea. He looked at the endless sea, admiring its wonder and beauty for a moment while also knowing its dangers. He took out a talisman from his space ring and checked the information Wang Ju had just sent to him. He then flew into the sea, diving deep down with unimaginable speed. On his way, he saw countless sea demons, mainly the ones that resembled fishes. The majority range from body refining to divine altar and vary in size. After diving more than 100,000 meters, Wang Wei began to see more sea races with humanoid appearances or characteristics. The creatures were between the supernatural and primordial spirit realms in this part of the sea. These creatures instantly became wary of him but did not interact when they realized how fast he flew. While diving deep down, Wang Wei took the time to scan the surroundings with his divine sense. The concentration of spiritual qi was on par with the eastern continent, and the deeper he went, the higher the concentration. He detected a vast amount of spiritual herbs and resources, especially ores. The sea race's culture was similar to the demon race, meaning that array and weapon refining was not common, resulting in abundant resources. The only downside was these ores and resources were mostly water and yin attributes. After diving over 100 million meters deep, Wang Wei finally discovered civilization. In front of him was the ocean floor and no more place to go deeper. However, in the middle of the sea floor was a building surrounded by arrays. He knew that place was an embassy that connected the surface world with the sea race. If any factions wanted to contact the sea race, they had to go through this place. However, Wang Wei was not here for an official visit. So, he flew into the distance, far away from the embassy, to a tunnel or vortex, which was the unofficial entrance that other cultivators must use. The sea race once wanted to block that entrance, but the other emperor lineages would not allow them to isolate themselves from the world entirely. As he flew through the vortex, Wang Wei sensed a mighty force tearing apart his body left and right. According to his calculations, the minimum requirement to survive this vortex was the primordial spirit realm, and a decent artifact's aid was needed. He followed the tunnel deeper under the ground to about 500 million meters underground. Bam! Wang Wei felt he had passed a barrier and entered a new world. His surroundings were no longer deep and eerie black. Instead, he thought he was above ground and under the sun. In the distance, he saw numerous constructions or underwater buildings. Some of these constructs were underwater, but some had arrays that separated the water. He saw large pieces of land, some as small as an island and others as vast as a continent. He saw a myriad of sea creatures and humans. The humans were easily noticeable since most of them had barriers around them to protect against the pressure. Few could withstand it like Wang Wei, making him an anomaly and easily noticeable. Without wasting time, Wang Wei turned invisible before teleporting to a particular island called Human Snake Island, which was the territory of the Tengshi race, a sea creature with the body of a human and the lower part of a snake. After secretly entering one of the stores and revealing himself, one of the Tengshi members kneeled on foot before him. "Young master, I did not know you were coming." "At ease. I wanted to stroll around the sea so I did not notify you guys," Wang Wei said calmly. "Where is he?" he asked, getting straight to business. "Sun Jiaolong is hiding by also impersonating a member of the Tengshi clan. Do you know why he's here? We theorized the Sea Destiny Sword might be in the hands of the Tengshi clan." Wang Wei and the Shadow Guard theorized 3 places the sword might be. The Baishi clan, since they could use the Star Sage lineage to find the sword's location. The second is the Panlong clan, a sea dragon with black scales and venomous and water attributes. They were among the many creatures created before the Null Era and modeled after innate dragons. Panlong looked exactly like dragons except they had no horns. The Panlong race is the most powerful emperor clan of the sea race, with 6 great emperors. They were the only group with the power and confidence to protect the sword. Finally, it was the Tengshi race. Although they only had 3 great emperors, they were the first sea race to cultivate a great emperor during the Incense era. According to the Fate Shadows analysis, the Tengshi Great Emperor has a high chance of being the one who condensed the lodge of their entire race and forged the sword in the first place. "Give me his location," asked Wang Wei. And after receiving the information he needed, he headed to where Sun Jiaolong was lurking in his disguise form. Wang Wei quickly noticed that his human upper body looked different from his actual face. From a distance, he watched Sun Jiaolong interact with other Tengshi races, forming bonds and relationships. Wang Wei then closed his eyes and connected to the human sword destiny, trying to use its aura and power to sense other items of tremendous luck. He instantly felt the one Sun Jiaolong had, but he could not find the one belonging to the sea race. He stopped trying and gave up. He had a better way of knowing who had the sword. And if that did not work, he only had to wait until he proved the Tao to get his hands on it. Then Wang Wei acted. He waited until he was alone and appeared behind him, teleported him to a small world he had created. Although he wanted to bring him back to the surface, he could not directly teleport there unless he used a formation or used brute force and alerted too many people. Wang Wei, Sun Jiaolong groaned as he deactivated his transformation. "Why are you here? What do you want?" He was on full alert since he knew how powerful the monster before him was. Mo Xingyun had explained the 9-extremity foundation to him and the others in the alliance. "Something has been bothering me for some time now," announced Wang Wei. "Why did the human destiny sword choose you?" "What are you talking about?" "It's a fair question. Why did it choose you?" "Because I was the best choice?" "Were you?" "If the sword's main criterion were talent, it would never have been your turn. If it was about the spirit of a sovereign, Jisong was a better match since he also was a crown prince back then. So, why were you chosen? What's so special about you?" Sun Jiaolong did not answer. He had asked himself the same question many times but never reached a satisfactory answer. "They'll tell you my thoughts. The human emperor is not the master of the sword. No one is the master of this sword. However, as its creator, he can influence it to do its bidding. So, he left it as a backhand to do something. I don't know exactly what that is, but I have some theories. Regardless, this is not important for the moment. To achieve his plan, he needs a vessel, a chosen champion. However, the vessel has to meet specific criteria. Talented but not too talented. Intelligent and cunning, but not at the level of a Tao Lord or Overlord. A decent background but not one with powerful entities that have become mighty figures in the upper dimension. Do you see where I'm going with this? Someone that is easy to control," added Sun Jiaolong with gritted teeth. "Bingo. These are nothing but conjectures. There is no proof," argued Sun Jiaolong before taking a deep breath to calm down. He would not let these words affect his state of mind or Tao heart. "True. Unfortunately, I don't care if you believe me. I came here to remove a possible threat to my future." His ancestor warned him about hunting the other heaven chosens, which would affect his status as the son of an era. And Wang Wei agreed, especially after the era luck saved him against these great emperors. However, he felt that some people were too dangerous to keep around. They were unstable factors, so he would remove them before they could grow and affect the overall situation. And killing 1 or 2 will not affect his status. He rushed towards Sun Jiaolong and punched him. He moved so fast that the latter had no chance to react. Boom. The Great Wu Dynasty's future sovereign exploded into a pool of blood, leaving nothing behind, including his soul and Tao. However, Wang Wei frowned after seeing the final result. Fallen Dragon. Sun Jiaolong's body reformed while also transforming. He grew an additional 3 meters. Golden hair grew on his body, covering him from head to toe. A red battle armor appeared on his body, along with a black staff that Wang Wei identified as a transformed demon destiny sword. The Battle Saint bloodline? Not quite. More like a mutation, muttered Wang Wei. And immediately after the latter finished transforming, he rushed with incomparable speed and plunged his hand into Sun Jiaolong's chest, ripping it out of his heart. He also used the Rooster Zodiac acupoint to convert his raw physical strength into spiritual power, destroying Sun Jiaolong's primordial spirit. Wang Wei calmly watched as the latter's body dropped on the floor, a fist-size hole in his chest. And as expected, the hole instantly healed, and Sun Jiaolong returned to the land of the living. Without hesitation, the crown prince flew away, creating a portal that would teleport him from this small artificial world. And when he exited the portal, he found himself in the same place. Wang Wei watched him with a mocking gaze. Interesting innate talent. You can revive yourself and your battle strength will increase with each death. This must be the result of your strange bloodline, a bloodline made for battle. Sun Jiaolong did not answer but activated a void-breaking talisman instead. He only wanted to leave this place as far as possible. The space around him fluctuated but nothing changed. He was still in the same spot. I can't even feel a domain. How could he be so powerful? Mused Sun Jiaolong as his mind raced, trying to think of a feasible solution to his predicament. Let's see how many times you can die and revive. Wang Wei glanced at him and the power of death suddenly enveloped him. Sun Jiaolong dropped from the sky, dead despite no physical or spiritual injury. Death came to him so he died, nothing else, nothing more. It was that simple. Sun Jiaolong opened his eyes while breathing heavily, as if his lungs had not worked properly for a long time. Death was never scary to him, at least not until now. Things had gotten to the point he was about to be desperate. He opened his domain, which slightly surprised Wang Wei. According to his calculations, only the people who attended the trial should have made their breakthrough, and the rest should still be in the void-shattering realm. It seems this generation was growing even faster than previously predicted. He snapped his hand, and a bunch of strings materialized before impaling Sun Jiaolong, immune to the luck power of his domain. A red armor that covered his entire body manifested on Sun Jiaolong. He had used his law armor, condensing his power of law into an ultimate form of protection. Wang Wei secretly shook his head as he watched the strings impale him, ignoring the so-called defense. This kind of method was useful in the void-shattering realm but not in the Saint realm. It would have been better to condense his domain into a small area around him as protection. Although this tactic requires talent, Sun Jiaolong could do it after practice. His action showed his lack of battle IQ and the fact he had just entered the Saint realm and did not take the time to cultivate or practice. This is what happens when someone focuses too much on foreign aid, neglecting cultivation and individual strength. Wang Wei walked before Sun Jiaolong's corpse, and when the latter revived, he placed his hand on his head to forcefully read his memories and fate line. It was not the first time he witnessed Sun Jiaolong's life. After the heaven-chosen selection trial, he had read the latter's fate line. This time, however, he decided to be more detailed and not miss anything. He wanted to find any connection Sun Jiaolong had with the human emperor. Nothing, he muttered as he dropped the body on the floor. A few seconds later, a desperate Sun Jiaolong revived, his aura immensely more powerful. So, only 6 lives, commented Wang Wei as he sensed the latter would perish for good this time. And despite all these boosts, your strength is still nowhere near the immortal venerable level. A frown appeared on his head. The human destiny sword only showed up during rare times when the world needed it. I can conclude it appears in this generation because of the change in the era, and the human emperor chose you for the same reason. However, why are you so weak? Could it be he did not foresee that the power ceiling in this era would be such a high amount heaven chosens? I told you, am not the human emperor's pawn. Is that so? Then let's see. Wang Wei clenched his hand into a fist and punched. Bam. Sun Jiaolong tried to block with the demon destiny sword, but it was to no avail. Luckily for him, an unknown and mysterious power emanated from his body, sending Wang Wei flying away. Here you are, he groaned as he got up. That power was on par with one root Dao ancestor. So, was the human emperor planning on interfering with this generation's heaven will battle? Many things started to add up in his mind while also gathering even more questions. These people usually should not be able to influence the heaven will battle. But things might be different with the situation of true heavenly Dao. The human emperor should know one root Dao ancestor strength is not enough for Sun Jiaolong to win the final battle. So, what is the point of his actions? Although he only recently achieved this level of power, Di Tian was here since the beginning, and the latter should know what the 9-extremity foundation was. Unless his backhand was only to protect Sun Jiaolong in case of an emergency. The clear conclusion is that Sun Jiaolong's objective is not related to the heaven will battle but the whole karmic position of humans, Earth, and the heavenly emperor. More reason to kill him. The heavenly emperor position can only be mine. He had many plans for the position. Honestly, he did not know about the 3 karmic position until he learned about the Earth Emperor from Guxian's memories. However, he had long planned to create the position of Heavenly Emperor as part of his future plans. And this fact made him feel that the human emperor calculated him. He felt the latter was waiting for someone to create that position. Wang Wei did not like this feeling, so Sun Jiaolong must die. Suddenly, Wang Wei sensed something outside and checked with his divine sense. He saw a young man with jaws of sharp teeth smiling at him after detecting his scan. Is this Yi Lianchang from the Deep Squid Race? What an eerie aura, commented Wang Wei. Nevertheless, he did not want to deal with the political implications of his unannounced visit. So, he waved his hand to create a transmission array into his small world and teleported to the surface. As he floated above the sea, he closed his eyes to sense something. Northern continent? He broke the space and teleported to a mountain range where he sensed a secret realm protected by formation. He punched the secret realm and instantly destroyed it, revealing a disheveled Sun Jiaolong. He was not in the best shape, not only because of his injuries but because of the mysterious power that suddenly appeared in his body. I don't care if I'm a pawn. Please give me the strength to kill my opponent, he yelled in his mind. And someone or something answered his prayer. A terrifying power emerged from his body, giving him an intoxicated feeling. Sun Jiaolong looked at Wang Wei like a hunter looking at prey. Drunk on power? Until your end you were a disappointment. He connected to his incarnations, increasing his aura to an even higher level than his opponent. A few minutes later, Wang Wei held Sun Jiaolong's corpse, dangling it in the air. He doubled, tripled, and quadrupled checked to see if the latter was absolutely dead. Even after sealing the Demon Destiny sword and putting it away, he was not sure and checked again. In the end, he burned Sun Jiaolong's body to ensure nothing unexpected occurred. Finally, he used his Era Destiny status to contact Heavenly Dao and made it delay the announcement of Sun Jiaolong's death. As a heaven chosen, his death will show visions to the entire world, announcing and worshipping his death. Wang Wei wanted a delay before he went after his next opponent. Without wasting time, he opened a portal to the Western continent. Limbo, the place between living and non-living, the place between existence and non-existence. The human emperor sensed Sun Jiaolong's death. What's going on? According to my calculations, there should not have been any problem with the first step. His plans involved acquiring the Heavenly Emperor position. However, after many years of calculations and divinations, this was supposed to be the easiest part of the plan. Was my divination wrong? According to his divination, the first step only required him to win the Heavenwell battle in the Myriad Emperor world at a certain point. So, he waited until now, but there seems to have been a hiccup. After pondering for a moment, he denied the possibility of wrong divination. He used a great treasure gifted to him by Hong Jun, and knowing the latter's realm, he doubted there would be an issue. The human emperor sensed that Wang Wei was responsible for eliminating his pawn. So, he calculated again to determine his next step. Let's just wait. Let's focus on acquiring the Earth Emperor position first. Unlike the Heavenly Emperor position, which would require him to do a lot of work, the Earth Emperor position was a ripped fruit ready to be picked. Known Truth, Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to DriusX for the chapter. Wang Wei went to the Western continent in the Mo clan's domain. Of course, because of his previous rampage, he was not welcome in this place, so he had to hide his identity. A month passed and Mo Xingyun was nowhere in sight. Wang Wei then decided to take a more proactive method. He contacted one of the Fate Shadow Guards with a high status in the Mo clan and had them find an excuse to send her out. This plan worked, but Wang Wei had to wait an entire 6 months before she actually left. And a few times he sensed this weird method trying to find danger to be exact. He had to use many techniques to hide effectively. Luckily, his patience was soon rewarded as Mo Xingyun left the clan. Once she arrived at a destination, a few domains from her clan, Wang Wei finally intercepted her. Cautious, aren't we? Apparently not enough, replied Mo Xingyun calmly. Should I call you Mo Xingyun or Heaven-Devouring Emperor? Why would you call me by my ancestor's name? She rebutted. I have to say your method is truly wonderful. No matter what technique I use, I cannot see any signs of body possession. Even your bloodline appeared normal. That's because your assumption is wrong. Mo Zhongyan. Then, how do you explain the anomalies? Why is it do you know things you should not know? I don't have to explain anything to you. True. Anyway, after confirming the Heaven-Devourer Emperor died miserably after many people jumped him, I've already labeled you as his means of revival. And that is enough for me to remove your existence. Wang Wei punched with all the power of his main body. Boom. The area around Mo Xinjian twisted as 10 small vortexes that resembled black holes protected her by swallowing the force of that punch. She was intact. 4-leaf strength and a terrific control of the Devour Dao, commented Wang Wei. His attack was on the level of 6-leaf, yet Mo Xingyun still swallowed it despite the fact it should have been over her capacity limit. And the reason for that is she has an unmatched speed for swallowing and refining anything she devoured. Her ability would be nothing even Wang Wei could do, even if he had cultivated the law of devouring. Should I be delighted for your appraisal? You should. However, I'm somewhat disappointed. Oh, and why is that? I can't sense the power of Nine Extremity Foundation from you. That's not something anyone can achieve. True. But you're the Heaven Devourer Emperor. I am not. With your understanding of existence, you should have used the unorthodox way. Your words literally prove that I'm not the Heaven Devourer Emperor, rebutted Emo Xingyam, trying to think of ways to get out of the situation. She pondered ways of escaping and surviving this encounter. No, I'm missing something, replied Wang Wei as if he was thinking out loud. One of the fastest ways for an emperor to revive themselves is to possess someone related to them by bloodline, since family is a perfect vessel for their powers and Tao. However, the order of heaven and earth would not allow you guys to simply participate in the heaven will battle and use your power to win. There must be restrictions, one of which is that you can only rely on the power and talent of the people you possess. You can use your knowledge and experience to make Emo Xinyan's body as strong as she currently is. But you cannot use your understanding of existence to use the unorthodox method of Nine Extremity. She could only achieve Nine Extremity if she had the talent to comprehend existence. Am I correct? Wang Wei's understanding of the world's order deepened. Heavenly Tao does not allow great emperors to abuse the heaven will battle system to cultivate, similar to the way the Five-Heart Emperor did. However, the latter will, in turn, ignore them if they use this method to revive themselves. Of course, Wang Wei did not believe all emperors could use this method, and there might be a price to pay. Otherwise, too many dead emperors would try this method to revive themselves instead of waiting for countless yuan epochs. As I said, I'm not my ancestor. I've only received some inheritance from him. Quick question, don't you have some form of body dysmorphia? After all, you were once a man. Emo Xingyun did not answer, and Wang Wei shrugged his shoulder. He gathered the power of all his incarnations and punched. Fate Annihilation Fist. The entire domain trembled before creating a massive spatial tear. However, Emo Xingyun was nowhere to be seen. What an ingenious technique, muttered Wang Wei. Emo Xinjian's Proving Tao artifact is unique as it is used mainly to store the overspilled power that her body cannot swallow or digest. She devoured his entire attack with this method before redirecting it to open a spatial passage. Emo Xingyun used his power to remove his blockade of the surrounding. She was fast, efficient, and displayed excellent battle IQ. Her extraordinary ability has further convinced him the Heaven Devourer Emperor possessed her body. Wang Wei left a clone to fix the damage he did to the spatial structure of this place. Meanwhile, his main body divined and calculated Emo Xinyan's whereabouts. After teleporting to her destination, he squinted his eyes. One of the forbidden lands, the Swallowing Zone. The power of time flashed in his eyes, and he saw her rushing inside less than a second ago. Wang Wei pondered for a moment before deciding against further pursuing. He was dealing with a possible eternal emperor, even if it was severely restricted. Not to mention, the Heaven Devourer Emperor was a Tao Lord, which indicated his intelligence and cunningness. And taking into account the environmental advantage, Wang Wei was not stupid enough to fight Emo Xingyun in a place full of devouring power. After pondering about it for a while, he left. He was satisfied with removing Sun Jiaolong as a threat. As for Emo Xingyan, he placed her at the top of the list of people to be on the lookout for at all times. Inside the Swallowing Zone, Emo Xingyun waited for a few minutes. Not taking the bait, she muttered with slight regret. She knew this place like the back of her hand and had laid out killing methods all over this place capable of dealing with third-class emperors. Emo Xinjian gazed toward the center, still longing for what was there. She took a deep breath to calm down and rearrange her plan. If I want to prove the Tao again, I need a method to deal with these Nine Extremity people. Her mind raced, thinking about the different possibilities. I need a powerful magical weapon on par with them. Heavenly Tao had strict rules on using foreign aid for the Heaven will battle. For example, participants could not use a Tao ancestor-level puppet to compete or a talisman on that level. Emo Xingyun knew that in the beginning Emperor era, Heaven Chosens could not even use Emperor weapons in their battles in the beginning Emperor era. However, she also knew a loophole to this rule. She could use foreign as long as she refined it herself. For example, if a weapon refiner created an immortal weapon, they can use the weapon during their Heaven will battle. And that was exactly her plan. Emo Xingyun began to use the surrounding formation to gather and condense the power of Devour in the area. She planned to create a weapon on par with 5 Root Tao Ancestor before using it at an opportune time when both Di Tian and Wang Wei were at their weakest. And her alliance is to have enough cannon fodder to weaken these two or as sacrifice when needed. Wang Wei returned to the sect. He wanted to hunt down many of the new heaven chosens that had recently risen since he suspected many were spies of the upper dimension. Regrettably, these people had excellent methods of hiding themselves from divination, preventing him from rooting out the traitors from the innocent. And he could not mindlessly slaughter them until he found the traitors, since that would affect his Era Sun title. Of course, he would not give up so easily. Since he could not divine their identity, he would use his intelligence network to find who he was looking for. He contacted Wang Ju as soon as he returned home to get information from her. "How is it? Did you identify anyone?" "Yes and no. We have identified a few people who we could label as small fish," she explained. "As for the truly important individuals, we only have one suspect." She showed him a picture using an image talisman. It was a picture of a young man with dark eyes with no pupils or iris and a flame mark on his forehead. Yu Zhu, a member of the soul race. The corpse-selling sect. The soul race was one of the minority races of the myriad emperor world, with their population barely enough to classify them as a medium-sized races. As for their overall power, they only had two great emperors. Regrettably, one event forced their race to live in seclusion in a small world forever. Their second emperor, Multiple Face Emperor, had the ambition to use her race's natural ability to possess people to enact a grand plan. The Multiple Face Emperor wanted to divide her soul into an infinite number and possessed every living being in the myriad emperor world, turning into an aggravated mass of souls or a hive mind. Unfortunately for her, she first targeted the Five Elements Palace, where they were at their peak and the leader of Taoism. All six of their best insurgent besieged the Multiple Face Emperor, who was a peak first-class emperor. She lost the fight with her body destroyed. However, as an expert in Soul Dao, she escaped, and the soul race was forced to live in isolation, only showing up during the Heavenwell battle. Wang Wei knew to this day, there were rumors that the Multiple Face Emperor did not leave but moved her plan to behind the scenes. She wanted to be more secretive and not so direct. The events of the soul race were one of the few exciting things that occurred during the new beginning emperor, along with the rapid rise of the academy. That battle severely impacted the Five-Element Palace, leading to the direct confrontation with the profound Tai Gate. Not long afterward, they cultivated their seventh emperor and won the confrontation. Then they forced the Five-Element Palace to leave the central continent. Wang Wei stopped his words as he sensed something. He looked outside and saw an enormous dragon covering the sky and wailing before dispersing into trillions of motes of light. A sense of sadness and loss suddenly enveloped the entire world. They mourned the passing of a great man. The mortals did not know what was happening, but the cultivators did. A heaven chosen had perished. They quickly calculated who it was and learned it was from the great Wu dynasty, Sun Jialong. And, of course, they wanted to know who did it. No answer. No one could divine information about Wang Wei unless they were at least a third-class insurgent. Nevertheless, he knew people would find out it was him since he was not exactly careful about hiding his whereabouts. The great Wu dynasty definitely already knew since it had been 6 months since their genius died, and they would instantly know after his soul lamp was extinguished. And any intelligent person can deduce that only the Era Sun could delay the announcement of a heaven chosen's death. After Sun Jialong's funeral, Wang Wei proceeded with his life. What is so special about this person? Recently, the corpse-selling sex business has been booming. Many people want good corpses to possess in the hope of being lucky and increasing their talent, explained Wang Ju. Body possession has some advantages that many people want to take advantage of. For example, some races are naturally gifted. By possessing them, an individual will get rid of the shackles of their talents and achieve wonders in the cultivation journey. The only problem is ensuring the soul fits perfectly with the body. Cultivators require many techniques, arrays, and resources for the process. And there is a limit to the number of times someone can exchange body based on their cultivation. Most cultivators, even someone as naturally talented as Wang Wei, can only have between a 95 to 99% fit with any bodies they possess. But the soul race does not have any of these issues. However, Yu Zhu asked for a very specific body. The requirements were so stringent that the corpse-selling sect had to contact its other branches to get it for him. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. The corpse-selling sect can be considered one of the most powerful factions of the Endless Void. And they most likely hold the first position. There are branches scattered in every Heavenwell world, and many have one or more great emperors. Their sect operated as if it was a business or corporation, focused only on selling corpses. They rarely provoke or clash with anyone. They are the epitome of low-key development. However, Wang Wei saw them as a threat, especially after coming in contact with other Heavenworld worlds and learning how far this sect has spread its fangs. Just the amount of chi luck this faction has is unfathomable. And according to his prediction, their factions have more branches under different names, dormant in case something happens and they need to hide or start over. The founder of the corpse-selling corpse is something, thought Wang Wei. According to his predictions with how they operated, the corpse-selling sect won't be much trouble for his plan. On the contrary, they might be the perfect partners. However, he wanted the luck of their factions for himself. The problem was their founder. He didn't know who it was yet, but whoever it was must have been a brilliant man. What Wang Wei worries about is this person is now one of the paragons in limbo, and he will one day use his sect's chi luck to revive. And if he dips his greedy finger into the latter's food, he might create an enemy for himself, an enemy who was possibly on par with his ancestor. Do you have any information about Yu Zhu from when he was in the Soul Race's small world? Yes, replied Wang Zhu before giving him the sleeper's information, and Wang Wei frowned. He suspected Yu Zhu was a spy from the upper dimension. However, his life had no anomalies. There was no sudden change in demeanor, behavior, sudden strength gain, or anything odd. Yu Zhu was one of the many geniuses of the Soul Race. And after defeating the others, he received the support of the entire race to cultivate for this generation's Heavenworld battle. If Yu Zhu is a spy, then it can mean two things. The method used by the upper dimension is not something we can detect. Secondly, they have been infiltrating the Myriad Emperor world since the beginning of this generation, commented Wang Wei. Do we have any other evidence to suggest he is a spy and not just from our world? Yes. It's the flame mark on his forehead. What does this have to do with anything? This kind of mark could be a fashion sense or an indication that Yu Zhu cultivated a powerful flame technique. From the records, we discovered that someone used to have a similar mark in his youth, the undead Phoenix Emperor. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. He told the Fate Shadow Guard to be on the lookout for any information related to undead Phoenix Emperor and the Disaster Emperor since they had a connection to the Myriad Emperor world. Keep a lookout for Yu Zhu. Even though he only received the undead Phoenix's inheritance, he is suspicious. Send a few people to test his ability. As you wish. What about the corpse-selling sect? We should have people in high positions, right? Yes. Can they also infiltrate the other branches? Not very likely. Contact with the other branches has strict requirements. What about the Fate Shadow Guard branches I've instructed you to create? Thanks to your help, the initial development is going well. But, without the sleepers, it's almost impossible to infiltrate the high levels of so many factions without being detected. Indeed. With his Spirit Flower's ability, Wang Wei helped the Fate Shadow Guard spread in other Heavenworld worlds. However, if he wants things to be in the Myriad Emperor realm, with spies in high positions in every sect, it's not possible in a short time, especially since there are no sleepers for him to take over. Alright. Continue monitoring laying low in the corpse-selling sect. Place them as a priority when it comes to news. As you wish. I have a few important things to do before I go into retreat. I will take this time for us to go through the ceremony for you to officially become my shadow. Wang Zhu's eyes lit up in excitement. She bowed to him before excusing herself to attend to her duty. Meanwhile, Wang Wei used his sect master to send a request to the ancestor. He needed to do something crucial that required their help. And only after succeeding will he be able to sleep soundly. Then he rushed home to see his wife. Wu Hong looked at him with a side eye. Your footsteps indicate you are not excited to see me but want something from me. I just want to ask something. So, I was right. Wanting and asking are two different things. Semantic. What do you want to know? If you're asking about the Heaven Devourer Emperor, I never interacted with the man so I know very little. No. I want to know about the founder of the corpse-selling sect. Wu Hong frowned deeply after hearing the question. Death Reverence, Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Drew X for the gift. You're asking about Death Reverence? Is that his name? Commented Wang Wei. The corpse-selling sect's founder was a mystery because no one knows where the original sect started. Two branches claim to be the main one and where the founder originated, from the Soul Sublimation world and the Underworldine world. The corpse-selling sect in both these Heavenworld world has cultivated 5 great emperors and is the branch with the highest number. Do you want to deal with the corpse-selling sect? Asked Wu Hong, somewhat worried. Yes. I feel their faction's chi luck is worth the trouble. But I want to know your opinion. I don't know. What do you mean? I'm somewhat conflicted. reiterated Wu Hong. Part of me wants you to deal with them as this might be the only chance. However, I also don't want you to have anything to do with death reverence, especially early in your cultivation journey. So, who is this person that even makes you hesitate? Death reverence was a boundless paragon on par with me and your ancestor. He played a significant role in all major events. However, we did not like him since we were always wary of him. Wary of what? Of his ambitions, ideals, goals, stated Wu Hong. When he was young, he became obsessed with death. He believed death was a beautiful thing that all things in existence should experience. That's dangerous. Yes, with his unparalleled talent, it was a recipe for disaster. So, what exactly did he do? We originally thought he spread the corpse-selling sect throughout the endless void to gather more luck and stuff. However, something he did during the Second War of Origin made us realize his real intention. Wu Hong paused to recollect, and Wang Wei became intrigued. There was this one particular source chaos world that was troublesome to conquer. Some unknown power isolated it and we could not directly descend. We infiltrated it by sending clones, hoping for them to cultivate and rise to the top before taking it down from the inside. Unfortunately, this method failed, until death reverence showed up. The main issue with this source chaos world was that our clones would be discovered and destroyed when we tried to break the Empyrean realm. Was it different for death reverence? Asked Wang Wei. A little. After proving the Tao, he spread the corpse-selling sect throughout the all-savant world while his clone hid and did not continue to cultivate. After countless Yuan epochs, once it had spread in every corner of the world, he gathered the power of all the sects to instantly return to the Paragon realm. Wu Hong squinted her eyes. We thought we had finally succeeded. But that's when he showed his Fong. The corpse-selling sects were some sort of ceremony where he turned the entire all-savant world into a world of death, killing all sentient beings, no matter the realm. Wang Wei had a severe look on his face. Why would he do that since it would reveal his plans for the eternal ascension world? We don't know exactly. The best guess we had was something precious was inside the all-savant world. The very thing probably responsible for preventing us from entering and restricting our development. Wang Wei caressed his temple as he felt things were more complicated than he previously thought. He was only greedy for their sect's chi luck. He did not expect to be dealing with a powerful secret boss. What happened next? We did not hesitate to besiege him. After all, we did not want our home to suffer the same fate. And he survived? Asked Wang Wei in shock. Yes. Not only that, he ran away with only severe injuries. She remembered that battle. Countless boundless paragons tried their best to eliminate death reverence, but he still escaped. Later on, he even participated in the ultimate taboo after the all-savant world suddenly disappeared from the face of the universe. That's scary to think. In that case, what about the corpse-selling sect? Why didn't you guys remove them? We tried but failed because of too many restrictions. What do you mean? Great emperors cannot intervene whatsoever in the lower dimensions after the ascension. Empyreans can be sent a projection, but they can only attack if willing to receive punishment from heavenly Tao. And their attacks also have limits. Paragons can also send projections and attacks. But there is a limit and the level of the attack. We tried to eradicate the corpse-selling sect by sending projections. However, death reverence will always appear and expel us, resulting in us only capable of destroying a few branches that recover after some time. Things are not adding up, said Wang Wei. How is this man so capable? That's the odd thing about him. After turning on him, we realized many of his methods were odd and had this incongruence or incompatibility to them. Moreover, in addition to his hiding ability, he was a master of the order and disorder Tao. What do you mean? He knew how to bend the rules of heavenly Tao to his advantage, explained Wu Hong. For example, the model of spreading to other world communities was not invented by the corpse-selling sect. Before the Null Era, this tactic was more common to ensure the spread of some factions and prevent them from destruction. However, true heavenly Taoist balance system activated and banned this method afterward. Any factions who tried this method were guaranteed to be schemed against, resulting in the destruction of the branches. Yet, the corpse-selling sect is intact. To this day, I do not know how he did it. Wang Wei sighed deeply, feeling things were too complicated. What about his homeworld? Is he from the soul sublimation or underworldine world? Did you guys at least find something from there? None. In fact, no one truly knows the first branch since he made sure to erase it from his history. I even suspect he personally hides the first branch, completely isolating them from the outside. We also search his homeworld, the spirit central world. but we found nothing. I remember the spirit central world is a rare world dominated by the spirit race. Is Death Reverence one of them? Yes. To be exact, he is a tomb that gains sentience. Well, it fits with his name and motif, replied Wang Wei as he walked back and forth, pondering deeply. What about the two sons? Why don't they do anything about Death Reverence? Wu Hong suddenly realized something now that he had mentioned it. Both Maitreya and he know Death Reverence's weirdness and the potential danger he poses. However, since both his existence and history have not been erased, it means even those two could not find him. In that case, why haven't they eradicated the corpse-selling sect? That I don't know, she replied, shaking her head. However, you don't have to worry about the death ceremony. Death Reverence is the problem. Did you guys solve the ceremony problem? Yes. After failing to eradicate his sect, we left formations in the upper dimension to counter the ceremony. However, it would be ideal if the last worry was removed. She looked at him. What are you going to do? What do you think? With your plans, you will be in a unique position in the endless void. So, dealing with the corpse-selling sect should not be a problem. However, I don't want you to deal with Death Reverence so early. This man gives me a bad vibe. Wang Wei understood her hesitation. Death Reverence is talented, extremely powerful, cunning, and has many weird methods that even the two sons cannot detect. Dealing with such an opponent at the current stage of his cultivation path. Of course he had some advantages. But the cards were not stacked in his favor. Is he in limbo like the others? Yes. That's good news for me. However, it might not be enough. So, what are you going to do? He'll decide after proving the Tao. Too many things could happen from now until then, and Wang Wei wanted to watch the situation. As of now, he was leaning toward eradicating the corpse-selling sect. And it was not because of their chi luck but because his intuition told him that Death Reverence might be a problem for him in his later years of cultivation. And if he can damage him in any ways possible, he would take the opportunity. Simultaneously, he did not have to eradicate them now or doing himself. He could leave the means for others to do it and give the order after he ascends and reaches a certain cultivation level. It will all depend on the situation after proving the Tao. After chatting with Wu Hong and planning ahead, he went to check on his science and technology world while waiting for news from his ancestors. The assembly. Wang Wei watched everything in his surroundings. No longer existed the peaceful world full of tall and futuristic buildings. He could not see spaceships covering the sky like birds migrating. Instead, the sky had a dull gray color that gave the entire world a depressing atmosphere. He saw cracks in space scattered in different directions. Most places were devastated, including forests, mountains, rivers, and populated cities. There were only a few areas that looked like civilizations had begun anew. Genetics warriors are now rare, and the few powerful ones on par with void-shattering realm ruled over different sections of the world. Scientists were now the most valued individuals as fought over by various factions. However, they no longer had any power and were forced to focus only on research. They were basically under house arrest. Those attacks did a number on this world, muttered Wang Wei. The original science and technology world was only a middle thousand world. Although Wang Wei controlled the laws of heaven and earth and even expanded the world at its essence, it was still a middle thousand world, making its spatial stability very fragile. When these two great emperors attacked with full force, they destroyed the world, killing more than 99% of its population. And in the 300 years Wang Wei was in retreat to cultivate, a new civilization sprouted out from the ashes of the old one. After checking the situation, he began to repair things. Using his spacetime law and fate law, he returned the world to its original state, including reviving the dead. The only problem was he could not save everybody. Many people died because of the Great Emperor's attack. And since these people were mortals, that attack eradicated their existence. And current Wang Wei could not do anything about that. However, he could still revive the people who died as a result of the world's destruction. He did try to save some people. Wang Wei tried using his past, present, future karma technique to save some people. He sent the news to one scientist in the past using a karma connection. He tasked the scientist to build a bunker for people's safety. Without heavenly Taoist restrictions, he can use his powers to do many things. Although the scientist could not convince many people the world was about to end, he did convince some. Unfortunately, this method failed as these people who died at the Great Emperor's attack still died even if they survived in the bunkers. As Wang Wei watched these specific individuals erased from existence, he muttered. So, Great Emperors have some form of causal or temporal immunity to attacks, spells, and techniques below the mortal realm. By all logic, Wang Wei changed the past and these people should have survived. But this was not the case. Helpless, he continued to return the world to its previous state. He returned society to its original order, but he had to deal with the lack of population. He tried to clone the people he could not revive. And as expected, the emperor's power did not allow these people to revive themselves in this manner. Helpless, he had to resort to create a large number of clones before modifying their faces. Luckily, there would be no problem in a short time because of the advanced genetic technology of this world. Nevertheless, Wang Wei also passed laws to encourage birth growth. He even removed the memories of the catastrophe from most of the population to prevent mass hysteria, depression, and anxiety. Finally, he left the blood samples for Saint, Supreme, and Quasi-Emperor for the scientists to continue their research. After exiting the science and technology world, he was somewhat worried that Grand Dao would show up and waited for a few minutes before he could move. He sighed in relief while also wondering how powerful Hongjun was even to protect him from Grand Dao. For the next few days, he waited for news from his ancestors while spending as much time as possible with his lovely wife. A week later, he received a summon and teleported to one of the sect's secret realms. "You are?" he asked, looking at the middle-aged man before him. He had a peaceful aura that indicated he was a very stable person. Maybe too stable. Origin 1. You can call me Sir Origin. Wang Wei cupped his hand to salute, but Origin 1 stopped him. "You're the sect master. You don't need to salute any of us." Wang Wei nodded, knowing this was one of the sect's rules. "Is everything already prepared?" "I thought it would take longer," continued Wang Wei. "During Gu Xian's trial we already had a semi-official alliance. So it was simpler to gather everyone." "That's good." He nodded. "Can I ask you a question?" "Sure, but I might not answer. I've heard about the others. Sword 1, Desolate 1, and so on. Do you all cultivate the same Tao as our emperors?" "Some of us do, but not all of us," Sword 1 replied. "For example, I cultivate Thunder Tao. However, Qiyuan blessed me with many abilities from Origin Tao. And it's the same for the others who cultivate different Taos." "That makes sense. So it's just a title." "You should understand that titles or words in general have power." "That's true." "Last question. The way you call the answer seems very intimate. Did you know him personally?" "Very astute," commented Origin 1. He knew this kind was intelligent, but it was different when you interacted with him and noticed this trait. "I was one of his elders back in the ancient Wang clan. I supported and protected him when others scorned him for his ideas and beliefs. I guess he would not be here today if not for you." "Maybe," replied Origin 1. "All right, let's begin the meeting." Wang Wei followed him to a room full of formations. After activating it, countless small screens appeared with people's faces. When Wang Wei showed up, everyone paid attention to him despite everyone present being an immortal tier powerhouse or accompanied by one. This was the political power of the sect master of the most powerful sect of the Myriad Emperor world and the son of an era title. "Greetings, fellow Taoist," began Wang Wei calmly, not nervous despite facing representatives of most of the emperor's lineages of the world from all 5 continents. "What is the reason for this meeting?" asked the Panlong race patriarch, who had an insurgent of his clan also accompanied. Typically, their sea race is left out of any conflict or interaction of the surface world. "Do you know of the recent changes that occurred in the lower dimension?" asked Wang Wei, getting directly into the core of this meeting. Most of the mortal leaders did not know what he was talking about, but the immortal powerhouses were aware. This is why Wang Wei insisted on them attending. These powerhouses immediately filled in their sect masters or patriarchs of the situation, resulting in small cluster chatters in this meeting. Wang Wei did not interrupt and gave these people enough time to think and process the information. "What does this have to do with this meeting?" asked the representative of the ancient clan, Huaru, Hua Fenghuang's father. "By now, you are aware that many other worlds see our rise as a threat," added Wang Wei. "Without the interference of the upper dimension, many of these people will become more bold and direct in their actions. If they want a planar war, we are not afraid of them," commented Jian Yi from the sword-casting villa. "This is not the main issue. If these worlds allied together, they could disturb our heaven-will battle," added the representative from the 5-element palace. "We should also consider the possibility of immortal sovereigns intervening," proposed Di Tian's father. Wang Wei nodded, as this was one of his main worries. He believed Heavenly Tao did not like the unstable factor of immortal sovereigns in the lower dimension. So, it schemed for their downfall, drastically reducing the number present. However, there should still be a few remaining. "Aren't you guys worrying too much?" stated the Mo clan patriarch from the western continent. Nothing has happened yet. Wang Wei glanced at him. He decided to keep the news of the Heaven Devourer Emperor's possible resurrection a secret since he had no proof besides his theory. Even if revealed, there is nothing to gain as of yet. Have you people forgotten the forbidden zones, especially the Dao burial ground? Said Wang Wei. Without pressure and possible intervention from the upper dimension, who knows what these people will do? Indeed, the forbidden zones have become a liability for the myriad emperor world. In the current state of the world with no immortal sovereign, dealing with any eternal emperors is a recipe for disaster. What do you suggest we do? Asked Tan Zichen, the sect madam of the Eternal Dream sect. You must have some solution if you ask us here. Yes, replied Wang Wei. My solution is simple. We need to activate the Human Protection Array. Not just it, but the Demon and Sea Race Protection Array. And, you guys should be glad I don't feel like giving a cliffhanger. Good faith. The Human and Demon Protection Array is the primary reason the Myriad Emperor world did not entirely succumb to the Devil Race invasion. With its help, many eternal emperors died when trying to overthrow the balance of the world. With its service, the Academy could also exile the Heaven Devourer Emperor. The only downside was it would activate itself when the world was in danger, indicating it had a consciousness. However, with the Human and Demon Destiny Swords showing up, it could be actively activated and controlled. Your plan is good and all, said Panlong Clan Patriarch. But the Sea Race does not have a protection array. Patriarch Long, at this point in history, we all know that's a lie, rebutted Wang Wei. For your race to prosper, they must have a luck-condensing artifact. And one of your emperors should have calculated the benefit of a racial protection array. Even the spirit race with the smallest population definitely has those two things. Junior, you are calling me a liar? Demanded the Panlong Patriarch with a slightly raised voice. Junior, said Wang Wei with his usual calm demeanor. Since when did the cultivator world respect strength? Long Hai, I give you respect because of your status, not your strength. Veins appeared on Patriarch Long Hai's forehead. Not convinced? You can fight me and learn how many fingers I will use to destroy you and make you contemplate your existence. I guarantee if you survive more than one, your name will forever be entrenched in the annals of history. The meeting became quiet as many people, mostly the mortal representatives, suddenly realized something. The younger generation had surpassed them. Many Heaven Chosens in this generation are already true persons, meaning they are in the same realm. And even the ones who broke through after the path of Supreme was no longer cut realized that their new realm didn't matter since these geniuses can still fight and defeat them. Excuse my patriarch for his outburst, said Panlong I, the Panlong race's insurgent. The Sea Race will partake in this endeavor and do its part. He decided to defuse this situation since things could go wrong for them. Unfortunately, he was a little too late. The Sea Race has always been suspicious. Everyone looked at the spoken person, and it was Chin Chin, a younger generation and recently appointed sect master of Origin Weapon Mountain. What's the meaning of this? Asked Panlong I. From a historical perspective, your race has suffered the least in all the world's catastrophes. You stay isolated in your sea, out of reach with no trouble, he reiterated. That is far from the truth. The bald monks of the incense era hunted and forcefully converted our race. The devil race slaughtered us in large quantities when we refused to betray our home and join them. We lost many immortal sovereigns while fighting with the surface world. We also suffered. That may be true, but enough, declared Wang Wei. We are not here to compete on who suffered most throughout history. In fact, he agreed with Chen Chen that the Sea Race suffered less among all the races and factions of the world. He even started to suspect they might have an immortal sovereign still alive and present. If there were a faction that did, it would be them. Although Ancestor Wuqing told him there were no more of them left in the Myriad Emperor world, he also was not 100% sure. Finally, Wang Wei has an inherent fear that something terrible exists deep at the bottom of the ocean. It stemmed from all the conspiracy theories he read back on Earth about Chitalu and the thing living deep in the sea. If a creature could survive in the sea of the Myriad Emperor world, he could not fathom how powerful or scary it would be. Since the Sea Race has agreed with our notion, we can continue with our assembly. That's good and all. But the Demon Race cannot do anything, said the Golden Lion Chiefess. We do not have the Demon Destiny Sword to activate the formation. The sword is in my hand, Wang Wei said calmly. And as a sign of good faith, I will hand it over to your race. The Demon Race representatives were immediately surprised. But before they could analyze the situation and give their thanks, someone objected, "Sect Master Wang Wei, is this really a good idea?" "I agree. I think it would be best to place it in a secure place that all our factions can safely guard." "I agree. Me as well. You humans only want to control the luck of our demon race. After what you people have done, do you blame us? And what about what you've done to us?" argued the demon representatives. "After billion years of suppression, you've killed more of our race than the Golden Ape Emperor ever could. Our actions are only to prevent history to repeat itself. You demons should be glad we did not exterminate your race from this world." "Alright, stop before things escalate," Wang Wei stated. In this kind of argument, his status as the perfect son of an era played its role. "I need all of you to start thinking and see things on a much larger scale, to go beyond the scope of the myriad emperor world and take into account the entire endless void." Everyone listened to him, waiting for him to finish talking. If you analyze the information from Gu Xian's trial, it's easy to notice that too many geniuses that would be described as era-suppressing have appeared in the lower dimension. It's almost as if a glorious age has occurred in many world communities. And what is the role of a glorious age? To cultivate eternal emperors. Exactly. In this generation, there is a high chance that more than a dozen eternal emperors will appear from the 3000 world community. You can imagine how complicated things would be if these people decided to give a devastating blow to the myriad emperor world and prevent our development. Wang Wei then looked at the demon race representative. "I will be direct. Your demon race is a potential problem. Your resentment for the human race can easily be exploited, leading to your betrayal. We would never do this. The myriad emperor world is as much our home as it is yours, humans," argued the Golden Rock chief. "Maybe so, but it does not change my statement," continued Wang Wei. "Eradicating your race is one solution to this problem. But I would like to avoid the price suffered in the process. So, here is my solution to deal with this problem. I will hand the sword to you. And the Tao opening sect will begin doing business with the northern continent, using the fox race as a proxy. I hope to slowly mend our relationship with this method." He then looked at the others. "I hope some of you can follow in our steps." Wang Wei needed to rally the entire world's power after proving the Tao. So, it was in his best interest to form alliances with all races. As for the Demon Destiny sword, he will take it back later. By then, since he will also take the other races' swords, the demon race cannot complain. It will also help if they have cultivated a good relationship by then. The other participants pondered their next steps. An alliance with the demon race was not worth it. The northern continent was barren with few truly valuable resources, besides the demon race itself. Regarding the few rare resources they had, the emperor lineages could plunder or buy them at a meager price because of exploitation. Allying with them will be one-sided, with their factions having to help the demon race. Furthermore, many of these factions hated or had a prejudice against the demon race. Some of the immortal insurgent presence lived during the reign of the Golden Ape Emperor, making it even more challenging to ally with them. Nevertheless, they also understood they needed to remove their emotions from the equation, thinking about things from different angles. In what ways will the Tao opening sect benefit from an alliance with the demon race? Maybe not an increase in resources but an increase in influence and political power. After years of oppression, the demon race had no choice but to become a tight group by bonding, turning them into a powerful force considering all the different tribes. If the Tao opening sect allied with the demon race, it would give them too much political influence on the myriad emperor world. "The Eternal Dream sect will always support our ally," said Sect Madame Tan Zichen. "The Academy will also help our fellow demon race," commented Song Li. After him, many of the top emperor lineages like the Sword-Casting Villa, the Tai Profound Gate and the Yin Moon Palace, also agreed, just because they didn't want the Tao opening sect to increase its influence. Wang Wei nodded as if he did not care. These people had impure motives and would show up during their interaction with the demon race. Meanwhile, he was considering things from a higher point of view and genuinely wanted to cooperate with the demon race to ensure the success of his plans. On behalf of the demon race, we sincerely thank everyone present. The Golden Lion Chiefess remained composed as she knew these people might be only words. She would not have any hope until she saw fundamental changes in the northern continent. "Since we have come to an agreement, let's discuss the issue of resources," stated Wang Wei. Compromise, gift bonus chapter? Thanks to SimCity Chabs for the gift. I still think this is not a good idea. Everyone looked at the person who suddenly destroyed the momentum of this assembly, and it was an insurgent from the Origin Rune Palace. Our actions are based on the premise that other planes will attack or intervene in our world. But nothing has happened yet, so why the need to act? Explained Formation 1. Everyone looked at him, wondering why he would disagree with something that was obviously beneficial to the entire world. Some people speculated it was something to do with the resource discussion, since it would take an extremely high amount of resources to keep these formations activated until the Heaven will battle. These people's speculations were correct. Formation 1 knew the Origin Rune Palace was in a precarious situation. As the founder of Array Dao in the Myriad Emperor world, they had a high status and respect. Unfortunately, it did not change the fact their sect only had 2 great emperors. So, regarding resource allocations, he feared being treated as one of the top emperor lineages with 5 or more emperors. Your objection means nothing since the majority has agreed, announced Wang Wei. The juniors in this generation seem to have massive egos, replied Formation 1. Wang Wei was calm while everyone watched with intrigue, waiting for his response. Do you want a beating? Asked Origin 1 with a fierce light in his eyes. If you do, I won't hesitate to break into your sect and give you. Formation 1 almost choked with anger after hearing this. He took a deep breath to calm down. Does your Dao opening sect want to use its power to force people? I've made a good point and am sure some people feel the same way. It's not about using our power, rebutted Origin 1. It's about not giving the title of sect master of our sect any respect. So watch your words and tone. Fine, I admit I went out of line, admitted Formation 1. But my point is valid. Nothing has yet to occur and we might be overreacting. It's fine if you don't want to participate, Wang Wei interjected. Your sect will not be included in the protection area of the formation. He then addressed everyone else. The same goes for all of you. If you don't want to participate, it's fine with me. As the holder of the Human Destiny Sword, I can activate the array only to protect the Dao opening sect when dangers arrive on our doorstep. That's not how the array works, rebutted Formation 1. It's connected to the luck of the human race and must protect us humans, not the Dao opening sect. He had lived through the rise of the Great Qin dynasty and the creation of the array. I can still make the Dao opening sect the array center. Furthermore, I can use my title as a son of an era to convince Heavenly Dao and the array that anyone who voted against this assembly is detrimental to the safety of the human race and not worth its protection. Can the era son do this? No one knew for sure. A few appear throughout the world's history, but none were complete son of era, where Heavenly Dao gave them all destinies without any competition. It would be pointless for some of us not to participate. That would be counterproductive to our objectives, commented the Five Elements Palace sect leader. If the array did not protect some factions, the foreign threats could use them to enter the Myriad Emperor world. Sect Master Wang Wei, you must have considered the issue of resources allocations? He continued asking. I have, replied Wang Wei before sending them a spreadsheet analyzing the resources each faction needs to pay to maintain the formation. The number is based on the amount of territory you occupied and the publicly available business or resource gathering spots that each of factions has. The number appeared a little high. As I said, it's only an estimate based on the resources you publicly display. If you consider the hidden ones, it's nothing much. No faction would publicly display all its wealth and resources. And taking into account that the burden will be shared with so many people, it is not much in the grand scheme of things. I only have some issues with the demon and sea race, continued Wang Wei. I know the demon don't have many resources despite having such large domains. So, the Dao opening sect will help you bear the burden until our cooperation bears fruit and you can stand on your own. We will gladly accept your aid, said the Golden Lion Chiefess. And we promise to one day repay the Dao opening sect. That's fine. Wang Wei knew the demon race still had pride and accepted their promise of repaying him. Anyway, he would not refuse to get his money back. Furthermore, he understood he needed to give them a certain autonomy or dignity to ensure a proper alliance between the two factions. As for the sea race, it was hard for me to get a good overview of your finances. So, you might have to modify it amongst yourselves. The sleepers did not pay much attention to the sea race like everybody else. So, even after taking over their operation, Wang Wei was still lacking compared to the surface world. Wouldn't it be better for each race to be responsible for their arrays? Finally spoke the Tengshi matriarch. Indeed, agreed the representative from the Myriad Spirit Mountain, the most powerful spirit race faction of the Myriad Emperor world with 5 great emperors. They only had accepted members of the spirit race in their sect. The spirit race had the lowest population, and if they only paid for their race's array it would be cheaper for them. So they agreed with this statement. I've considered this. But if that were done, it would result in us humans paying too much and the demons not being able to pay at all. And what's wrong with that? Asked the Panlong Patriarch. To prevent resentment and inability for the assembly to succeed. So, the best method is to consider the cost of all the arrays. That way we are paying for the other race's array and we are paying for yours. It's all about compromise. Even after Wang Wei said these words, the meeting did not immediately end. A few factions began negotiating the price they needed to pay, resulting in more people arguing. Ultimately, the assembly took another month of ongoing discussion before everyone reached a satisfactory conclusion. Even then, the Sea race asked for more time to figure things out and deal with the issue of their arrays. However, they only had 2 weeks at Wang Wei's insistence and pressure from the human race. The Origin Rune Palace also had to pay more than they were willing. And the main reason was their sect often used their status to occupy resources that their overall strength should not be able to hold. The devil cultivators in the West tried to cause some problems during the negotiation. But the D clan placed their foot down and even threatened Emperor Dao War to eradicate and suppress as many of them as possible. Besides the Dao opening sect, their factions had the highest stake in this assembly. With D Tian, they had the highest chance of winning the Heaven Will battle in this generation and did not want anything to intervene. Finally, everything proceeded smoothly and the assembly ended. Phew, exhaled Wang Wei out loud. You did a great job. You knew when to compromise, take a loss, and be firm. Basic diplomatic tactics. You are like Qiyuan when he was young. He always believes in talking first before using force. In fact, it was one of his flaws in his early years. Luckily, the Sword Empress and Battle Baniac were with him. They would act as his iron fist when he hesitated to take action. They seem like the perfect trio, commented Wang Wei. Indeed. Qiyuan can be too passive. Sword Empress was too aggressive, and Battle Maniac was the voice of reason, the perfect balance between the two, added Origin 1 as he reminisced on the past. I must warn you, said Origin 1 after regaining his bearing. I understand your plans require you to have some level of objectiveness and fairness for all races and factions. But you must remember you're from the Dao opening sect. I know. Plus I only need to appear fair. But the sect will always be my main priority. As long as you understand. I know it might be annoying to be constantly nagged by us old man. But our wisdom and cautiousness are the most valuable things we have to offer. Wang Wei nodded, as he would never dismiss the advice of someone who has lived so much longer than him and experienced so many things. So, after briefly chatting and reassuring Origin 1, he contacted the demon race to finalize their cooperation. Immortal Mansion. Wang Wei activated the formation to open communication with the demon race on the Black Tortoise Northern Continent. Sect Master, when are you sending the sword? Asked the Black Tiger Chief, trying to control his voice and hide his worries. Right now, replied Wang Wei. He used his Sect Master token to control the sect's surrounding space before opening a tear in the void and sending the sword into the northern continent, close to the primary habitat of one of the main tribes. The demon race sensed these actions and sent someone to fetch the sword. They also had their few remaining insurgent to check and ensure nothing was wrong with it. Thank you, said the Golden Lion Chiefess with great sincerity. She honestly thought this process would be more difficult, and the Dao opening sect would delay the process as much as possible while levying the sword to benefit them and further exploit the demon race. And part of her believed the sword might not be returned, that the sect master was only saying these words for the sake of the assembly. I'm only fulfilling my part of the agreement, replied Wang Wei. Now, let's discuss the gritty detail of our alliance. The discussion took little time. The alliance mainly involved the demon race using the power or name of the Dao opening sect. When dealing or trading resources with other factions, they can use their name or influence to prevent others from exploiting them. They can use the name to prevent others from occupying rare resource mines on the northern continent, plundering it before leaving it barren. They can use the sect's name to prevent others from draining most of the spirit chi from the northern continent and even use some measures to alleviate the situation. The alliance's essence is to target the root of the demon's race decline, and to ensure their prosperity and establish good feelings with the demon race. Wang Wei even promised the sect would send powerful cultivators to help them reinforce these new changes since he knew many factions would openly agree while sabotaging the alliance from the shadow. I have to say I was surprised, Sect Master Wang Wei, commented the chiefess. It seems you genuinely want to ally with our race. The prosperity of the demon race will benefit the entire world. Once he returns the environment to its innate chi space, the demons will have a resurgence because many of them have some innate lifeform's bloodline mixed with their lineage. And by absorbing innate chi, these demons will have a higher chance of activating these hidden bloodlines. One of his objectives is to ensure some level of peace and harmony between the races and factions. If you don't mind, I have a request, said the Golden Lion Chiefess, making Wang Wei frown slightly. Do say. We would like control of the demon school Chi Luck. Over the past 10,000 years, she has witnessed the benefit and horror of the school. The humans continue to preach to animals to awaken their intelligence and become low-level demons or demonic beasts. This act resulted in many factions increasing their military power through a large army of demons. However, this was only the beginning. These factions forced these low-level demons to fight and consume each other as cultivation. That way they did not have to use too many resources to cultivate an individual demon. The increase in demonic population in the other 4 continents has drastically boosted all professions in the world. Demonic beasts' bodies are one of the primary ingredients for many pills, arrays, weapons, and talismans. Talismans benefited the most since they required papers with spiritual chi to engrave runes, and demon race skins were the perfect materials. The herd-raising Valley's business took a big hit as they lost overwhelming control of the demonic beast market. Most factions do not have to rely on their services since they can use their school to raise and educate demonic beasts, ensuring their loyalty. No, replied Wang Wei, his tone very firm. Just like the academy control the concept of academy for your demon race, our sect must also control all aspects, including other races like the sea race. Wang Wei never liked that each race could create its own school concept by copying his idea. He felt Heavenly Tao should change the order of the world to prevent copyright infringement. As such, after creating the idea, he also followed so for all the other races to ensure their sect had sole control of the luck. I figure as much, replied the Golden Lion Chiefess. In that case, how about returning the Fox clan to us? Wang Wei did not immediately answer as he pondered. The Nine-Tail Fox clan has been on his mind lately. Once his plans are accomplished, the Wang, Li, and Yen clans will increase their number of emperors, thus shifting the already tilted power dynamic of the sect. So, he wanted to find a way to make up the power of the sectarian side. His first plan was to introduce the Fox clan into their factions. The two together would increase their chances of cultivating great emperors. However, he feared once the Fox clan had cultivated an emperor, they would become the 4th faction of the sect instead of supporting the sectarian section. Their racial identity made it easy for this possibility. 3 factions controlling the sect is fine since they can use the majority to decide significant events. But a 4th will result in complications if they cannot decide on a majority. I understand why you want their return, added Wang Wei. Emperor bloodlines are very important to the demon race. After a great emperor proved the Tao, their entire race's bloodline will also benefit. It is the same for humans, but it is not as apparent for them because the benefit of great emperors manifests more in the luck of their sects or clans. However, the current situation is the result of your poor management. If you want them to return, communicate with the Fox matriarch and convince her. The chiefess sighed as she knew this was unlikely to succeed. Their tribe treated the Fox clan poorly, to the point they saw no choice but to defect to the human race. I will try. Wang Wei nodded but did not continue the topic. After signing the alliance agreement, he ended the conversation. Have you decided what to do with the Fox clan? Asked Origin 1. No, but am leaning toward making them die-hard allies like the Eternal Dream sect. Are you not worried they would return to the demon race? I know they will return. But only after cultivating a great emperor. Before them, we only need to support them to the best of our capabilities. And generations later we will have a solid ally when they succeed. It's good you are thinking long-term. Origin 1 knew it was rare for young people like Wang Wei, who only has lived about 100,000 years, to consider things in terms of generations. I suddenly remember, did we ever find someone to cultivate the dragon sovereign chi? Yes. Was it another immortal venerable? No, it was one of the sealed quasi-emperor. He fit perfectly with the chi. Can mortal refine immortal chi on their own? Is there a difference between an immortal doing it or even with a great emperor's help? Yes, replied Origin 1. The core issue is the immortal mansion. Immortal venerables require it to produce more chi by converting it from outside energy sources like spiritual chi. The problem with mortals refining immortal chi is that they usually have to rely on a single string to create their immortal mansion, a process that requires a ton of time. Then, they must consider whether their bodies are strong enough to bear the power of the immortal mansion or whether their soul is strong enough to control it. After all of these issues, they have to survive immortal tribulations, explained Origin 1, who paused to gather his thoughts. If an immortal venerable refine a new chi, they only need to fine-tune their immortal mansion to adapt to the new chi and ensure they understand it enough to control. As for great emperors, they can refine the immortal mansion that is best suited for someone, ensuring a higher success rate of quality, which dictates the leaf strength of immortal venerables. Wang Wei understood his meaning. The higher the purity of a chi, the higher the leaf strength of the immortal venerable. In other words, immortal mansions refined by great emperors granted cultivators a higher chance of becoming a 9-leaf immortal venerable. Is there any way to accelerate the process? Wang Wei asked. Yes. We can use immortal, Tao, and even innate resources to help create immortal mansions. So, that's the real purpose of innate resources. Correct. They are wasted when used on mortals. Innate resources can help increase chi, help with grand Tao source comprehension, and are overall better suited for immortal tier powerhouses to use. Wang Wei agreed with this statement. Innate and chaos treasures are popular amongst heaven chosens because they can better boost their strength than emperor treasures, which are difficult to use. He said goodbye to Origin 1 before leaving. Li Jun and Liling is back? I'll go see them. Northern Black Tortoise Continent, Demon Race Tribal Alliance. After the meeting, the chiefs and chieftess looked at someone that did not show up but witnessed everything. Nevertheless, everyone present seems to have a sense of awe and reverence for him. What do you think? Aoshin, Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to SimCity Chabs for the gift. He's planning something, replied Aoshin. And it's something major, something that will take into account the entire world. Heavenly Tao has some hint of what it is, and it approves of his actions. That would explain why he was chosen as a complete son of Era. But what roles does our demon race plays in his plan? I don't know. But it seems to require harmony between races, continued Aoshin. In that case, how do we treat the alliance? Asked the Golden Lion Chieftess. Aoshin did not immediately answer, pondering about his race's future. The time spent in the martial hegemony world has benefited him immensely. Upon arrival he had to learn to hide and become quite good at it. But eventually his identity was revealed and he was forced to run away. While constantly running away and surviving, Aoshin became more powerful, cunning, calm, cautious, analytical, and ruthless. These traits allowed him to survive along with the good faith of one emperor lineage that shielded him without asking for anything in return. He also received countless fortunate encounters. So far, the alliance appears to be favorable to us. However, you have to make sure to alleviate the resentment of some of our members. Aoshin knew many tribes would not accept humans' aid. After billions of years of suffering, many clan members want nothing but revenge. They want to dominate the myriad emperor world and make the other races suffer the same fate. In his early years, Aoshin felt the same as these people. But as he grew up and learned more about the world's truth, he understood how difficult this task was. Only an eternal emperor on par with Empress Wu and the absolute beginning emperor could achieve the goal of these demon races. However, there are other problems to consider. If he overthrew the human race as the protagonist of the myriad emperor world, the founders of the most powerful factions might intervene. Aoshin learned the true foundations of these sects are the people who have ascended and achieved higher realms in the upper dimension. These people would never allow the destruction of their factions or the enslavement of the human race. Aoshin became depressed after figuring out this truth. And a few hundred years ago, when he learned about the closure of the lower dimension, he thought his plan might work. However, his cautious nature made him analyze things thoroughly and realize he would suffer the one suffering consequences if he annihilated the human race. These founders and previous emperors would never allow him to survive in the upper dimension. And Aoshin eliminated the possibility of hiding in the lower dimension since he wanted to continue his cultivation journey. After mulling over the situation, Aoshin realized that he needed to change his primary objective and not let hatred cloud his judgment. After becoming an eternal emperor, his goal should be to lead the demon race to prosperity and rival the other factions. He needed to take this rare opportunity of an upcoming era to ensure that the demon race dominated that era. And after years of prosperity, the demon race can rejuvenate itself and become one of the most potent factions in this world. I'm worried about them too, commented the Black Tiger chief. Hatred ran deep in many tribe members and they could affect this alliance. I will talk and explain the situation to them, said Ao Shin. But if they cannot control themselves for the overall betterment of the demon race, we will eradicate them. Is this necessary? I've already explained the entire situation to all of you. So, you should understand that hatred is detrimental to our future. We do understand. But you cannot expect many of us to suddenly forgive the humans. I don't expect you to. I just want you to be able to control your hatred and not let it affect the general situation, explained Ao Shin. Our demon race is so close to liberation. I don't want anything to affect us, especially our own kind. You're right. I will try to appease them, said the Golden Lion Chiefess. Good. What about the cultivation technique I gave you? How are things proceeding? Not very good. Our race is not very good at adapting to new things. Ao Shin frowned. One of the main reasons the demon race has become so weak is that humans exploited this weakness. They destroyed most of the race's knowledge and cultivation techniques. Most demons have to rely purely on absorbing spiritual chi to nourish their bloodline. That's all many people use for their cultivation. The cultivation method is so basic and rudimentary. Emperor bloodline tribes can use this method to reach the quasi-emperor realm. However, cultivation is extremely difficult for other tribes with lesser bloodlines. Ao Shin knew the demon race's inheritance was not completely gone. Tribes like Golden Lion, Black Tiger, Golden Rock, and others have some inheritance remaining. These inheritances included ways to temper bloodlines and techniques that allowed them to use their bloodline to create domain or blood dharma. Using these inheritances, years of trials and errors and a touch of fortune, they finally had one bloodline achieve atavism, resulting in the creation of Ao Shin, an innate dragon. Unfortunately, these tribes are adamant about keeping their inheritance amongst themselves and don't want to share it for the demon race's advancement and prosperity. Ao Shin concluded the tribal system itself was one of the reasons for the demon race's current decline. So, he wanted to change things. He created a new cultivation system after analyzing the martial hegemony world's martial arts system, the origin system, and the bloodline inheritance he received from his innate dragon bloodline. Ao Shin had his world views opened after experiencing life in another world community. He realized it was wrong for the demon race to rely too heavily on its bloodline. Because of the inherent designs and culture of the race, bloodline will inevitably be their primary form of cultivation. But they should not rely entirely on it. Ao Shin designed his cultivation method to involve the soul, Tao heart tempering, and law comprehension. Bloodlines have the natural ability to temper the body, but he optimized this ability based on his martial art understanding. He created a stage where the demon could fuse their laws into their bloodline to pass them down. Then, the next generation can use these laws to cast divine abilities and comprehend laws, but they cannot over-rely on them. They have to understand their own laws, fuse it with their bloodlines and repeat the process from one generation after another, ensuring the prosperity and development of every tribe. You need to be more active on this task, said Ao Shin with seriousness. If our demon race wants to rise, everyone has to work together and put in the effort. This cultivation system, although still flawed, will greatly benefit our race. It is a path of change or evolution. We will try to follow by example. The elders understood one of the core differences between humans and demons was their conservative nature and aversion to change. Humans by nature like to evolve and change. It's in their blood to evolve and adapt since it was the only way to survive in ancient times. However, after settling down and becoming the dominant race of this world, humans became conservative because of their culture and customs. By following their ancestors' words as if they were laws, they became conservative and less susceptible to change. The only time they will change is for their survival, for interest. But that's usually temporary, or when an authoritative figure, great emperor, sets a precedent for their entire race. Meanwhile, the demon race's conservatism is ingrained in their blood. They refuse to change the status quo. Even if a great emperor set a precedent for the race, the demon race might stop after a few generations if nothing is done. I need to see results before the heaven will battle, said Ao Shin in a severe tone. The spread of this cultivation system was vital to him for another reason besides the benefit of his race. During his journey, Ao Shin fused the marital hegemony world's martial arts system with the origin system, granting him the power of the Dui realm and almost dying in the process. Fascinated, he learned more about this power when encountering orthodox and unorthodox methods. Then, he thought of trying to see what would happen if he used both methods. He wanted to know what would happen if he created and spread a cultivation system to the demon race and had a clone receive the benefit. Then he would fuse it with his current body that already had D realm. Although this method might fail, it was worth trying, he thought before dismissing everybody and returning to his cultivation seclusion. Ao Shin took out a golden light of merit that floated in his palm. Hopefully this is enough for the heaven path tribulation, he muttered. Heaven path tribulation. Ao Shin was a careful man since he had to. As such, he was unwilling to lay all his eggs in one basket. He had to plan for the possibility of failing to prove the Tao, leaving himself a way out. By searching through his innate bloodline, he found the answer: the heaven path tribulation. Innate life forms are very hierarchical. Often, the rank in which they are born determines their status. A dragon born with the power of Saint Realm will have a higher position than one taken with the void-shattering realm. However, they can still cultivate and improve. Moreover, innate life forms had to evolve and change to survive against acquired life forms during the ancient war. And the main reason for their strength was the heaven path tribulation, which allowed Tier 9 innate life forms to enter Tier 10, on par with great emperors. After the tribulations, true heavenly Tao will bless their innate laws, allowing them to compete with the great emperor's grand Tao source. The Tier 10 innate life forms are called primarchs and are divided into 6 stars. The first star is equivalent to Immortal Venerable, the second star equals Tao Ancestors, the 3 stars were on par with third-class Great Emperors, and the 6 stars equal Eternal Emperors. The appearance of the Heaven Path Tribulation provided innate life forms the advantage in the war, but it was only a brief one. With their ingenuity, humans quickly discovered that after transferring innate bloodlines into their bodies and developing them to the point of awakening innate laws, they could also undergo tribulation and become primarchs. The only downside was the tribulation was 100 to 1,000 times more difficult for them, but that did not stop many people. Ao Shin learned that heavenly Tao would not prevent him from participating in the Heaven Will Bat because of his identity. However, if he wanted to participate in the tribulation after the battle, he needed to pay the price, hence why he gathered the merit. He plans to become a 6-star primarch if he fails to prove the Tao. Then he will protect the demon race in the upcoming era. After a while, he will refine his body and power into a race-protecting treasure for the demon race before going into reincarnation and trying again. Ao Shin's ambition is to be an eternal emperor since it is the best path of cultivation. Once a primarch left their chaos world, they would be as weak a chicken before an emperor, unless they can turn their innate laws into primordial laws or cultivate a body on par with fiend gods. He did not want to spend his entire life limited by the chaos world, nor did he know how to transfer his innate law into primordial law. The best course of action is to walk the emperor path. Ao Shin placed the merit away, thinking about how he could gather more since he did not know whether it was enough. The demon race needs a better intelligence agency. He realized how little information he could gather with the current system, which was dangerous since he knew little about his competitors. Therefore, he decided to take this matter seriously and oversee the process himself. Central Continent, Emperor Enlightening Academy. Headmaster Song Li ended the conference call with a pondering look. Maybe her decision is correct. His mind traveled 300 years ago after the deception trial. Su Shi asked for a meeting with the Academy's upper echelons. I want to prove the Tao in another world community. No one responded to her because of the shock of this sudden news. Su Shi, do you know what you are saying? Asked Song Li after regaining his composure. Proving the Tao in another world will mean you are now a foreigner. Even if you leave your inheritance to the Academy, we won't receive any luck or destiny. Su Shi was aware of the consequences since her actions were frowned upon. After becoming an emperor, even if she left her artifact, scripture, array and other resources for the sect, she would technically not count as the Academy's emperor since they would receive no luck or destiny. Even if she preached the Tao in the myriad emperor world, there would be no benefit since she is a foreign emperor. I understand the consequences, she explained. But after the trial, I realized my chances of winning the final battle were slim. And I cannot afford to lose. The elders were quiet as they knew about the trial. They were once excited about their heaven chosen breaking the barrier between mortals and immortals. But then they soon learned that all the other participants from the myriad emperor world did the same. And Wang Wei even achieved 6-leaf strength, and there was the possibility this level was not the limit of his power. I am sure we can find another method, commented a teacher. Or, we can still wait for another generation. Many people favored Su Shi over Lin Fan because she inherited all his positive qualities, not the bad ones like his lust. The only issue they had was her obsession with reviving him. However, as long as she could rein it a little, it would be the perfect driving force without interfering with her cultivation. There is always another way, chimed another teacher. They did not want to lose the opportunity to become a sect with 2 eternal emperors. And with Su Shi's talent, she would definitely become an eternal emperor. For more chapters, please visit pan0v.com. My husband's existence was affected when he died, so he cannot wait too long before I can revive him. To reconstruct his existence, I need to become an eternal emperor in this generation. Song Li frowned as he knew that existence reconstruction was not something any eternal emperor could do. But that was not the main issue. You know, Heavenly Tao will not allow foreigners to access their world imprints? Every living being has an imprint based on the world they are born. It is that imprint that identifies them as citizens of a world. The identity token that allows foreigners to participate in another world's heaven will battle worked on the imprint. And sometimes, when reviving someone from the dead, the imprint is necessary, as in the case of Lin Fan. I'm fully aware. But I can find another method or make a deal with the Myriad Emperor World's Emperor to help. No one said a word as they could see she had made up her mind. Her obsession with reviving Lin Fan had finally reached an uncontrollable point. A new era of change, prosperity and conflict is coming, stated Su Shi calmly. It would be best if the Academy has a great emperor representing them in that era, especially if the final victor is from the Tao opening sect. She had a point. After the Heaven-chosen trials ordeal, Wang Wei displayed no animosity toward the Academy besides the surface competition of the world's supposedly 2 most powerful factions. However, all that could be a mask. Give us some time to think about it, said Song Li, and Su Shi did not insist. After the conference, Song Li began to think her approach was correct. With recent events, it's apparent the Tao opening sect has grand plans for the upcoming era, most likely to be the leader. And if the Academy does not want to cease to exist, certain sacrifices must be made. Song Li knew he had a genuine reason to be worried. The birth of most emperors had relatively little effect on the top emperor lineages since they posed no threat to them. They only have to worry about pseudo-eternal emperors because the latter can use guerrilla tactics to slowly eat these factions before destroying them. However, eternal emperors are different. No single faction can face them in the current era with no immortal sovereign. If one wanted to destroy any factions, including the Tao opening sect, no one could stop them. After pondering for a moment, Song Li called for a meeting with the ancestors. He could not easily make such a decision and needed guidance. After a lengthy discussion, they concluded Su Shi's method was the best, despite the consequences. What about the previous plan? Asked Song Li. Should we continue? If it goes well, she will thank us. However, if it fails, it might result in her not even acknowledging us as her faction, replied Academy 1, the insurgent cultivated by Emperor Kong. The fact Su Shi became the Academy's heaven-chosen midway caused some trouble regarding her loyalty and belonging to the faction. Luckily, with Lin Fan as a medium, the Academy solved the problem. However, her recent decision has again caused some cracks in the relationship. And if this plan fails, the damages will be unrepairable. So, is it worth the risk? That's for you to decide. Song Li was speechless. He came here for guidance, not for him only to bear the burden of this choice. He exhaled out loud before being firmed. Let's do it. He took out a talisman to contact someone. Su Guan, you can do it. Learning experience. Su Guan sat in a room with his daughter, sweating all over his head and body. He took a cloth to wipe the sweat on his face before setting up the table. You need to lose weight, commented Su Shi. How can a cultivator be fat? That is a sign of prosperity. Anyway, it does not affect my health or combat ability, rebutted Su Guan, and he was telling the truth. Unless by choice, preference, or a weird physique, most cultivators are fit because fat is considered an impurity of the body and will be dispelled through the process of cultivation. Nevertheless, some cultivators enjoy looking plump and choose this way as an aesthetic. So, what brings you to see me? Asked Su Shi, deciding not to interfere in her father's choice. Do I need a reason to come see my daughter? True. Su Guan nodded before taking out something from his space ring and handing it to her. She was surprised as she had never seen something like this, despite her wealth of knowledge. What is it? Some kind of shoes? It's called a heel. About a month ago, the Tao opening sect began to sell this new and strange footwear. The popularity has reached the point that it's gotten to my radar. They looked beautiful, praised Su Shi before trying them on. Comfortable too. That's what all the women who tried it said, stated Su Guan. According to our commerce's predictions, this industry will soon become another staple business for their sect. Su Guan sighed out loud. Why do these powerful sects keep getting richer? Shouldn't they have enough? They could leave some opportunity for us peasants to struggle. Su Shi ignored her father's complaints. The Association of Chamber of Commerce is one of the most wealthy factions of the myriad emperor world, ranking top 100. They have not gone up in the ranking because their most potent backing is a third-class strength insurgent. And the fact they can keep such considerable wealth without trouble is proof of their diplomatic abilities and the connection they've made with different factions. Are you going to sell knockoffs of these shoes? Asked Su Shi. If you are, you should be careful of the Tao opening sect's reaction. The original plan was to create a cheap knockoff and sell it in the black market through the unaffiliated business of the association, replied Su Guan before gritting his teeth. However, the plan hadn't even started before ending. Did they warn you? She asked, slightly surprised. When it comes to products such as this one that can be easily copied, most factions will ignore copies as long as they control the primary market. They didn't have to, replied Su Guan. His pouting face somewhat made him adorable. Someone placed a powerful curse on the very concept of the heel. The knockoffs will spontaneously catch fire if someone else tries to sell it before self-destructing. This must be quite the unique curse, analyzed Su Shi. If they are willing to go such extreme for this product, then you shouldn't get into this business. I know this. I'm worried other people will begin using similar methods for other products. You don't have to worry much. How many people do you know can use such a curse? Even if any faction spent years cultivating a curse master, they might not reach that level, reassured Su Shi. She then took out the heels and admired how beautiful the design was. Then she frowned. I know. Su Guan was aware of this. But he has a business intuition that this method of protecting discoveries or inventions will become more regular in the future. And if that's the case, the association's commerce will be significantly affected. Have you noticed? He asked. Yes. The material on these shoes is terrible. Even if I refined them and added more runes, they would only last a few decades. It's done on purpose. To sell more shoes, she instantly realized. Yes. They designed the products to last a specific time, forcing people to come back and buy more. Quite the ingenious tactic, elaborated Su Guan with glistening eyes. The shoes are even designed to self-destruct if someone tries to modify them. According to tests done by the association, only the best artifact refiners have the skills to temper with these shoes. However, the material used still limits them. Truly ingenious, muttered Su Shi as she knew who was responsible for this product and all these tactics. She has secretly infiltrated the Tao opening sect's domain, and she was genuinely shocked by the experience. It was like a completely different place from the rest of the world. The mortal had created a civilization entirely based on puppetry and constructs. They were educated, healthy, well-fed, and generally happy. Cultivators and mortals lived together in harmony. Su Shi was greatly surprised by what she saw. The amount of luck the mortals could provide the Tao opening sect because of their excellent reputation was at least 5 times more than any other sect with the same population. After that visit, she returned to the sect to analyze the root of this vast difference. Su Shi discovered it was the result of the schools and constructs. After the schools stopped providing other factions with luck, they all stopped and ignored them. The same happened for the constructs. Once the benefit stopped, they returned to the old ways. For more chapters, please visit pan0v.com. But not the Tao opening sect. They persevered to the point of allowing the mortals to create another civilization besides cultivation. A civilization with them as the core. Immediately afterward, she used her power as the next headmaster to copy their model. However, Su Shi discovered the main thing preventing her from reaching the same success level as the Tao opening sect is the inability of the academy's students and teachers to look at mortals with equality. Wang Wei faced the same problem in the early development of the sect's domain, but used his status to persevere, hence today's result. And this has been Su Shi's plan as well, but there hasn't been any result yet. But she now feared after leaving the academy, things would return to their original state. Enough business talk, said Su Guan. Let's enjoy our father-daughter time. He served her some unique tea he had recently received. Moments like this made me wish your mother was still here, sighed Su Guan. she would have been proud of your achievements. Maybe, replied Su Shi. Her mother died after giving birth, so one of her father's many concubines raised her. She did not know her mother, but the concubine treated her like her own. So, Su Shi never lacked motherly love since she always had a mother. Suddenly she felt something was wrong, and before she could react she fainted on the floor. And not long afterward, a bunch of teachers from the academy appeared in her room. She will be fine, right? Asked Su Guan. You don't have to worry, said Song Li. We will only place her in a powerful illusion where she can experience Lin Fan's life from a third-party perspective. Our objective is to see that although he loved her, it was not to the point where she needed to be obsessed with reviving him. Will it work? It depends on her, whether she is willing to accept this fact. Su Guan sighed as he was out of ideas. He tried to talk to her many times about this subject but would be rejected every time. And one time he tried to involve her mother and she almost stopped talking to him because of it. As a last result, he had to rely on the Academy's extreme method. Shire, I'm sorry. But this is for your own good. Su Guan not only cared about the prospect of his family once his daughter proved the Tao, but he genuinely wanted her to be happy. And Lin Fan has become a roadblock to that happiness. Moon, ancient aristocratic clans. Huafeng Huang opened her eyes, and the power of innate laws emanated from her body. She sensed someone outside her room and controlled the formations to allow entry. Pian Dan 0 Vel. C0M Father. How are things? Asked Huaru after saluting his daughter. I've awakened 3 innate laws, but the final fusion of all 5 bloodlines is not complete. Were there any issues with the primordial dragon's bloodline? No. I've absorbed his wood and thunder laws and fused them with my sovereign water law. The flame law. It was lost in the fusion process, Huafeng Huang replied with some regret. You should be satisfied with 2 out of 3. Have you awakened bloodline memories? Not yet. I'm waiting for the final fusion. It's good to be prudent. Race, what happened in the assembly? Huaru handed her a talisman that summarized everything that had occurred. After reviewing the information she frowned. Is this why he was chosen instead of me? Huafeng Huang felt Heavenly Tao should have granted her some destiny in this new era because of her desire to change the world for the better. Now, after reviewing the assembly, she understood the reason, her biases. She favored the ancient clan too much, and her methods would break the balance of the world. So, I should learn from him? Do not give the ancient clan too much power, at least on the surface. Learn to compromise and even lose for the sake of the entire world. Huafeng Huang squinted her eyes as she mulled over the future of her clan. Some changes needed to be made. Li Jun's encounter. Pan Dian 0 VL C M Origin Weapon Mountain. Qin Qin ended the formation deep in thought. The past few years have not been kind to him. He did not show up in the early stages of this glorious age, waiting for the opportune time. During his time in hiding, Qin Qin was confident he was par with all the other Heaven Chosens. His competition with Tong Ruobing was proof of his prowess. Unfortunately, everything changed after she encountered a man named Wu Ming. Qin Qin did not know what she got from him. But after that encounter she easily surpassed him, frustrating him beyond words. And things worsened when he encountered Heaven Chosens like Wang Wei, Feng Heng, Huafeng Huang and others. He realized these people were in a class of their own, and his rival Tong Ruobing was now part of this class. Qin Qin's ambition has always been to create the most powerful artifact in history, surpassing the all-encompassing mirror that the Refiner ancestor created. The mirror is, without a doubt, the most powerful artifact of the Myriad Emperor world, despite the Refiner ancestor being only a pseudo-eternal emperor. Qin Qin wanted to create the most powerful artifact of the lower dimension, surpassing all artifacts in the lower dimension. And without proving the Tao and becoming an eternal emperor, he could not accomplish his goal. After sighing in desolation, Qin Qin took out a booklet from his space ring, a pondering look deep in his eyes. 200 years ago he received a fortunate encounter that could change his life. It was the inheritance from a foreign heaven world named Mechanized Puppet World. He did not know this inheritance was in the Myriad Emperor world, nor did he care. The cultivation system of that world involved created a puppet that is empty inside, and the cultivators can enter to control. The puppets are essentially operated armors. That's the best way Qin Qin could describe them. Qin Qin did not care for the novelty of this system. In his eyes, these puppets were nothing but well-crafted magical artifacts used in another system. Furthermore, he could see the flaw in this system: reliance on foreign aid. The cultivators who controlled the puppets were naturally weak, having only cultivated their spiritual power to control the puppets better and have the ability to create and update them. In the later stages of this system, cultivators can create law puppets, but they still have to summon their puppets from their sea of consciousness when needed for battle. If someone is fast enough, they can take advantage of this flaw. This issue is solved only after the heaven will battle. After proving the Tao, the cultivator will inherit their puppet's power, while the artifacts will become something similar to a proving Tao artifact. A technique considered forbidden in the mechanized puppet world allowed the cultivators to fuse with their mechanized puppets permanently, to eliminate the boundaries between flesh and metal, human and puppet, to eliminate the boundaries of self and tool. The moment Qinshin read about this technique, he thought about fusing with an Emperor tier puppet. Of course, reasons told him that was impossible, but he still could do it for an immortal tier 1. However, this technique had a high failure rate and the consequence was worse than death. He previously rejected taking such risks. But now, as he watched his peers surpass him, as he sensed the upcoming era, he hesitated. Was the risk worth it? That's all he could think about. Qinshin spent the next few hours thinking to himself, asking not to be disturbed. Then he gritted his teeth as he made a decision. Tell the elders I'm going to the refiner paradise world. Qinshin believed that he had a higher chance of success if he refined the immortal tier puppet himself. And only in places like the refiner paradise world, where refining masters can prove the Tao only based on their skills, would grant him the skill to achieve such a feat. People reacted differently to the assembly. However, one consensus that every participant agreed upon: a new era of strife was upon the world, and the son of an era had a plan for that era. After finishing the negotiations, Wang Wei headed to Li Jun's mountain to meet the latter. It has been a while since they talked and interacted. After serving tea, the three reminisced about what had happened to them. Nothing exciting occurred for a while, explained Li Jun. After receiving the talisman from the ancestor, I went into retreat, even using the time formation. You must have gotten quite the result? Asked Wang Wei. Indeed. I realized how much I underused my physique. As long as you learn. Liling, what about you? A lot occurred. I received the ancestor's talisman right after the automatic cauldron succeeded in producing heaven-grade pills. And with what I learned, Saint pills won't be a problem. That's good news, nodded Wang Wei. What about the acquired source rune physique I mentioned? I've succeeded, she replied before raising her hand, displaying as it turned into a hand made of runes. I've turned all the cells in my body into runes as you suggested. But why do I feel you're not that excited? I am. It's just that pill refining talent also involved flame control, herbology, purification and runes. This physique has drastically elevated the runes aspect but only slightly affected the others. 4 more chapters, please visit pan0v.l. The most significant benefit Yen Liling received from this physique is her talent for the other professions has been elevated, granting her the skill required for the automatic cauldron. I'm more excited about your force control skill. It has helped me a lot in my refining methods. That's good. What about the Dui realm? I've also succeeded. I've refined my divine sea into a spiritual herb garden. Yen Liling waved her hand to show inside her divine sea, where she planted various spiritual herbs. Her origin essence will nourish the herbs while some will produce spiritual qi similar to Wang Wei qi flow divine ability. Although it is only the first stage, I'm satisfied, she concluded. Wang Wei nodded before looking at Li Jun. Nothing yet, he replied, slightly embarrassed. It seems your cultivation talent is lacking a little, commented Wang Wei, and Li Jun agreed. His battle talent is on par with the likes of Feng Heng and other heaven chosen that have broken the boundary of mortal and immortal. However, his talent for cultivation, as in going through realms and comprehension, was lacking to them. This might help, stated Wang Wei as he took 2 small purple orbs, 2 strings of chaos qi? Yes. After close to 100,000 years, I've condensed these 2 from innate qi, commented Wang Wei. After spending more than 90,000 years listening to his ancestors' preaching, his qi flower ability produced these 2 strings. Have one of the insurgent ancestors wash your body and soul with these qis. It should increase your cultivation talent. Li Jun was not hypocritical by rejecting something that he truly desired, especially since it came from his brother, so he calmly accepted the offer. I may have another way to help you, but I don't know if it will work. What is it? Wait until I know if it will work and I'll tell you. What's with all the mystery? Complained Li Jun before sipping his tea. I just don't want to give you false hope. Whatever. He could wait. Before I forget, announced Wang Wei. Don't forget to lend your talisman to the ancestors. It might be helpful to them. We were just thinking this, added Yen Liling. We've learned so much from the ancestors and hoped the entire sect would benefit. I'm sure they will. Wang Wei suspected the ancestors left something for the sect's insurgents. And when he started dealing with Origin 1 instead of Sword 1, he confirmed his theory. We also have something for you, said Li Jun before handing him a talisman containing a memory. Intrigued, Wang Wei activated it and saw a scene from a few days ago. Li Jun and Yen Liling were walking in a forest, traveling throughout the world while flirting with one another. The couple wanted to take this opportunity to have a vacation after spending so long not seeing each other. Then, out of nowhere, a flaming meteor came crashing from the sky, blocking their path. After the dust clouds blew out, a handsome young man dressed in flame-red robe appeared before them. He had soft skin and a noble and elegant aura naturally emanated from him. However, deep in his eyes was a very well-hidden cunningness. You're Li Jun and Yen Liling, correct? Wang Wei scarred dogs? Li Jun calmly looked at him before answering with a smile. We are. And whom might you be? Yang Guowei. Am I supposed to know who that is? Continued Li Jun despite lying. He knew who this man was from the Fate Shadow Guards. From the Yang family, added Yang Guowei, his eyes twitching slightly. Oh, you're the cheater Nine Sons Emperor's offspring. Li Jun versus Yang Guowei. Cheating? Replied Yang Guowei with a sneer. Anything goes for the final throne. It's not my father's fault your elders were stupid enough to fall for such a trick. What did you say? Yen Liling asked, triggered by this comment. No one can badmouth her elders. Li Jun placed his hand on her shoulder, calming her nerves. He was also mad since the Nine-Sun Emperor basically destroyed the Tao heart of his brother's grandfathers. That heaven will was wasted on your father. Any of our elders could have become pseudo-eternals and even eternals. But your father barely became a first class. All I'm hearing are excuses from sore losers. Okay, I don't want to waste time with you, countered Li Jun. Every second looking at your ugly face, I feel my lifespan rapidly shrink. Veins appeared on Yang Guowei's forehead. He had to admit this comeback was a good one. What do you want? Continued Li Jun. I want the deceiving heaven longevity art. And what does it have to do with us? Li Jun suddenly thought of something. You want to kidnap us to blackmail Big Brother Wang Wei? I guess you're not as stupid as you look. Interesting, commented Li Jun as he took out his spear. I haven't had a good fight in a while. He did not hesitate to deploy his domain, turning the surrounding into a world of crimson red, the same as his hair. Meanwhile, Yen Liling flew out of the boundaries of this confrontation. The same for me, replied Yang Guowei as he also deployed his domain, turning his surroundings into a world of white. Looking from above, these clashes looked like two circles, one red and the other white, clashing, trying to overwhelm the other. Let's test the water first, thought Li Jun as he waved his spear. Then an infinite number of weapons manifested in the sky. Spears, swords, sabers, halberds, axes, bows and others. Slaughter Dao includes weapon laws that are further divided into spear, sword, and saber laws on top of myriad other weapons. Yang Guowei calmly watched these infinite weapons descend upon him. He had no fear despite their powers to destroy countless middle thousand worlds. Numerous black circles appeared above him, and black holes came out from the circles. They easily swallowed the weapons. Then the black holes turned into a black cloud that spread throughout Li Jun's domain, turning his side from red to black. Darkness has contributed to numerous acts of slaughter, stated Li Jun as he quickly dispelled the power of darkness. Before humans discovered fire, too many people died because of the species' inability to see in the dark. Countless military tactics involved using the darkness to commit acts of slaughter. So, darkness was one of the weapons of darkness. Li Jun placed the tip of his spear on the ground. The earth turned gray, the color of death. An army of dead soldiers, ghosts and zombies rose from the soil. There were billions of dead, all ready to listen to their ruler's command. Li Jun took the battle maniac's advice and reforged his slaughter Dao. He included Yin law, judgment law, sovereign law, and a little bit of life and death, all in preparation for Wang Wei's plan. Of course, he only uses enough death law not to become an outlaw. As the Yin Legion rushed toward Yang Guowei, he activated the black holes to swallow them. Unfortunately, these soldiers were immune to the physical attacks of this black hole. and the devouring power of these black holes did not reach the conceptual level. Yang Guowei controlled the black circle to release a power associated with death and use it on the Legion. However, the attacks could only kill half the Legion, but Li Jun could also create an infinite number of the same amount that he could kill, making his attempt futile. So he chose another tactic. The black circles turned red before releasing 9 suns. Then, pure yang flames emanated from each sun, evaporating the undead Legion into ashes. Black represents darkness and death and is also a color associated with black holes. Meanwhile, fire is always associated with the color red. A chromatic Dao analyzed Li Jun. He immediately could tell his opponent would be a versatile fighter since colors are associated with many things, some with physical things and others with concepts. Furthermore, colors are often associated with emotions, so Li Jun immediately prepared for this possibility. He used a new technique he learned called primordial spirit projection. Another illusory primordial spirit split from the one in his sea of consciousness. All spiritual attacks, including emotional control, will be directed at the projection, protecting the main one. Additionally, Li Jun can use this method to detect unnoticeable spiritual attacks like secretly affecting his emotions. As soon as he used this technique, he saw a slight red flash in the projection's eyes. Excitement? He wants me too excited and become careless? Analyzed Li Jun. Let's get serious. Death Judgment. A scale appeared in the sky with the words life and death on each side / then, it tilted to the death side. A brilliant golden light descended from the heavens, headed directly toward Yang Guowei with incredible speed. For more chapters, please visit pan0v.l. Luckily, his white domain turned orange, representing slowness and drastically reducing the attack's speed. In addition to the time spent destroying the red suns, Yang Guowei finally reduced the attack speed to a point where he could react. 2 circles appeared above his head. The first was green, representing the Earth's solid nature and defensive capabilities. The second was black and white, which generated a yin-yang shield. Yang was measures defended against Li Jun's attack. However, his opponent did not give him time to breathe. He saw Li Jun rushing towards him with a tsunami of blood following him. He could hear the scream of the fallen from the blood ocean but quickly protected his mind with a color barrier. He used the color black, this time associated with space and the void, to teleport the blood river away from him. He tried doing the same with Li Jun, but the latter resisted. Yang Guowei had to defend against Li Jun's spear. So, at the last minute, he condensed his domain into a protective barrier before him. Boom. The clash made the surroundings tremble as the space broke apart. The trees flew away, mountains broke and rivers dried up. Li Jun slid backward because of the shockwave. Meanwhile, Yang Guowei was perfectly intact. At least that's how it appeared. What? Yang Guowei spat a mouth of blood, and his complexion became paler. What? I blocked that attack. Absolute control of the domain is one of the main requirements to enter the Supreme Realm. And not many people, including his peers, can condense it into a protective barrier right after entering the Saint Realm. As such, he should have blocked the attack. Yang Guowei immediately used the yellow color that represented plants to heal himself. Unfortunately, this method failed as he sensed his body rapidly become weaker. He tried the color gold, which represented light and also healing. It was the same result. He rapidly analyzed the situation before things reached a critical condition. What is the greatest cause of death throughout history? He muttered. Sickness. It was not cultivators, mortal strife, or the environment that caused the greatest death throughout history. Sickness. Trillions upon trillions of mortals die every day because of disease. You figured it out, commented Li Jun. Birth, aging, sickness and death, the 4 fundamental aspects of life. Yet, cultivators have removed this aspect from the equation. I think it was about time for that to change. 5 colors appeared before Yang Guowei as he continued to cough blood and get weaker. According to medicinal theory, sickness results from an imbalance of the 5 elements. So, he used them to cure himself and this method had some effect. Nevertheless, he still felt a sense of weakness, and his origin essence operated slower than usual. I can't believe I have to use my full power on someone like Li Jun. Yang Guowei felt humiliated, but he had no choice. Suddenly, his eyes glanced in one direction before returning to normal. It was such a passing glance, so subtle that no one would notice he was looking somewhere else, thinking he was simply scanning his surroundings. Then Yang Guowei took a talisman and disappeared, making Li Jun and Yan Liling frown. Wang Wei finished watching the fight through the talisman. What's your analysis on him? He appeared prideful because of his emperor offspring identity. However, I feel like this is nothing but a mask. Given who his father is, he is most likely as cunning as the latter. I would not be surprised if he tried a similar tactic as his father, commented Li Jun. He's definitely ruthless and willing to do anything for his goal, added Yan Liling. During the entire fight, I felt he kept an eye on me secretly. I think he was scheming on kidnapping me to get you to surrender. Really? I didn't notice this. Yan Liling was very sensitive because of the recent improvement of her soul and new physique. So she felt his malice. The question is why he suddenly left the fight when he seemed prepared to go all out, questioned Wang Wei. He sensed something and looked outside. Li Jun and Yan Liling felt the same thing and observed the sky outside. There was a vision of golden clouds accompanied by the sound of the Tao, which covered the entire world. The group calculated the reason and learned someone in this generation had already broken into the Supreme Realm, surprising everyone. Most Heaven Chosens were still in the void-shattering realm, with a few entering the Saint Realm. But someone had become a true monarch out of nowhere. Wang Wei divined more information but only learned it was a sealed Heaven Chosen who cultivated. However, something blocked other details on the latter. While pondering on the person's identity and whether they had a purpose for cultivating so fast, Heavenly Tao suddenly sent a message to all cultivators in the world. And it involved this generation's cleanup. The cleanup? Something is wrong, thought Wang Wei. The cleanup is a generational event where cultivators of the Myriad Emperor world essentially go on a slaughter spree in the 9 Devil God world, culling the strength of the devil race. The purpose is to prevent any possibility of rising. Although it was a generational event, not everyone participated. And sometimes only a few people do so, mainly loose cultivators, since it is an excellent opportunity to gather resources in another world. This event had the most significant after the Devil Era. Back then, cultivators were full of hatred and animosity and took it out on the surviving race. In the next few generations after the end of the era, the Devil race was almost extinct because of how much people hunted them down. Typically, the cleanup should not be important in this generation, nor did it warrant an announcement from Heavenly Tao. But this has changed today because the cleanup involved the Heaven Will battle. Heavenly Tao announced that participants needed an entry token to participate in this generation's Heaven Will battle. The exact date will be after a certain number of Heaven Chosen enter the Supreme Realm. And the permit will be acquired based on the number of devils killed during this generation's cleanup. Wang Wei pondered for a moment. The system of entry tokens is not new regarding Heaven Will battles. Most of the time, any individual can participate in the battle as long they are recognized citizens and do not have karma from the previous generation. However, Heavenly Tao sometimes uses the entry token system to weed out too many participants. There must be some anomaly with the 9 Devil God world for Heavenly Tao to use this method. Furthermore, the token system might have lasting ramifications in this generation's battle. Wang Wei took a talisman to contact Wang Ju. A few minutes later, a massive shadow appeared in the room he was in, and a book manifested from the shadow, landing in his hand. After quickly reading it, he handed it to Li Jun and Yan Liling. According to the Sleeper's archive, near the end of the new Emperor era, something similar occurred where Heavenly Tao used the entry token to cause severe damage to the 9 Devil Gods world. And it was because an unparalleled genius had appeared in their race that needed to be eradicated. Interesting, thought Wang Wei. The devil invasion has some connection to a true devil in the upper dimension. So, he is interested in the devil race and their history. He chatted with the two for a while and set up an elder meeting to discuss sect matters. Wang Wei then flew home to see Wu Hong. "Are you coming to ask me about the true devil responsible for the devil race's actions?" she asked while drinking tea. She was not reading but painting. "Yes. I don't know much since he was dealt with by the time I ascended. And my memories are incomplete," she continued. The situation has always been weird to her for some reason, and it was not just because of her missing memories. All I know is that event inspired Qiyuan to begin the second battle of origin and the ultimate taboo. Speaking of which, what is this ultimate taboo? I can't say much since you're too weak, but I'm sure you've put 2 and 2 together and have a pretty close guess. He did have some guesses, but he felt he was missing a lot. However, he did not continue to ask. Speaking of taboos, have you experienced all of them? Which one is the most terrifying? There are a few that I've only heard about, she replied while continuing to paint and not focusing on him. As for the most terrifying? Well, there is some nuance to this answer. The ultimate taboo should have been the most terrifying. But since everyone failed and died, it reduced its significance. So, the title goes to the Six Cardinals Tribunal. Most cultivators believe them to be only rumors or whispers, only during the ultimate taboo, that they confirm their existence and how terrifying they are. Even the current Maitreya and Supreme Unity are only slightly bigger ants before the Six Cardinals. Wu Hong stopped her action and looked up at Wang Wei up and down. What is it? You're really a trouble magnet. What did I do? Do I have any connection with whatever taboo you were thinking about? Not yet, but you will if you want to be free from fate. Wang Wei groaned as he caressed his temples. His intuition told him she was correct. All right, let's not talk about these things. Wu Hong shrugged as she continued to paint and enjoy her tea. What are you going to do? Go into retreat? I have to undergo my Saint Realm tribulation and flesh tribulation. Then I will go into retreat. Are you going to undergo mortal dust before entering the Supreme Realm? I am. That's good. It's always beneficial to temper the mind and heart when given a chance. Furthermore, when done correctly, mortal dust is a great way to deepen understanding OF's own Tao. Speaking of which, my parents should be back in a while. Wang Wei had a feeling they would be returning soon. Really? I miss father and mother. Me too. How about grandfather? Still in retreat? Yes. I've checked on him and he's still dealing with his Tao heart, replied Wang Wei. Do you know any method to cure shattered Tao heart? In this chaos world the answer is no, replied Wu Hong. The laws of this chaos world has placed great restrictions on resources dealing with Tao heart. Is it to weed out the elite and the weak-minded? Yes, but also to encourage cultivators to rely on themselves to deal with the issue. For more chapters, please visit pan0v.com. That's unfair, declared Wang Wei, who felt there should be a better way to deal with this issue. You're only feeling this way because it affects you. You don't have to expose my hypocrisy so blatantly. Wu Hong ignored his fake outcry. You don't have to worry about grandfather. Your plan to have him defeat 9 sons should work. Hope so, replied Wang Wei as he stood next to her, watching her masterpiece. He had nothing to do until a few days later when he had to activate the Human Protection Array and finish the Myriad Emperor World's protection. Sons, Yang Clan Estate. Yang Guowei was talking to a few elders when he sensed something. He dismissed everyone before activating the room's formation, showing the figure of a hidden figure cloud in darkness. What is it? He asked. How are things proceeding? It's only been a few days. The dark figure paused as they sensed something in Yang Guowei's tone. Are you still mad about the other day? No. You should know it would have been impossible to kidnap them without alerting Wang Wei. And since you know his strength, you should guess what your fate would have been. I know. The figure paused for a moment. All right. Don't forget our agreement. He then disconnected the communication and Yang Guowei squinted his eyes. Somewhere in the Myriad Emperor world, the dark figure ended the formation. He was a young man with green eyes. His face was handsome until an insect came from his ears and burrowed into his cheeks. And the figure behaved as if he felt or sensed nothing. This Yang Guowei is a snake. I cannot determine his motive and behavior pattern, he thought. Anyways, as long as his father is on our side, he should behave. He then activated the formation to contact 2 others. Yu Zhu Hao, I've told you not to call me by that name, parasite. Fine. Undead Flame, how is your situation? Not good. I think the Fate Shadow Guards have spotted me? So soon? They knew they could not hide for long, but the longer they could, the better the situation was for them. I think they are only suspicious. But some people have been monitoring me and my contact with the corpse-selling sect. You need to be more careful and better hide your track. I will. Parasite then looked at the second individual. Designer, how are things on your side? Excellent. As long as you gather the resources and have enough people to sacrifice, I guarantee you a weapon capable of killing a 3rd-class emperor, reassured a young man with dirt all over his face. I guarantee you these 2 9-extremity foundations won't survive. Don't worry about the sacrifices. I've already established a semi-decent alliance with many Heaven Chosens. I will turn everyone against these 2 if I have to. What about the Suppressing Fate Alliance? Do you think we can ally with them? Asked Undead Flame. Maybe. I'm hesitating to deal with Mo Xingyun since she might be connected to the Heaven Devourer Emperor. If she is as selfish as her ancestor, it won't be a bad thing if she's the one who proves the Tao. Their objective is to prevent the rise of the Myriad Emperor world or at least delay it for as long as possible. So, if someone as selfish as Heaven Devourer Emperor become Emperor, they would never help or lead this new era. Let's wait and see. The moment Parasite said these words, he and the others sensed something. Then they received Heavenly Tao's message. Immediately, Parasite's face changed as the situation just got complicated. Heavenly Tao uses the entry token system to reduce the number of participants in the battle. And if it is the same in this cleanup, their plan, which requires ganging up on Wang Wei and Di Tian, will be in jeopardy. What do you think? Asked Parasite. It doesn't make sense to restrict the participants' size, commented Designer. In Heaven battles where Eternal Emperor should appear, it has always been a free-for-all so that the final winner is the person who suppresses every individual. According to precedent, a few times Heavenly Tao tried to cultivate an Eternal Emperor through a glorious age that skipped the previous generation, and countless heavenly physiques showed up. And in all these battles, there have never been restrictions on the participant number. Do you think it's because of the era sun? Asked Undead Flame. No. Heavenly Tao cannot show that much favoritism, even if it would benefit it, analyzed Parasite. Let's just until the cleanup. This might be because of an unknown situation in the Devil God world. Saint Tribulation. Wang Wei held the Human Destiny Sword in his hand. At the decided time he activated it. A brilliant light rushed from the department of the Tao opening sect, shining over the entire world. And from that light appeared a golden formation made of countless circular runes with different designs. It covered most of the world. Subsequently, 3 more lights rushed to the sky. The silver one from the northern continent was from the demon race. The blue one from the Eastern Ocean, located between the central and eastern continent, came from the sea race. The last one was white and it came from the eastern continent. The different color formations appeared above the heavens before fusing. The process was easier than expected, making Wang Wei believe that someone thought of this possibility and tempered these formations. His guess is Emperor Kong, since only an eternal emperor would have the means to detect these hidden formations. Of course he had no proof. As he proceeded with the fusion, he strengthened his theory even more. He discovered that it was not someone tempered with the other formations but the human protection array. They made it more compatible with fusing with different arrays. Focusing on the task at hand, he finished the fusion process before giving it 2 main directions. Firstly, watch any movement from the forbidden zones, especially the Tao burial ground. Secondly, be on the lookout for foreigners approaching and entering the Myriad Emperor world. Once everything finished, Wang Wei felt a sense of relief. The next step of this plan was the committee that ensures each faction pays its share of resources. He had already chosen a reliable delegate from the sectarian faction to send for the committee. While mortals, ordinary cultivators and non-emperor lineages wondered what was happening in the world, Wang Wei had other stuff to do. Tai Gang had returned and he wanted to chat with him. How did things go? There was no suspense since most of the worlds I went to were middle 1,000 words. As for the great 1,000 worlds, there were a few resistances. But the elders put them down. That's good. Did you catch the existence of other factions in the lower realm? A few, Tai Gang replied. Mostly the Academy. They've conquered a few worlds to compensate for the previous Chi Lux loss. According to your instructions, we did not intervene in these worlds to not alert anyone. Wang Wei nodded. We must reduce interaction with the outside world for a while before the Heaven battle. Is there a reason? To prevent foreign interference or invasion. What about your other plans? Everything is already set. I just need to wait. He has already instructed the Fate Shadow Guards to expand throughout the endless void. And he has a reliable person in charge of the expansion, allowing him not to worry about problems despite entering a state of low contact. So, why is this conversation really for? Tai Gang could feel this was not as simple as on the surface. What is your plan for the future? Tai Gang did not immediately answer. What do you have planned for me? I wanted you to become Fate One and protect the sect. But I want to know if you are willing. Tai Gang did not immediately answer. I remember the first time we met. I was full of pride and ambitions, even after losing at the hands of Li Jun. But you made me realize how weak I was with one look. Tai Gang looked in the distance, slightly dazed. After broadening my horizon in this world, I truly realized how tiny and insignificant I am. He squinted his eyes with unwavering determination. But I still want to see the highest stage of cultivation with the best path. You want to prove the Tao? Yes, replied Tai Gang. But I also know my limitations. So, I have a plan that gives me the best chance. Oh, do tell. I want to become the most powerful insurgent possible. And I will serve you until you ascend. But before leaving, you can transfer my power to someone else and I will reincarnate. For more chapters, please visit pan0vl.com. You want to use your past lives experience to ensure you can prove the Tao in the next. Yes. It's not a bad idea, muttered Wang Wei. With Tai Gang's talent, he would need much luck to prove the Tao or hope that he is reincarnated into a more talented body with a better destiny. However, such a method is not guaranteed. However, if he was a powerful insurgent in his first life, he could use his experience to compensate for his talent. I will help you. But do you want to be karmically bonded with the sect during your reincarnation? No, I want to revive the Iron Fist Kingdom. Tai Gang knew the benefit of this karma and became one of the Tao opening sect's emperors. However, he wanted to have his own legacy. That's fine, agreed Wang Wei before talking with him for a while and dismissing him. I guess I need to find another Fate One. He had someone else in mind, but he did not know whether she would be a good fit. Soon afterward, he went to Tribulation Peak to upgrade the formations. He did not want to leave the sect for his tribulations, but he also knew it could be too powerful for the current formations. He improved them and ensured to hide the process from the outside world. However, he did allow the disciples to witness the whole thing, allowing them to experience how powerful their sect master was. After setting up everything, he released the suppressing technique he's been using the entire time. The sky then changed as fire, thunder, wind, and other elements descended on him with unimaginable power. This part of the tribulation lasted 7 straight days without stopping. Of course, this tribulation was a plaything to Wang Wei. He could not even temper his body because of how weak it was. However, he was interested in the second part of the tribulation. The energy in the clouds condensed into 2 individuals, a woman and a man, both looking very young. Wang Wei's mind rushed as he tried to recognize these two. The Yin Moon Emperor and the Sword-Casting Emperor. These two were the founders of the Yin Moon Palace and the Sword-Casting Villa. They were Jian Wushuang and Su Ya's ancestors. Both were pseudo-eternal emperors who have gone to become paragons and achieve great things. Wang Wei focused on the sword-casting emperor since they technically had some karma. He is the man who defeated the Battle Maniac Emperor during his first Heavenwell battle. He once read some words Battle Maniac left in the sect's archive. According to the latter, this defeat was his greatest shame. And it was not because he lost, but because he lost to a swordsman he deemed inferior to his sister. Later on, after becoming a paragon, he went on to have a rematch and won by a slight margin, just as Sword-Casting Emperor did in their battle. A lot of information flashed in his mind thinking about the life of these two. The Yin Moon Emperor grew up in a terrible environment as a mortal. She grew to hate men because her father abused her and her mother. One day, her mother forced her to leave before confronting their father and burning them inside their house. Yin Moon hated the feeling of weakness and actively searched for the world of cultivation. She suppressed her peers with the 7 emotions and 6 desires physique before proving the Tao. Unfortunately, she was short of becoming an eternal. Eventually, she created the Yin Moon Palace and only accepted women. The Sword-Casting Emperor lived in the 3rd generation of the Ancient Emperor era. Back then, the sleepers had just begun and could not gather much information about him. However, Wang Wei knew something about his name. Sword-casting implied he was a master of sword refining or his Tao was related to it. But that was not the case. He chose that title and named his faction as such to honor his passing father, who was a mortal blacksmith known for creating great swords. He elevated his father's legacy to a refiner and created the sword-casting Villa, who, to this day, is the best sword refiner in the world. Even Origin Weapon Mountain cannot compare to them in that category. Interesting lineup, commented Wang Wei. But that's not enough to stop me. Thunder flashed in the clouds, and they responded as if they heard his words. Then 2 more people appeared, 1 woman and a man. The woman dressed plainly with a scholarly atmosphere around her. Meanwhile, the young man had heterochromatic eyes, red and blue. The Void Emperor, stated Wang Wei as he looked at the woman before glancing at the man. The Samsara Emperor. 2 more pseudo-eternal emperors. Saint Tribulation, L. 2 interesting emperors, thought Wang Wei. The Void Emperor was once a student of the Emperor Enlightening Academy when they had cultivated 5 great emperors. Unfortunately, her experience in the academy was less than pleasant. She had one other competitor who was on par with her despite having the boundless void physique. However, the Void Emperor always felt the Academy discriminated against her because of her gender. She received fewer resources from him, less support, fewer followers, and fewer opportunities. She would have understood if there was an overwhelming difference between the two, but they were relative to each other in most things. The last straw that made her leave was when one of the supreme teachers tried to force her to marry her competitor and give up on her goal of proving the Tao. She left in anger, trying to forge her way. Oddly, she began to strive during this period. Her strength drastically increased until she became known as the person most likely to prove the Tao. And she did. She defeated all her opponents and became a pseudo-eternal. Then she established the Tao-worshipping academy with a more tolerant and accepting philosophy. As for her opponent from the academy, she killed him in the final battle. But she did not retaliate against the academy. After this incident, the Emperor Enlightened Academy also realized the corruption of their system and changed their policy to be more inclusive and tolerant. The Void Emperor left the academy in the middle of the void-shattering realm. So, this version is the one with her peak ability, thought Wang Wei before sizing the Samsara Emperor. His story was also interesting. In his youth, the Samsara Emperor was a renowned thief. He would infiltrate different factions to steal important resources from them. When all Heaven Chosens participated in major fortunate events, he would sneak at the last moment to steal all the rewards from everyone before vanishing. He spent most of his life running away from numerous factions, including the Tao opening sect. Wang Wei knew two defining events in his life. The first one was he stole some treasure that allowed him to understand Samsara law. And the second was when he suddenly fled into the Nether Hell. After leaving the Nether Hall, the Samsara Emperor disappeared from the world. And even after proving the Tao, he did not stay nor preach to the world. He immediately ascended. Wang Wei analyzed his life and came up with a theory. He believes the Samsara Emperor somehow used the Nether Hall to pass his outlaw trial. Maybe through a deal with Old Man Nether. However, he ran away after proving Tao to escape his deal or stay away from him. From what he knew, the Samsara Emperor was one of the main paragons in the Second Origin battle, so he should not care about someone like Old Man Nether. "Let's get this over with," he said before deploying his domains, and the others did the same. Facing 4 domains from eventual pseudo-eternal emperors did not suppress him. On the contrary, he still had the advantage. The first to take action was the Yin Moon Emperor. A figure suddenly condensed before her. It was Wang Wei with blood-red eyes. A manifestation of one of my deepest fears? Thought Wang Wei as he sensed this clone who actually had close to 80% of his ability. What was one of his biggest fears? Himself. He knew if he one day went crazy he could do irreparable damage. Even the current sane version of himself was already dangerous to the world. He could not imagine an unrestrained, completely free and devoid of mortality version of himself. Wang Wei's desire to be free was not to be someone who kills and destroys as he pleases. He wanted the freedom to be able to do these things, to have the ability to choose without restraint, whether physically or morally. Although if you delve deeper into his goal, it was somewhat hypocritical, he did not mind. And this technique manifested the version of himself that removed that layer of hypocrisy. It was completely free, indulging in its desires and wants. Interesting technique, he muttered as he could see the flaw in this technique. It worked on an individual basis. The Yin Moon Emperor can manifest his innermost fears and copy his strength. However, she cannot manifest Wang Wei to fight another person. Without him as the mirror, she cannot access so much of his power. "Lost lamb, you are a puppet because you lack a soul," commented Wang Wei. Then he controlled the laws of souls in his domain to grant this fear manifestation a soul. And now that he had a soul and its own will, it was no longer under the control of Yin Moon. Out of anger for its past, the fear manifestation attacked its oppressor. It clenched its fist and punched her. Love protection. Love is one of the most powerful emotions in existence. And with this technique, the Yin Moon Emperor became the most beloved individual throughout all heaven myriad worlds. Trillions upon trillions of mortals, objects, non-living entities, and worlds loved and adored her, manifesting in the form of protection. Unfortunately, she was no match for a manifestation with nearly 80% of Wang Wei's power. Her technique and domain could not resist the attack, and she turned back into thunder and disappeared. For more chapters, please visit pan0v.l. Wang Wei then gazed at the sword-casting emperor. The latter looked at him without moving. Wang Wei knew how this man's Daos operated, giving him an advantage, but he still tested it. He flicked his finger, generating enough force to destroy thousands of galaxies. The sword-casting emperor waved his sword, and the force returned to Wang Wei with an at least tenfold increase. Tao of parrying or the Tao of counter. He took one of the basic concepts of swordsmanship, parrying, and elevated it to the point it can counter anything, including concepts. Wang Wei created a spear of death and threw it toward sword casting. The latter waved his sword to parry it, including the power of death. However, when his sword touched the spear, Wang Wei's domain activated the destiny ability of purpose manipulation. He forcefully changed sword-casting Emperor's Tao to be only able to counter physical objects. So the latter countered his spear, but death's power killed him. Now it was the Void Emperor's turn. She first reinforced the space around her domain to prevent teleportation and even made flying a struggle. Then she created these void twisters, essentially infinite dimensions collapsing and twisting on each other. The space above the Tao opening sect became beyond chaotic. If not for the protective arrays, this would be a catastrophe that enveloped dozens of the surrounding sect's domains. Not bad, thought Wang Wei. As an expert in the laws of space, he could achieve the same feat, meaning this attack was useless. Instead, he was thinking about space and time Tao. In the world of science, space and time are basically the same, or in better words, interchangeable. However, they were two different concepts in the cultivation world, although with some relations. The space of this world is too easy to break. I should change that. Too many catastrophes originated from cultivators destructing power affecting space. As such, he decided to change the order of the world. Cultivators can still use their laws to teleport. But if they want to break the space itself, even a quasi-emperor would not have this ability. Not a bad technique, analyzed Wang Wei as he sensed the Void Emperor trying to teleport all his organs and even the origin essence inside his body. You can die with your own technique. He teleported her brain from her body and she dispersed, returning to heaven and earth. At last it was the Samsara Emperor's turn. The latter waved his hand to create a wheel with the power of decay, which is one of the subsidiary laws of death. Although it can also be a law of its own, a potent one at that. Wang Wei waved his hand to create the same wheel, canceling the attack. How sneaky. Worthy of a thief. The wheel was a decoy. The real attack was trying to steal his lifespan and secretly kill him. He snapped his finger. Death vibration, dark sound waves overwhelmed the Samsara Emperor, sending him into the cycle of reincarnation. Survived. Wang Wei looked at the dark aura protecting the latter. Death immunity? Interesting. He suddenly looked higher at the Samsara Emperor. Amongst these young emperors, he believed he had the highest chance of reaching immortal venerable strength. Although the others were talented, breaking the boundary between immortal and mortal sometimes requires opportunity and the right time. It is common in this age because of the glorious age. Without the right opportunity, many of the current heaven chosens would not have this feat. Wang Wei controlled his fate law and changed the Samsara Emperor's fate to that of a dying passing. And unfortunately, fate triumphed over Samsara and bypassed his death immunity technique. I would have to love to compete with the real version. It would be interesting if the younger version of all emperors across time and space competed against each other. That would be a sight to see. Saints preaching. After his tribulation, he felt like a weight had been lifted from his shoulder. It was now smoother to control his law and domain. It was as if a veil or restrictions was removed from his body. As a result, it was easier for him to access the laws of heaven and earth and comprehend them. Wang Wei knew the reason for this change. Although he was previously a saint, heaven and earth did not acknowledge his realm since he did not undergo tribulation. The weight and veil he sensed was his incongruity with the world. Should I preach? He thought. One of the reasons the saint realm is named as such is because every true person can preach their Tao to a large group of people. And in return, heavenly Tao will grant them a small amount of merit. In ancient emperor era, saint realm cultivators would travel to the lower realm and preach in small, middle, and even great thousand worlds to receive merit. Unfortunately, as time passed, these places' cultivation civilization has been set, making it pointless to do so in modern times. The only time cultivators in modern times used this method was when they discovered a brand new world. A world that does not have a cultivation civilization for some reason, or one that was just born and is relatively new. Unfortunately, these worlds are rarer to find. Even with Wang Wei's soul flower ability, he might not find one since they might not exist at the current moment. Although I don't need the small amount of merit, it's better than nothing. He contacted the elders to announce he would preach to the sect's disciples. He thought this would be a simple thing that took a few days. But the event quickly escalated. The elders wanted this event to be more significant. They wanted disciples, elders, deacons, and foreign guests, people affiliated with the sect but not directly part of it, to listen. It would take some time to gather these people. One elder mentioned that the sect would recruit another group of new disciples a few months from now and let them listen as well to benefit the sect. Another one suggested allowing the disciples from the lower realm to participate. The new branches the sect opened in the lower realm needed a way to increase these people's loyalty to the sect. And listening to a potential future eternal emperor preach would do wonders for this issue. The myriad emperor world was semi-closed, so the lower realm disciples could not come here. But the sect decided to use an image transmission array to broadcast the event. Wang Wei was speechless the entire time. He did not expect things to escalate to this level. After the elders planned everything, Li Jun and Yan Lililing would also preach before him, turning this into an event. Tai Gang was on the list. Unfortunately, he was now in retreat to enter the Saint Realm. A few months later, Wang Wei oversaw the disciple recruit. The sect divided the tester into two groups, the one with cultivation and the one without. Regarding cultivators, no one above the divine altar would be accepted since that's the realm where it is not too expensive to recast the foundation. There used to be an age limit, but Wang Wei removed it to ensure the sect could find some late bloomers with undetected talents. As such, people from as young as 14 to divine Altair cultivators close to the 1,000-year limit attended this process. The sect then used a variety of criteria to test these people. They tested for their talent, including professions, soul, physique, understanding, chi manipulation talent, luck, willpower, and Tao heart. The pagoda was useful for the last part. And this was not the end. The sect checked the background of these people to ensure no problem. They checked their fate line to see if they had some unique destiny. They checked their karma to see if they had some karmic connection that would be favorable to their cultivation or detrimental to them in the sect. Because of this unique and comprehensive method, some accepted individuals appeared to make no sense. Some people were nothing but mortals that did not even have leakless bodies. They only wanted to take a chance at changing their lives. And since travel had become more accessible because of the constructs, they came to give it a chance. Although these choices appeared nonsensical, only the sects knew these people could compete with some destiny, allowing them to have their legends in the cultivation. That destiny might be as simple as an inheritance. Usually, these people would never have a chance to fulfill their destiny. But with the sect's support, they were now the prime candidates. The advantages of this recruiting method were endless, and it was only possible because of Wang Wei's destiny and fate Dao. Once everything finished, two participants stood out amongst the rest. A girl named Kai Song, and she was a member of the spirit race. She is a child's toy who became sentient after being stuck in a high spirit chi environment. After learning about the world, Kai Song had recently acquired her physical body and was on her way to Myriad Spirit Mountain. On her way, she heard about the sect's recruit and had a whim to come test. The sect discovered she had an extraordinary cultivation talent and a monster-level talent for puppets. She was on par with Yan Liling in her professions, if not even more talented. The second one was Jean Mengyao, the owner of the 25th Physique, Spear Overlord Physique. Sect Master, what do you think of these two? Asked one of the elders through divine sense. For more chapters, please visit pan0v.l. Com Chao Song is quiet, introverted, and does not fear loneliness. Perfect traits for professions that require years of study. However, we also have to train her social skills. Puppets can be vital for our plans if used correctly, so her skills can be helpful. As for Jean Mengyao, besides his arrogance, he is indeed talented. However, we must see how he grows. Wang Wei can read Jean Mengyao like the back of his hand. He could tell this guy was planning on using the sect's resources to catch up to this generation's heaven shows. Then, defeat him to become the sect's leader before proving the Tao and becoming an eternal emperor. The arrogance and ambitions of young people, thought Wang Wei. These two are potential emperors. Based on their performance, they can become the sect's seal heaven chosen. One of them might participate in the generation after my father, he added. A few people thought the same things and waited to bring it off. With the karma washing pool that Wang Wei brought for the sect, they will not have to worry about future emperors. Even if one of these two failed their heaven will battle, the sect could wait for a generation with less competition and bring them out. They don't have to seal themselves for millions of years. After the sect's recruitment, it was time for the preaching events. Li Jun went first. Most people gathered on the sect's largest mountain, sitting cross-legged on cushions. The rest stayed in other mountains and watched things through formations. And it was the same for the branches in the lower realm. Li Jun sat cross-legged, floating in the air and overlooking everyone. I am true person Li Jun, and today I will enlighten you in the ways of battle. His voice was soft, but everyone could hear him. It was as if he was muttering next to their ears. Even the people who listened through formations felt the same way. Visions of lotus manifested near him, along with beautiful sounds representing the voice of the Tao, the voice of truth. Li Jun then talked about battle as if it was a Tao. He also injected some of his law understanding for the void-shattering realm and above individuals. The preaching lasted 3 months. And once he finished, everyone had one thought in their mind. This man made battle, a brutal and cruel thing, into an art. And they wanted more. Everyone benefited. Many of the new disciples were malnourished mortals who knew nothing about cultivation. The sect had to provide spirit chi and pills for them to listen for the entire 3 months. But even they benefited. Li Jun's explanation of how to use the mortal body to exert the most power in battle, how to analyze the opponent and how to maximize the use of the environment targeted them. Furthermore, even if they could not understand most of the things he said, it would benefit them in the future as long as they remember some things and apply them in their lives. Golden lights came from heaven and he received his merit. Next was Yan Liling's turn. Her process was similar to Li Jun's. She preached about all 5 professions, focusing on establishing a foundation for most profession-oriented people listening. Even Wang Wei learned something from her. As for the non-professions, they also benefited since she also talked about flame, energy and spiritual power control. After taking her merit, it was Wang Wei's turn. I am Wang Wei, a true person and your sect master, said Wang Wei with a pleasing voice. And today I will enlighten you on the essence of cultivation. He let his words simmer for a few seconds. In the endless void there are countless cultivation systems, good or bad. But at their core they involve 4 fundamental aspects: essence, chi, spirit and law. Even if there are some outlier systems, one of these 4 will be involved in one way or the other. Now let's begin with essence, or the body. Next is chi or energy, the source of life and evolution. Third is the spirit or the soul, mind or spirit. Finally, it's the law, the fundamental concepts that govern realities. The process lasted 3 years. And once everybody woke up, they did not know how to describe this experience and remained quiet for a few seconds. Family reunion? Wang Wei's sermon covered many things. These people now had an excellent understanding of the cultivation realms from body refining to primordial spirit. They understood which part of essence, chi and spirit each realm was based on. With this knowledge they can easily enter these realms and push them to their limits if they are talented enough. For the law aspect, Wang Wei talked about the 5 elements law and a bit about his fate law. However, he primarily focused on the subtle control of the law, and with his force control skill, every individual, including the true monarchs of the sect. Today's preaching will benefit every single listener until they become quasi-emperors. And maybe even further. Wang Wei received his merit before dismissing everyone. There was a lingering desire in the faces of most of the disciples. It was genuinely fascinating to listen to people preaching. It was like someone presented the universe's fundamental truth in such an easily understandable way. The feeling was simply intoxicating. What a marvelous sermon, someone suddenly said. When Wang Wei saw where it originated, his eyes lit up. Mom, Dad. Yu Yan rushed to hug her son, and Wang Tian followed. The family formed a hug sandwich with Wang Wei in the middle. When did you guys get here? After Liling's turn, Yu Yan explained. We wanted to surprise you. I'm glad you are back, said Wang Wei with a smile. Let's go somewhere else. The 3 flew to Wang Wei's transcending fate mountain to chat. Everyone sat together, including Wu Hong. Wang Wei prepared the tea and the family chatted. Your sermon was brilliant, commented Wang Tian. I've learned a lot. He was not lying since he had learned a lot after hearing it, especially his force control skill which he believed could reach a higher level after a while. Yu Yan nodded, but she did not say anything. She held her son in her hands, cuddling him like a child. Wang Wei did not resist. I'm glad. So, how was your mortal dust? What did you do? Any new discoveries? He could tell it was more than successful since the 2 were now at the peak of the supreme realm, only 1 step away from becoming quasi-emperors. Mine was interesting, added Yu Yan. I became a blind mortal living all my life in darkness. However, after enlightening myself on darkness and regaining my memories, I felt it was not enough, so I continued. My second persona was someone who had connections with some of the vilest individuals in society: sex traffickers, rapists, killers, cannibals, etc. I wanted to experience the darkness of the world. This persona granted me a deep understanding of societal darkness or darkness of the mind. But of course I was not satisfied. So, I placed a bunch of mortals and cultivators in a small world and literally turned into darkness. Observing them live and survive in a world without sun, with only darkness, was interesting to say the least. Interesting. I give you a full score for ingenuity, commented Wang Wei. Thanks. I think you've been rubbing off me, smiled Yu Yan, pleased with her son's compliment. Old man, what about you? Mine was not that interesting, replied Wang Tian. I had many personas in the mortal world, all swordsmen with different personalities: the indifferent swordsman who killed his loved ones for his sword Dao, the free and unrestrained swordsman, the charismatic one with friends all over the martial art world, and even the drunkard swordsman. Every time I learned something fundamental about swords from these personas, I would awaken my memories and choose the next one. Wang Tian took a sip of tea. Then I turned myself into a sword and experienced what it was like. In a few hundred years, many swordsmen created legends with my sword. As a result, I learned the fundamental truth that the sword was a weapon of murder. Nothing else, nothing more. You don't seem too happy about this discovery, remarked Wang Wei as he sensed his father's odd mood. It's not that, since I've always known this. With his achievement in the sword, of course, he knew the fundamental purpose of the sword's existence. I've loved the sword since I was 8, and my father gave me a wooden sword for practice. I named it Little Heaven, after my name, and I still preserve it. I was hoping to pass it on to you for your training. Well, you know how that turned out. Wang Wei gave his father a wry smile. It's not his fault that he was not a fan of most weapons. Wang Tian did not blame his son since he was in a state of remembrance. My love and passion for the sword have allowed me to travel far in its ways. But it also made me romanticize the sword, thinking it was more than a simple weapon. I thought it was beautiful, mighty, the best weapon, and the weapon of kings. Unfortunately, through cultivation, I found its essence as a tool created for death and slaughter. And a small part of me refused to accept this fact, until mortal dust. In the time he spent as a sword, he ended up in different people's hands. A blacksmith who admired the technique behind its creation. A king who used it as a symbol of power and authority. However, he always ended up being used as a tool for killing. For more chapters, please visit pan0vl. Come after removing that final reluctance, Wang Tian sublimated his state of mind, and his swordsmanship reached a higher realm. As long as you've figured things out, added Wang Wei. How strong are you now? Condense your most powerful attack into a sword chi and let me see. Wang Tian did not hesitate because he knew how strong his son was before leaving. He raised his hand to condense a small sword the size of a toothpick. As expected, commented Wang Wei as he felt the power emanating from the sword chi. Middle level of 3-leaf. After you become a quasi-emperor, you will reach the peak with a slight chance of breaking into 4-leaf. He knew his father, and since Ji Lanfang had such potential, it made sense for his father to be on par with the latter. Chuips, Yu Yan smacked her lips in response. She left her son's embrace and chose to embrace her quiet daughter-in-law instead. What's wrong? After showing her my strength, she argued with me that she would still win if we had a heaven-will battle in our generation, explained Wang Tian. Son, don't you think so? I do. Oh, come on. How come you're on her side? Countered Wang Tian. Firstly, it's not as challenging as you think to scheme against an immortal venerable. I'm sure Mom could do it given the right circumstances, said Wang Wei. Secondly, the only reason you've broken the boundary between mortal and immortal has much to do with circumstances. Now you are just blatantly disrespecting me. There are 3 main reasons for your current success. The fact that you had to stay so long in the Saint Realm, forced to polish your foundation beyond anything you could have achieved if there was a battle in your generation. The others are the Dui realm and my force control skill. Wang Tian pondered for a moment and realized it was the truth. These things contributed most to his current strength. Of course, there were other factors. For example, he pushed himself beyond his limits when he saw how fast his son grew. Competition and drive can motivate anyone to improve beyond their limits. Be that as it may, I still think I would have won. Wang Wei shrugged his shoulders and did not take a side. He believed his mother would win simply because his father had a soft spot for her. If she exploited that weakness, he would not be able to resist. Of course, given how much she loved him, she might not be willing to take it that far. I have two things for you, said Wang Wei to change the topic. The first is a talisman from our ancestor, the Sword Empress. Wang Tian immediately became excited. He had never met a swordsman compared to him, so he idolized the ones from the past, and his ancestor was his favorite. Whenever he needed guidance in his swordsmanship, he would comprehend her heaven-slashing scripture or the sword will she left in the sect. He took the talisman with a childlike smile. He could not imagine the benefit he would receive from direct guidance from her. The second is the contact of a swordsman on par with you. Wang Wei then told him about his fight with Ji Lanfang. And Wang Tian became more excited. I cannot wait to exchange experiences with another fellow Taoist. He felt his luck was on the rise after the mortal dust. Alright, let's not talk about these boring things, commented Yu Yan as she caressed Wu Hong's hair. Daughter, when are you giving me my first grandson? Ask your son, she replied sheepishly. He's the one who doesn't want children. Wang Wei wanted to roll his eyes. They've talked about this and agreed on the matter. But now she has placed the blame on him. Flesh tribulation. Wang Wei spent the next few months with his parents, postponing his seclusion. Then he created a clone to socialize with him while his main body entered seclusion. Meanwhile, Wu Hong did the opposite as her main body entered seclusion while a clone spent time with Wang Wei's clone. The couple wanted to spend as much time together as possible. The first thing he did was Wang Just ceremony. The process required formations, a ritual, and other resources. After everything finished, his shadow connected to her shadow, transferring some of his power to her. A cocoon enveloped Wang Ju as she underwent a massive transformation. She will be a terrifying spy and assassin after inheriting 70% of Wang Wei's power and abilities, especially if she uses them correctly with her shadow law. Afterward, Wang Wei proceeded to condense his first black hole. With enough primordial star essence, he condensed a black hole countless times bigger than the observable universe back on Earth. He first checked whether there were any problems with his secondary artificial acupoints. Then, he checked whether there were any contradictions between the black holes in the 1962 main acupoints. After detecting no issue, he continued to condense black holes for a total of 10,000 second acupoints or a grand total of 19,962. After sensing that his body had reached saturation, Wang Wei stopped and clenched his fist to feel the power contained. 50 primordial dragon force. He could now destroy 50% of a great thousand world with one attack. And that was not the only increase but also overall defense, speed, regeneration and survivability. It's coming, he thought after analyzing his body. An unknown power descended on him and he knew it was from the true power Tao realm. His tribulation had arrived. Wang Wei lay on the ground to prepare. He suddenly felt something munched on his skin making him groan. With his pain resistance, he would not blink an eye if he swallowed an entire sun, feeling every sensation as the heat burned his throat, liquefied his intestine, or charred his bones. However, the pain intensity was nothing he's ever experienced. Ancient Desolate explained to him this was one of the aspects of the flesh tribulation. The test knew the highest threshold of anyone participating and inflicted a higher level. The severity of the pain is one of the many reasons people cannot open the gate of pain or continue on this path. I can't believe having a high pain tolerance would work against me, thought Wang Wei. However, this was not even the end. He received information or a request to take all the tests together and choose how many of them to take at once. Wang Wei decided on all of them. He wanted to finish the test for the third level in one swoop. Ancient Desolate gave him some tips. The tribulation is divided similarly to the Ancient Desolate body refining scripture. Skin, bones, blood, muscles and meridians, organs and cells. There will also be special tests for individuals with unique body refining techniques that do not involve these categories. Typically, Wang Wei needed to take these tests one by one in the primordial dragon realm. However, the Ancient Desolate Emperor told him there would be some advantages if he took the tests together. He will receive a boost of strength afterward compared to if he took them individually. Meanwhile, the single test is to decide a body refiner's worthiness to continue walking on the true power Tao realm. After the request, the tribulation continued. Wang Wei experienced horrendous pain as he watched his skin rapidly disappear from his body, as if a creature enjoyed a pleasant meal with his body. Suddenly, an intense fear overwhelms his mind. Here we go, thought Wang Wei, trying to control his emotions. Watching his skin vanish, the fear of dying overcame his mind. Wang Wei knew this part of the test. his powerful soul, immune to most spiritual attacks, was useless on this occasion. The unknown power of the true power Tao realm did not care about his innate paragon soul. And his intuition told him that even if he removed his chains and accessed his spiritual strength, it would be pointless. Wang Wei had to rely on his willpower to bear the pain. His Tao heart and state of mind to fight this overwhelming fear. However, things became worse for him before getting better. After he turned into a macabre creature without skin, his muscles rapidly evaporated, exponentially increasing the pain and fear. Wang Wei was grunting and groaning, trying to keep the pain away. Meanwhile, he felt his mind was on the verge of cracking. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. He repeated these words over and over like an endless loop. However, things got worse for him since his organs were next. If Ancient Desolate were here, he would give Wang Wei a thumbs up for his crazy action. When he told the latter to take the test together, he meant 2 or 3 simultaneously, not everything at once. By the time Wang Wei was a creature with only bone, he was screaming despite having no vocal cords. His scream came deep from his soul. He watched the dissipation of his bones, and the fear intensified. With every cell that disappeared, he felt himself driving close to madness. And the pain did not help the situation. He could hear a whisper telling him to give up and abandon this path. And he desperately wanted to listen to it. How easy it would be to give up. For more chapters, please visit pan0v.l. Why did he have to endure so much? If he wanted a strong body, he could just comprehend power law. There was no need to inflict this level of cruelty onto himself. It was not worth it. No, I can't give up. In this strange state where he has no corporeal form but still exists, Wang Wei discovered he could use the full power of his willpower. So, he tapped into that power. This action aided the situation, but it did not solve the problem. He hung on to this feeling of unwillingness and defiance. Memories of him floating in the endless void flashed in his mind. Back then, he also had to overcome his fear of death while fighting eons of loneliness. He did not give up then, so he would not give up now. He gritted his non-existent teeth and persevered. When only the last cell of his existence remained, his fear and pain reached an indescribable level. And when that cell also evaporated, he failed a crack in his spirit, pushing him to the verge of a mental breakdown. However, he drew on his experience of having his existence destroyed. He reined in all the fear and resisted the pain. He had to withstand such intensity for only 10 seconds, but each felt like a lifetime. 10 seconds later, the suffering ended, and his body was regenerated cell by cell. And since his fleshly body was linked to his primordial spirit, it also regrew. That was interesting, he muttered as he looked at his new body. This test took into account all his willpower and pushed it beyond his limit to test him. And he felt a real challenge for the first time in a while. Not to mention, this experience was a great way to temper the mind. 70 primordial dragon force, an increase of 20. Is this my reward? He muttered, satisfied given how difficult it is to advance in this realm. Not just this. He raised his hand and the void trembled. He did not use any chi law or other aspects of his power. He materialized his willpower to achieve this feat. Wang Wei realized this experience had allowed him better control and access to his willpower. For the first time, he can use the strength of his willpower without damaging his body. Although it was only a portion, he always believed he needed to become a great emperor before taking that step. This is a good step, he muttered about his progress. Then he exhaled deeply, thinking about the true power Tao realm. He always knew it was not a simple cultivation path. But today's tribulation confirmed his guess. He has many theories about the true power Tao realm. The best one is that it is the first power system ever. After the birth of the chaos universe, after the appearance of the first creatures, Wang Wei believed there were no innate life forms. At least not in a sense they were born powerful with innate laws. He believed these first creatures did not have a cultivation system but discovered the potential of the flesh in the form of the gate of power. The true power Tao was the first way creatures achieved immortality and eternity. There is more to his theory. He believes that the history of the eternal ascension world can be divided into eras. And in the first eras, there were no lower dimension and heaven wills. So, the creatures from that time relied on the true power Tao realm to cultivate. He once talked about this theory with Wu Hong, but she said she did not have memories of such history. But he was probably correct. Did you really take all the tests at once? End a novel. Wang Wei turned to the sudden voice and saw his wife. Not bothered by how she bypassed his formation, he replied, yes. Wu Hong did not know what to say. She remembered her flesh tribulation. She had a whim and decided to try 3 simultaneously, and she did not forget that horror for a long time. In her career, she has met a few inextinguishable paragons or individuals who opened the gate of power. The number of people who could withstand 2 tests simultaneously could be counted on one hand. Most of them did so by accident since they knew little information about the horror of the test. Many unlucky individuals chose 2 or more tests for a while and failed, ending their dreams of walking on this path. 8. Heterogeneity. Wu Hong was impressed. She has always known her boy toy was talented and capable, and on a few occasions she was proud and impressed by him. But today for the first time she was impressed beyond words. She looked at him, eyes sparkling while gently biting her lower lips. Being in 0C, Wang Wei immediately recognized the look in his wife's eyes. He smiled before they jumped on each other like primates in a zoo doing the dirty with no shame or regard for the children's visitors. Moreover, he grew wilder when she even let him be on top. He went wild, losing himself in the embrace of passion and depravity. Wang Wei lay on the floor with Wu Hong on his arm. He was breathing heavily as if he had done the most intensive exercise. The bedroom is one of the few times he can experience mortal things like fatigue and lack of stamina. After taking a few minutes to regulate his breathing, he asked her, "I was wondering why my incarnations did not undergo the tribulations. There are already many restrictions on the unorthodox path, and it would be unfair if all the incarnations had to undergo the tribulation." "That makes sense," Wang Wei analyzed. "I guess the orthodox path only has to take once. They don't have to redoing it with each reincarnation." The two chatted for a moment before continuing to do their own things. Wang Wei had to test the limits of his body while getting acquainted with his new strength. He punched the formation before him. Boom. As expected, 7 leaf. His fleshly body only had this power, not considering his other source of power. And he could sense that he would have no problem increasing his power as long as he moved up in the true power Dao realm. Is this a way to remove the limit of 7 leaf? Or is this the result of my paragon soul and the incarnations? Wang Wei always suspected his soul was one of the reasons he barely had any bottlenecks in cultivation. He also suspected he would not have the immortal venerable limit that most cultivators have. However, he did not know the exact reason. Regardless, he knew that if people wanted to remove the limit, they could cultivate until the 3rd level of the true power Dao realm. He checked his body and smiled. In the early stages of his cultivation, his fleshly body has always been more powerful than his cultivation. However, the other aspects caught up after the void-shattering realm and the 9-extremity foundation. Now, his fleshly body was the most powerful aspect, at least for his main body. After admiring his perfect figure, he continued his seclusion, focusing on comprehending laws. Wang Wei had entered the mature Dao tree stage of the Saint realm, and his domain was hundreds of times beyond the limit. Without the help of Gu Xian's pagoda, the process was extremely long, 20,000 years to be exact. And with the 360 future Buddha self he spent 2 million years. He pushed the boundary of the Saint realm with how deep of time he spent comprehending the law, especially with his talent. And yet, I still have a silver tree. He now understood achieving golden tree is now just about time spent comprehending laws. But also the mysterious baptism samsara Dao cultivators experience when they walk the path of 9-extremity. I still have to rely on the Fate Palace. He closed his eyes to sense the other incarnations. They had all finished their mission and tempered their bodies to the peak, including the Order incarnation. Wang Wei borrowed their power. 3 root peak. He did not achieve 4 root because the main body was still in the Saint realm. He left seclusion to see his wife. Finish? Yes, he replied as he embraced her. Prepare to go through mortal dust before breaking through? Yeah. What was your mortal dust like? Mine? Let me remember, pausing for a moment. My early years were about proving my worth to the world. And by the Saint realm, my state of mind had changed, but there was still a lingering flaw. For mortal dust, I became the only daughter of the most wealthy individual of a mortal kingdom. Loved and cherished by everyone, a little princess. Then I was a princess adored by the kingdom, followed by a sovereign, the noblest individual in the kingdom. Afterward, I had some persona focused on my Dao. I was the best scholar in another kingdom. I remember these days arguing with these stinky scholars who could not accept a woman besting them. I was an artist focused on painting and sculpting. However, all my works were runes or patterns found in nature. Finally, my personas were people confined or sealed in different places. One spent her entire life in a house, never leaving its confine. The other was in prison. One of my personas spent a few days surviving inside a coffin. I learned a great deal about sealing in these experiences. For more chapters, please visit pan0v.com. How fascinating. Indeed, Wu Hong replied, reminiscing about the old days. Are you staying for a while or leaving now? I'm leaving. However, I have to go see Li Jun first. His parents were also in retreat. His father was receiving the Sword Empress guidance while his mother had to plan for the merit-proving method. He flew to Li Jun's mountains and the other was waiting for him with drinks. Where is Liling? She's refining pills. Wang Wei took the jar from him and took a sip. Since we now have karma washing water, why don't you unseal your wife and child? I want to see and spoil my nephew. Li Jun shook his head. Not until we become emperor, and I know for certain I can protect them. That's a good idea. He knew another reason was because of Yan Liling. It can cause trouble having the concubine with a wife present. And Li Jun is smart enough to understand how to navigate this kind of situation. After spending this generation with Liling and once they reached such a high realm in cultivation, many things will have different perspectives. This is for you, said Wang Wei as he handed him a book. What is it? I call it the 8 Heterogeneous Foundation, he explained. You will create 8 incarnations or clones since they are not connected to your existence. Anyway, you divide your soul into 8 perfect clones. Based on my previous sermon, 2 clones will cultivate a cultivation system based on essence, spirit, chi and law. Then, you will fuse with them, boosting your foundation and achieving immortal strength. Li Jun scanned the book. There were 4 cultivation systems contained inside. Pure essence cultivation that focused on the body, pure chi cultivation, pure spirit and law-based cultivation. The idea is that these clones would cultivate until the quasi-emperor realm. Then Li Jun will fuse with them and use them to nourish his fleshly body, chi, soul and law. As you can guess, this method has some flaws, continued Wang Wei. The fusion process will not be easy since the clones cultivate different cultivation systems, especially the chi clones. I've made it so they cultivate an energy compatible with the origin essence, but it could still cause trouble. He wanted a chi system that uses spirit chi. But he discovered spirit chi itself is a catalyst and cannot be directly used as an energy for a system. Or maybe this is beyond Wang Wei's current ability. Lastly, I've discovered there will be a significant amount of impurities in the bodies due to fusing 2 different systems or Dao foundations. I've created an impurity removing step and you can use other resources. No, it's not a problem considering I don't have to comprehend existence for this method. True. As the first person who cultivates this method, you should not have a problem. However, Heavenly Dao might place some restrictions on it afterward. A cultivation method that allows individuals to break the barrier between mortal and immortal will definitely have some restrictions. However, Heavenly Dao operates similarly to a game master in a game. It can fix loopholes or bugs in a game, but the player who discovered it can keep the benefits. Better yet, let my mother and Yan Liling cultivate it simultaneously under the heaven hiding array. Let's take advantage of the situation to get the most benefit. He also wanted to include Tai Gang, but with the latter's talent, he doubted he could cultivate this technique. What about the resources? Li Jun asked. Cultivating these clones into the quasi-emperor realm was not cheap. With your contributions, there should be no problem. However, he also had to talk to his mom. He contacted her through divine sense to ask. She told him that her Yu clan could raise 8 other true monarchs, and he did not have to worry. Wang Wei told her to ask if she needed and she reassured him that she would not be polite with her own son. I just remember, suddenly said Li Jun, did you contact Wang Ju? No, what's wrong? She's injured. Eating time. Is it Dition? Was Wang Wei's first thought. He knew the latter had the sex lord's shadow technique and should have cultivated a powerful shadow on par with Wang Ju. However, he quickly denied this possibility since Wu Hong sealed him too early. The techniques have specific requirements, and he could not have met them when he was sealed. Despite eliminating this possibility, Wang Wei realized it was about time for Dition to be released. He has to participate in the cleanup to acquire a token and fight in the final battle. From now on, he can no longer be at ease when doing things since he has someone who can match in power and use experiences to compensate for the tactics department. He'll go see her. Do you want me to go with you? It's fine. Focus on cultivating. Wang Wei teleported to the small world where Wang Ju was recuperating. When he saw her, he squinted. A part of her body was disappearing while the other half tried to prevent this from happening. She was too focused on saving her life that she could not respond to his presence. Luckily, he had access to the formations and did not have to use force. Someone or something has erased her time, analyzed Wang Wei. He could tell someone hit her with an attack that erased part of her past. And if Wang Ju did not have access to some of his time laws, she would have ceased to exist by now. No, not erase but ate. Wang Wei came closer to analyze the situation. If Wang Ju's time could be represented by a line similar to the fate line, the attack took a bit out of her timeline. The attack's purpose could only erase certain events in her life, or it could wipe her out of existence. Wang Wei raised his hand to manifest his time law, trying to fix the gap in Wang Ju's timeline and save her. He failed. He tried again after borrowing the power of his incarnations. No response. Wang Wei instantly deployed his domain to surround her and boost his strength. This attempt was also of no use. He then accessed the River of Time, which should contain records of Wang Ju's timeline. He used the records to recreate her timeline and fix the gap. What level of time Dao is this? His attempt at even using the River of Time failed. This is not something even he can do. Fate surpasses time, so let's try that. He connected to the River of Fate and found Wang Ju's fate line. Using the record of her life in the fate line, he fixed the part that was eating. There was great resistance, but he succeeded in the end. Wang Ju stopped disappearing from reality and opened her eyes. Sect Master, thank you for saving me. This experience was horrifying. Having hundreds of years of her life vanished from her memories, having to question her sanity on whether these events occurred before slowly watching her dissipate from the world. What happened? Who did this? The upper dimension people, she replied, making Wang Wei frown. Although you can only use 70% of my main Bodhis power, only Immortal Venerable and above could injure you. And there is that strange time technique. It was a trap, explained Wang Ju. I was investigating some suspicious people when I discovered the possible existence of another alliance against you. My investigation led me to a strange heaven chosen who seems to use insects. However, it was a trap. When I further investigated, they were prepared. They knew about the Lord Shadow technique and had a light-based formation that could affect my shadow status and weaken my access to your strength. Many thoughts flashed in Wang Wei's mind after hearing this. But he let continue without saying a word. Luckily, I've acquired some of your intuition and felt danger. Before they completely deploy the array, I used the talisman you gave me to create a hole and flee. Unfortunately, someone hit me with a strange time technique. Was it a person who attacked you or an item? I'm sorry, but I can't remember. Everything proceeded too quickly, and I did not have time to detect the surroundings. It's fine, Wang Wei replied. What's your analysis on this event? These people knew the Lord Shadow technique quite well, most likely from the upper dimension Dao opening sect. They came prepared with the knowledge, ready to deal with you through eliminating me. You are probably correct. Wang Wei thought deeper about the situation. Time Eater is involved. Wang Ju's attack suits perfectly for the latter's name. Furthermore, he is one of the paragons who did not participate in the ultimate taboo and knew and interacted with his ancestors. There is a high chance that he knew the Shadow Ruler, interacted with him, and even competed with the latter. You need to be more careful from now on. I will. Wang Ju also realized she was too intoxicated with her newfound power and was slightly careless. I have to go through mortal dust. When I'm done, I will refine a talisman for you to access all my powers. Wang Wei was slightly annoyed as he kept discovering the flaws of the unorthodox way of the Nine Extremity Dao Foundation. For more chapters, please visit pan0v.com. Thank you, Sect Master. But do you need the Fate Shadow Guards to protect you secretly? Mortal dust is a moment of weakness for many cultivators since they usually seal their memories and strength. Although they can instantly regain it when attacked, it is still a moment of vulnerability that can be exploited. No, Shadow One is in charge of protecting me. I see. Wang Ju was slightly disappointed but felt relieved since her young master's safety was what truly mattered. I wonder if I can become Shadow One instead of Shadow 3? She quickly removed this intrusive thought from her mind since she knew such a request would cause a seniority issue that could lead to real problems. Do you remember what the runes of the formation looked like? asked Wang Wei, not knowing her inner turmoil about being called Shadow 3 in the future despite being the most powerful shadow. I do remember some of them. She did not see the entire thing, but she saw a good portion of it after he saw the light emanating from the runes. Write them down and have the sect analyze them. Since you said it was light-based, they can consult my mother. As you wish. Do you know where Yu Zhou is? Wang Wei decided to eliminate him even if there was no evidence to prove he was innocent. Anyway, since he is a heaven chosen, he is his enemy, and if he were a spy from the upper dimension, he would have eliminated an unstable factor of the world. And he could still kill a few heaven chosens without affecting his Son of Era title. Wang Ju did not immediately explain but checked the Fate Shadow's headquarters for information. He disappeared after the trap. We currently do not have his location. He's not in the Soul Race's small world? No. That was more suspicious. Forget it. He has to show up for the cleanup. Wang Wei ordered her to keep up her work before going to say his goodbyes. Then he headed to a mortal world for his mortal dust. Primordial chaos, outside the Eternal Ascension world. 7 people fought an enormous creature with dark red skin and 2 horizontal black horns that almost met before his forehead. Its body was muscular, displaying its developed muscle. It has leather pants and boots on, and these items shone with magical light, indicating their value. Primordial laws flowed out of his body as he fought all 7s. The battle lasted a few days with at least 6 of the others slightly injured. But the creature was perfectly intact. Even his skin was not broken. The creature looked at one of the 7 and then at the Eternal Ascension before leaving. He treated primordial chaos as its home as it navigated its endlessness like a pool in his backyard. That's the 7th attack in the past 100 years, commented Undead Phoenix. More should be coming. They could tell these attacks were nothing but testing the situation. We need to do something, added Earth Emperor. The 2 sons seemed occupied and told them to deal with the situation. Do what? This should just be the beginning, added Blood Dragon. Damn Chiyuan, snarked Five Feather Phoenix. The current situation is because of the All-Seeing Temple's predictions. Many people in the Chaos universe believe the Eternal Ascension world will be responsible for the upcoming chaos and want to either deal with them or enter to prepare. There is no point in complaining. We need solutions, reiterated Earth Emperor. What about the previous recruitment plan? As long as some potential paragons side with us, we can increase our power. Most of them do not want to associate with us, replied Blood Dragon. He tried to entice Qin Tong and a few other people in Limbo, but they all looked at him in disdain. I still do not agree with this method, countered Five Feather Phoenix. We do not need to share our power and resources. I don't believe him going to say this, but I agree with her, added Undead Phoenix. Then what do we do once the situation is beyond our control? Asked Twin Flower. Don't we have the sons? They can protect the Eternal Ascension world with their power. Mortal Dust, L? Are you sure you want to do this line of work? Asked Big Mouth, a fat and muscular man. That's the best way to describe his appearance. His arms were muscular and well-defined, his legs thicker than a tree, but his belly might mistake him for a pregnant woman. Of course there was his oddly shaped big mouth. Yes, sir, replied a slightly thin young man dressed in coarse clothes. However, despite his social status indicated by his clothes and seeking employment, he had an odd charm around him that caught people's attention. However, they could never pinpoint or describe what his appeal was. It takes guts to do this job. Can you handle it? No problem, sir. Grunted Big Mouth. You're a little too skinny. Don't look at my appearance. But I have divine strength. The young man looked around and easily picked up a large saber weighing a few hundred genes with one hand. Big Mouth's eyes lit up. He initially accepted this lad Yen Wei because one of his acquaintances called for a favor and because not many people were willing to do this dirty job. However, he became convinced after meeting the latter and seeing his respectful nature and strength. Good. Come tomorrow at dawn. They'll begin your training. Yen Wei immediately bowed and profusely thanked him for this opportunity. He rushed home with excitement. The next day he arrived an hour before dawn, when night still loomed over the world. Big Mouth also arrived an hour early, and he was surprised when he saw the young lad waiting for him before the prison. The cocks haven't even crowed yet. Why are you here? I didn't want to be late. I like spunky people like you. I hope you can last long. So far he was satisfied with the new employee. Discipline is one of the key traits to succeed in anything. Big Mouth took the keys hanging on his side and opened the door, leading Yen Wei through the corridor. The young lad looked at the cells and people imprisoned. The majority looked miserable and dressed poorly. But a few looked like nobles, so he guessed they were either corrupt ministers or people who offended even more powerful individuals. Big Mouth did not say much as he walked to 3 different cells and walked out with a prisoner. Then he led them to another section of the prison. Normally, I don't have this kind of authority. But since I need to train you, I can do this. Big Mouth led the prisoners to a platform and placed the first one in a device where his neck is shown and his hands tied behind his back. He took a blade and raised it above his head. The key is to have no hesitation, aim for the neck and use all your strength or the head won't fall. Chop. Yen Wei watched with horror as blood spilled on the ground. Although he already knew what job he was applying for, it was completely different to experience it personally. Suddenly he felt his breakfast rushing to his throat and he swallowed it back. So, you didn't throw up? Better than the previous guy, commented Big Mouth after seeing the young lad's pale complexion. Let's see how you do when it's your turn. He changed to another prisoner and handed Yen Wei the blade. He took the blade with trembling hands. Breathe in and out, instructed Big Mouth. The first time is usually the hardest. Yen Wei followed his direction and breathed in and out. He effortlessly raised the blade above his head. But as he glanced at the prisoner's neck, he could not find the strength to drop it. Big Mouth did not give him any motivational words like this person was the most heinous criminal. He waited to see the young lad's capabilities. Yen Wei hesitated for more than a minute. Then he gritted his teeth and dropped the blade, cutting the head off cleanly. As he watched the result of his actions, he rushed to the side of the platform and hurled everything inside his stomach. He did not stop after an entire minute of vomiting. Well, at least it was not messy, said Big Mouth as he patted the ladder's shoulder. How can it get messy? The last guy did not use enough strength. The head was not cleanly cut off, showing the inside. Plus, the prisoner was screaming and had to chop more than 3 times before things ended. Yen Wei felt like throwing up again. Don't be such a wuss. Anyway, this is the easiest part of the job. How can it get worse? You'll see. 4 more chapters, please visit Pan 0VL. Yen Wei did not wait long to know what his superior said. A week later, after participating in a few public executions, he began to become acquainted with this job. He still felt squeezy at the fact he had killed people, but he had begun to become numb to the sensation. Then, everything worsens after that execution. Big Mouth had to travel to another city, and he was the only one left. And a big case occurred. Some ministers committed treason or something, and the governor ordered the execution of his entire family. Chop, chop, chop. At first, everything proceeded smoothly. The only issue Yen Wei had was how he had to kill so many people consecutively, which was a first for him, especially without Big Mouth supports. However, the subsequent executions hunted him. Please spare us. Our family is innocent, screamed a woman, one of the many concubines of the treacherous minister. Yen Wei had to wear a mask that only showed his eyes, and they trembled after hearing this. He gritted his teeth and prepared the woman. I'm begging you, please don't do this. Our family did nothing wrong, we were wrongly accused. The woman screamed and argued with him during the process. Yen Wei raised his blade, but when he saw the pleading look in her eyes, his body once again quivered. He questioned himself, but as the supervisor of the execution asked him if there was a problem, he only shook his head before dropping the blade. It took every ounce of the strength of Yen Wei's body to prevent himself from violently reacting. However, his heart palpitations did not stop no matter what he did. Amidst people's screams calling for their innocence, he mindlessly chopped people's heads. However, he was in a daze after killing that woman. His body moved, but his mind was elsewhere. It was like he watched himself from a 3-dimensional point of view, observing the actions of a stranger. However, something brought his spirit back to reality. The last people to execute were children. The youngest was only 8 years old. When Yen Wei dropped that blade, something in him broke. He could not forget that child's eyes, full of fear, ignorance, and innocence. In her eyes, he saw a future that could have been. She could have become a great scholar, mother, healer, artisan, poet, and so many possibilities. But his blade ended these futures. In the prison, Yen Wei drank non-stop while sitting beside his execution blade. He did not know how long he drank until he heard footsteps. "How are you doing?" asked Big Mouth, but he received no response. The veteran executor knew how to deal with this situation, so he left before returning with some food. He sat next to the youngling and drank with him. People should not be able to kill each other, Yanwei suddenly said. What do you mean? No one should have the power to end someone else's fate. Such power should not be in the hands of mortals. No, even immortals should not have such power. A world where people cannot be killed? That would be interesting. Unfortunately, this is not possible. And even if it was, I'm sure there would be some other trouble, commented Big Mouth. Like what? Do you think there wouldn't be any problem if everyone were immortal? Society would collapse in a very short time. Pa nd, a novel, I don't mean for everybody to be immortal. I mean that people should not be able to kill others. But dying of natural death, aging or sickness is fine. What about criminals? They can be imprisoned and rot in jail for eternity. I still feel it is a naive idea. If such a world like this existed, these innocent people would not have died. You don't know if they were really innocent or just lying to save themselves, argued Big Mouth. In what world will an 8-year-old child not be innocent? It's a shame what happened, but the son has to bear the crime of the father. What a stupid thing to say, replied Yanwei before spitting on the ground, disdain all over his face. Big Mouth sighed and ignored his disrespect, knowing what the young lad was going through. He experienced the cruelty of this job. But after so many years he was now used to it. He patted Yanwei on the shoulder. Don't drink on an empty stomach. Go to bed and tomorrow decide whether you want to continue this line of work. Mortal dust, LO. Big Mouth watched a young man with a cold and emotionless face casually chop the head of 2 noblewomen. The latter did not bat an eye. There was no change in his expression, and he did not even care to hide his face. This kid changed so much in just 2 years. Big Mouth was worried since this was the first time he had to deal with this situation. Most people would become numb to the constant killing and take things like drinking and visiting brothels to deal with the guilt. However, the new hire Yanwei became cold and emotionless, worrying him that something terrible would happen to the young lad. Pinin 0C. Yanwei, come here. The lad calmly walked before his employer, staring directly into Big Mouth's eyes. I'm going to Red Tree City. Come with me. Big Mouth did not give him the time to reject it and stated it was an order. The next day the big belly man took the young lad to Red Tree City, a place known for its vibrant lifestyle and the red light district. He hoped Yanwei could get out of whatever headspace the latter was on and meet some new people. Regrettably, Yanwei remained quiet during the entire journey. The only time he reacted was after arriving. Numerous people surrounded 2 people. A fat youngster dressed in embroidery clothes and another malnourished youngster in coarse garments. The fat noble constantly kicked the other on the floor, swearing at the latter for dirtying his clothes. Everybody watched with empathy in their eyes, but no one dared do anything. They can only pray that the noble has enough and leave the youngster alone. Don't look, said Big Mouth as he dragged Yanwei from the large crowd. Who is that? Asked Yanwei. The Lai family's 3rd young master. The Lai family is the richest family in the surrounding prefecture. Don't mess with them. Yanwei did not say anything. He followed Big Mouth around the city with the same blank look. They stayed at an inn for the night and Big Mouth prepared to continue the tour tomorrow. He did not want to give up so easily. However, the following day he walked inside Yanwei's room, trying to control his trembling body. The 3rd young master is dead. Who's 3rd young master? Asked Yanwei. Lai family. His head was chopped off in a back alley. Oh. Big Mouth clenched his hands as he stared directly at the youngster. Did you have something with his death? No. He could not tell whether this was the truth or not. In the end he took a deep breath to calm down. The entire city is on lockdown by the Lai clan. You better hope you had nothing to do with this murder. For the next week, no one could enter and leave Red Tree City. The Lai clan searched every nook and cranny to find the killer. At first, nothing proceeded smoothly until the last day when they found a man with the blade that killed their 3rd young master. The person tried to deny it, but the evidence was in his possession. However, the clan still wanted to interrogate him to find the motive behind his actions. Unfortunately, the man died due to poisoning. The conclusion was that someone hired him for the job and eliminated him to prevent him from talking. The Lai clan had many enemies and they concluded this was an attack on them. During the entire week, Big Mouth was on edge, fearing someone would barge into their inn and arrest the 2 of them. But after the Lai clan lifted the lockdown, he left in relief. Nevertheless, part of him still believed the youngster Yen Wei had something to do with that murder. Soon after returning to their city, Yen Wei began to learn martial arts. And soon the latter displayed his incredible talent. He could learn most techniques after seeing them once. Yen Wei even acquired a breathing technique that absorbed spiritual qi between heaven and earth to strengthen the body. Adding his natural divine strength, he was a born martial art genius. All these improvements should have been positive, but Big Mouth could not stop remembering what occurred in Red Tree City and feared something would happen. Part of him hoped Yen Wei would quit his job and use his newfound strength to make a living. Regrettably, 3 years passed and Yen Wei was the same. His face was cold and emotionless, always doing his job without any expression, remorse, or guilt, no matter who the prisoner was. At first, Big Mouth thought he maybe was being too sensitive, and things would return to a certain level of normalcy. However, he soon began to notice the disappearance of people in Droplet City where they lived. First, it was nothing but criminals the law did not catch. Then, it was corrupt government officials, nobles, martial artists, and wealthy merchants. Then, bang! Hundreds of armed soldiers barged into the prison surrounding Yen Wei. What is the meaning of this? Yen Wei asked before he saw someone in the middle of the soldiers. Big Mouth. I can't allow you to continue your rampage, said Big Mouth with a slight pain in his voice. He always blamed him for allowing this youngster with a bright future to fall down this rabbit hole. Don't try to deny it, the government has gathered enough evidence that leads to you. Why are you doing this? I am an emissary of fate, delivering their final judgment to these scums, Yen Wei replied coldly. Scums? I can understand your actions for the criminals. But what about the innocent people you killed? That's only because of their poor luck. I put the name of every person in this city in a bowl and chose one at random. The selected person will receive a final judgment from fate, from me. Who are you to decide people's fate? Roared Big Mouth. Who is a nobleman to decide the fate of a poor countryman? Rebutted Yen Wei. He does it because he has the strength to. Big Mouth looked at this youngster with red eyes. He knew the person he knew was long gone. And nothing he did would change that fact. Get him. The soldiers rushed with their weapons to arrest or permanently eliminate Yen Wei. Unfortunately, his martial art was truly superb. He used the room or environment to his benefit and ran away with severe injuries. A few months later, the fake killer struck again by stealing names from the magistrate, selecting them randomly and massacring everyone chosen. And from now, this became his M.O. modus operandi. Whenever he traveled, he would repeat the same things. Unfortunately, his actions offended countless martial arts sects and the government, leading to an alliance to eradicate him. Yen Wei fought a legendary battle for 3 days against the coalition of martial artists and the government. Unfortunately, his ultimate end was being stabbed by dozens, if not more, weapons. Wang Wei dug himself out from his grave. Being corrupt by the power of fate? I've never thought about that, he muttered. His goal has always been to control fate, but he never thought about the possible side effects of his actions. Well, he thought about them, but he always believed his cultivation and state of mind should be on par with the task by the time he could achieve such a feat. However, he realized this might not always be true. Maybe nothing is incorruptible, including Grand Tao, he muttered as his eyes lit up. This experience taught him that he should always be on the lookout and be vigilant to prevent corruption of his mind when he can control the power of fate of the entire chaos universe and beyond. He disappeared before reappearing in Droplet City. He stood before a grave. Wang Wei cleaned it up and placed some flowers. An 8-year-old child, how young and innocent. He thought while also pondering whether to revive her. With his mastery of life and death, it's as easy as eating for him to revive a mortal child. However, he shook his head. He knew fate was cruel. Every day millions of innocent women and children die because fate has determined their lives and outcome. And one day he has to get used to that cruelty before he can bend everything to his whim. Wang Wei stayed before the grave for a while before disappearing. He learned his lesson and will approach his goal of being free and unfettered by controlling fate with more prudence. He did not want to slowly lose his mind like Yen Wei, corrupted by the power he wielded. After leaving, he proceeded to his next persona, the king of an interesting kingdom. Wang Wei hoped he could also learn something valuable from this experience. He hoped to learn something from all his persona for this mortal dust. Mortal Dust 3. Inside a medium wooden house, a woman had dinner ready as she waited for her husband. She sat in a chair, waiting for at least a few hours before a man entered the room. After seeing someone waiting for him, the man's face became stiff. "Honey, where have you been?" asked the wife. "I went to Shi Yao's house to help him on his farm. It's been more than hours since the sun has set." She looked at the food on the table. "And the food is already cold. I'm sorry. I didn't pay attention to time. And when I realized how late it was already dark outside." The wife did not immediately reply. She stared at the food she had spent hours cooking before sighing out loud. "Who is she? What are you talking about? Don't treat me like I'm stupid. I know you're cheating and I want to know the other woman's identity." "No, no, honey. In the name of the death-controlling king, I swear there is no other woman." "I don't believe you," replied the wife. "I want a divorce." "Nothing but this," said the husband as he knelt before his wife. "Please forgive me. I won't do it again. I've forgiven you 3 times already. And each time you promised me you would not do it again. But then?" The husband did not know what to say. "It's because you know I'll forgive you that you keep doing it?" "Well, I've had enough," continued the wife. "Tomorrow I will apply to the magistrate to annul our marriage." After saying that, the wife stood from her chair to walk toward the bedroom. "No, no, no," muttered the husband. According to the kingdom's law, he would lose more than half of his property farm, because of his infidelity after the divorce. Then there is the stigma associated with a divorced man. He did not want to live his life like this, shunted by his community. The husband's eyes suddenly turned red and he lost his mind. He took one of the knives on the table and rushed straight into his wife's back, stabbing her more than a dozen times. When the husband regained his mind, he found blood all over his clothes and he was holding a knife. His wife of 7 years was bleeding heavily on the ground. The husband took a step back, questioning what he had done. However, before he could think properly, something magical occurred. The wounds on his wife magically healed, and her pale complexion returned to normal. The scene scared the husband, so he instinctively stabbed her again. However, a magical shield manifested out of nowhere and protected her. The husband watched the fear and dread in his wife's eyes, and a new realization dawned on him. Without wasting time, he rushed outside the house. Unfortunately for him, people from the kingdom's public security had already surrounded his home. And when they saw the blood on his clothes, they took their weapons. Then the leader said to the husband, "We have detected an attempted murder in this location. And according to the law, killing is an illegal act." The husband did not resist since he knew it was pointless. The patrolman from the Public Security Bureau arrested him before taking the wife's statement. Attempted murder is one of the highest crimes in the empire, so the husband will probably spend the rest of his life in a dark cell. Undying Kingdom Royal Palace. The death-controlling king Li Wei sat on his throne, overlooking his ministers. "Is this necessary?" he asked. "Yes, your majesty," replied the prime minister. "These people have committed the greatest sins and must be executed. Furthermore, our prisons are getting too crowded. We must either eliminate some people or build more." Li Wei did not immediately respond. A few minutes later, he sighed before waving his hand to manifest a black talisman that would release a strange black and white light. "All the citizens of this kingdom are immortal, but only the king has the power to strip this immortality from them. I need you to supervise the entire thing," ordered the king. "As you wish." Li Wei dismissed everybody and stayed in the throne room. He sat for hours, alone with his thoughts. He was only disturbed when Queen Wang Hong entered the room with today's dinner. "Are you all right?" she asked as she checked his forehead for temperature. "You've been distracted, even dazed, the past few days. You remember how this kingdom started?" She did remember. Back then they were struggling to feed themselves and survive. So, her husband took a job as an executioner since it was good pay, and few people wanted to do this dirty job. However, after being forced to kill a family that was most likely innocent, he began to question things, including his sanity. Then one day an immortal came to see him and offered him the power to create a kingdom where everybody was undying, a kingdom where only he could decide a person's fate, including life and death. Ever since that day I've been thinking about why the immortal chose me for this mission. I wonder if there is a reason. We've had this conversation before, we cannot fathom the immortal's mind. So, for the sake of our family and this kingdom, don't think about these things, pleaded his wife. If only things were this easy, argued the husband. I can't sleep peacefully if I don't think about it. Queen Wang Hong sighed. All right, I'll indulge you. Did you find a reason? I thought the immortal wanted to test me. Well, not me but mortals in general. Test whether we would succumb when given absolute power. So, in the past 15 years since the establishment of this kingdom, I've done my best not to let power corrupts me. The queen knew it was not an easy task. Her husband is the only individual capable of granting death to people in this kingdom. And with such power, he has done an excellent job of not abusing his power and becoming a ruler dedicated to serving the people. When things do not go his way, when he loses control of his emotions, or when confronted with the vilest part of the human mind, it takes a lot of willpower not to abuse such power. Am sensing a but? Asked the queen. Yes. I feel that this is not the correct conclusion. What exactly do you expect to achieve? Asked the queen. You yourself are nothing but a mortal with no real power. So, how would you be able to identify the purpose of such an unfathomable being as the immortal? The king did not reply. I understand how you feel, continued the queen. I also want answers. But I care more about our survival. So, please think twice before you do anything stupid. The king followed her advice throughout his entire reign. Whenever he had to make any decisions, especially regarding his powers, he would think twice. Nevertheless, he never stopped trying to figure out the purpose of his existence, why he had such power. At 93 years old, the king lay in bed, death approaching him. The old queen stood by his side, also ready to journey into the afterlife with him. I figured it out. Well, I figured something out. What is it? What if fate wanted something from me, just like the immortal wanted something from the king? What if my desire to become free and unfettered was an objective granted to me by fate because it wanted something from me? Wanted what? Someone to control it? Or someone to create it? After all, time is not linear. I believe you called such phenomenon temporal causality loop, added the queen. Yes. Fate created me so I can create it, muttered Wang Wei as his eyes became more brilliant. Although this might be a nonsensical idea, I need to watch out for this possibility. And how are you going to do that? Wang Wei did not answer her, but he muttered to himself, Grand Daos River of Fate, my river of fate. As he regained his memories, power, and youth, he felt something had changed because of his enlightenment. He raised his hand to manifest 9 small magnificent buildings in the palm of his hand. There was 1 in the middle and 4 on the left and right that orbited the central one. Are those your fate palaces? Asked Wu Hong as she sensed the power fate these things emanated. Yes, he replied. Something seems to have changed with them after my enlightenment, but I can't tell what it is. Wu Hong looked at them. The Fate Palace is a form of spiritual foundation connected to your cultivation realm. The reason you only have 9 is that you are still immortal. After proving the Tao, you can condense the 10th and know what the change is. Do you know something? No, but I have some guesses. Wang Wei did not continue asking, but his intuition told him the Fate Palaces became more than tools he used to achieve 5 root strength in his 9-extremity Tao foundation. He dispersed the Fate Palaces before looking at his wife. Couldn't you let me have a harem during my mortal dust? If you want to lose access to Little Wei, you can try. I want to argue with you. And better than that. Wang Wei then left for his other persona. He became an assassin tasked with dealing with corrupt officials. This person involved the concept of being the sword of fate. After spending his life as an assassin, the king ordered his execution once he was no longer helpful. He learned of his possible eventual fate if he was not careful in his path of controlling fate, especially if his theory was correct. The following persona was a person who controlled a kingdom from the shadow. Despite not being the sovereign of that dynasty, that person could control the fate of every individual in the kingdom, including the sovereign and other royal family members. Ultimately, he died after someone close to him betrayed him. Wang Wei learned how fickle fate could be. A person might think they are controlling or playing with fate, but fate is also playing with them. Finally, Wang Wei decided to use the science and technology world for the remaining of his mortal dust. Mortal Dust 4. A high school boy laid his head on the desk, deep in sleep. It was a period of self-study and the teacher had not arrived, so the students could not contain their restlessness. They enjoyed every second of their freedom. And despite the noise and chaos, the student sleeping next to the window did not wake up. Fatty Jun, his best friend, knew the teacher was fast approaching and he would get in trouble if caught sleeping. So he walked to his best friend, Wang Wei, to try to wake him up. Before he succeeded, the latter suddenly stood up from his desk with a look of shock followed by confusion. Fate Nexus, my death, muttered Wang Wei before becoming even more confused. He did not know what these words meant. He just had a vivid dream that told him he would die at a very young age. Typically he would ignore such a thing as nothing but a dream. But for some reason he believed in that dream. "Are you all right?" asked Fatty June. "I'm fine. Just drowsy from the nap." "Well, Teacher Long is on his way, so be presentable, especially since he doesn't like you very much." Wang Wei nodded before removing a bottle of water from his backpack and washing his face. He did not want the teacher to use his appearance to cause trouble for him. During the entire self-study class, Wang Wei pretended to be studying, but he was distracted thinking about that dream. Luckily for him, this class was today's last, and he rushed home as soon as school ended. He called his chauffeur to take him home. And as soon as he arrived, his mother asked him why he did not stay for after-school activities or attend his private lessons. "Mom, I think I'm dying." Yu Yan stopped cooking and looked up and down at his son. If he did not know his son was usually a good student, she would have used the spatula to teach him a lesson for saying something so ominous. "Boy, what are you talking about?" After hearing her son's explanation, she really wanted to beat him up. "It's just a dream," she reassured him. "But it's not." Yu Yan wanted to rebut him, but she stopped herself when she saw the determination in his eyes. For some reason she believed him, or at the very least decided to indulge him. "What do you want me to do?" Wang Wei was shocked since he did not think that far. After pausing for a moment, "Let's go to the hospital. Maybe there is something wrong with my body." "Fine," replied Yu Yan as she contacted their primary physician. Their family can be considered wealthy elites, so it was not a big deal to use the most extensive and expansive medical tests to reassure his son. An hour later, Yu Yan had already texted her husband about the situation while taking Wang Wei to the nearest hospital. Wang Wei asked the doctors to run all possible tests and they acquiesced. And when he saw Dr. Yen walk into the room with a serious look, he knew his hunch was correct. "Dr. Yen, is something wrong with my son?" asked Yu Yan as she also felt something was odd. The doctor arranged her hair before answering. This was a habit she had when stressed or needed to deal with an anxiety-ridden situation. "Madam Yu Yan, I don't know how to tell you this," said Dr. Yen in a plain but reassuring voice. "We have detected a genetic anomaly in your son." "What does that mean?" asked Yu Yan, trying hard to control herself. "This anomaly has only recently been detected and—" "Be direct, doctor," said Wang Wei, making her sigh. "You won't live past 35 years of age." Yu Yan immediately wanted to break down. However, she knew it was not the time. "Is there anything you can do? This anomaly has only been recently detected. And with our technology, there is nothing that can be done." "What about genetic warriors?" she hurriedly asked. "His father is one of the few third-level genetic warriors in the world. Maybe he can do something." Dr. Yen was slightly surprised. Although she had these people as patients for quite some time, she did not expect them to be a family of genetic warriors, especially a third-level one. More than 20 years ago, an alien ship crashed on this planet. And from the remains, the people of Blue Ocean Planet were introduced to the genetic warrior, a method for humans to actively evolve and control the process. Unfortunately, most of the ship's records could not be recuperated, and scientists only retrieved the first 3 levels. And in these short 20 years, any individual who can become a third-level genetic warrior is exceptionally talented. "I don't know much about the detail of genetic warriors," continued Dr. Yen. "So, I can't say for sure. But I know that he can't reach the first level with his genetic mutation." Yu Yan could no longer control her tears. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was quiet, left to his thoughts. Yu Yan thought her son had difficulty processing this news, which further broke her heart. She took her cell phones and contacted her husband. Less than 5 minutes later, everyone in the hospital heard a booming sound from outside before the entire building trembled for a brief moment. Then Wang Tian came rushing inside the room. "Let me see the result," he asked directly while hugging his family. As a genetic warrior, he had an in-depth understanding of the gene. And after analyzing it, the light in his eyes faded a little. Luckily, he was prepared and hid it from his wife and son. Back home, the family had a quiet dinner. No one knew what to say. That same night, Yu Yan convinced his son to sleep in the same bed as her. Meanwhile, Wang Tian went to use his contacts. He traveled all over the planet and met with the planet's best doctors, scientists, and genetic warriors. He only returned home 3 days later. "How did it go?" asked Yu Yan over the diner table. The quiet Wang Wei looked at his father, hope deep in his eyes. Unfortunately, Wang Tian shook his head, sending the family into despair. Don't give up yet, he hurriedly said. I will go to prehistoric continent to see if I can find something. Everyone became quiet. The alien spaceship did not only bring forth evolution for humans. In the continent it first landed, it released some unknown substance that forcefully accelerated the evolution of all life forms. Animals, plants, and even some inorganic life forms appeared. As a result, the entire continent became inhabitable, forcing large-scale migration. The prehistoric continent contained many creatures, many on par with genetic warriors. There are even rumors there are fourth-level creatures deep in the continent. Unfortunately, satellites cannot properly capture images or information on that continent. The Blue Ocean Federation tried to drop numerous nuclear bombs on the continent to deal with these powerful creatures. Unfortunately, a powerful attack prevented these bombs from landing. Furthermore, the power of technology has drastically been reduced on the prehistoric continent. This is too dangerous, argued Yu Yen. It's worth it to save our son's life. Yu Yen choked her counter-argument. She could not disagree with this sentiment. In that case, he'll start training as well. If I become a genetic warrior, I can help you. And who will stay with Xiao Wei? He'll be fine, replied Wang Wei. No, you want, cried Yu Yen as she knew her husband was correct. She also knew he wanted to undergo all the danger by himself. After dinner, Wang Tian quickly left. Wang Wei asked his mother for some time alone to think. While sitting on his bed, Wang Wei thought about his life. He had a bright future ahead of him, a good brother in the shape of Fatty June, and he hoped to declare his love for the school's flower, Wu Hong. Unfortunately, everything changed after one nap. I must take matters into my hands, he muttered before going to sleep. The next day, Wang Wei began to focus on his studies. He usually was in the top 5 of the school. But now he turned into a study tyrant, always with a book in his hand. He ignored all other after-school activities. He forewent socializing or even interacting with people. He only studied. In just 1 year, at 16, he graduated high school and scored in the top percentile on the planet during the college exam. Wang Wei applied to Blue United University, the best university on the planet, sponsored by the Federation. His major was biology with a focus on genetics. He completed a 6-year course in just 3 years, graduating at the young age of 19. In a lab, Wang Wei looked at a recent blood test result. I've already started to decline. The numbers looked slightly off, but he knew this was the beginning of his decline. Suddenly, his phone rang and he answered, Xiao Wei, when are you coming home? I haven't seen you in 3 years. Mom, I also want to see you, replied Wang Wei with a sigh. But I don't have time. Yu Yen became quiet on the other side. She could not blame her son for trying to save himself. But as a mother, she had to watch her family slowly fall apart as her husband kept adventuring in that dangerous place, and her son tried to beat the clock. How about I come live with you? No, replied Wang Wei. He did not want to be cold, but he already theorized how alarming his decline would be. And he did not want his mother to watch him slowly die. Where are the things I asked for? He changed the topic. Your father has paid for a top-of-the-line research facility for you. However, according to him, you have to recruit personnel yourself. Wang Wei did not mind since he knew geneticists are extremely valuable in this age of genetic warrior. Everyone, from the government to private corporations, will do anything to recuperate, even a mediocre one, because of the hope of finding a way to create a 4th-level genetic warrior. Wang Wei knew he would not have as much problem recruiting people since he had made a slight name for himself in the community with some of the papers he released in the past 3 years. Mortal Dust v. Exploring the limits of genetic engineering, the future of genetic diversity, implications and challenges, the path of genetic medicine, discovery of the gene core, and the correlation between genes and energy lifeforms. In the past 5 years, with non-stop research and unrestrained funding, Dr. Wang Wei has changed people's understanding of the genome. His discoveries in gene medicine have reduced the threshold to becoming a genetic warrior, thus pushing the planet into a new era of fast evolution. Unfortunately, such a genius, considered a gift to humanity, does not have long in this mortal world. Maybe God or the heavens envied his talent and cursed him with such a disease. Cough, cough. Wang Wei wiped out the blood from the corner of his mouth with a tissue. Dr. Wang Wei, are you all right? Asked one of the lab assistants. I'm fine, replied Wang Wei, his complexion paler than a ghost. While looking at the result on the computer, he took a bunch of pills from his desk and swallowed them. He coughed again, but a bit dry compared to his previous wheezing. His phone suddenly rang and he frowned when he saw who it was. "Mom, I told why, Xiao Wei." Crying. "Why your father, asterisk crying star." "What's wrong with father?" he hurriedly asked. "Your father, asterisk crying star." "Calm down, take a deep breath and tell what happened. I promise everything will be all right." "Your father is missing." "What do you mean he's missing?" "He went deep into the prehistoric continent since he heard there was a flower that could cure your disease. However, a fourth-level creature appeared in the same location he headed, and no one has heard of him since then." Wang Wei became quiet. One of the main reasons for all his success is the odd things his father brought back from that hell of a place. And as he learned of its mystery, a part of him believed that there might really be something from that place that could cure his condition. But now, his hope was gone, and he might have lost his father in the process. "All right. I'm taking a plane home. He'll wait for you." Wang Wei stood up from his chair, prepared to tell his assistant to get his private jet ready. Unfortunately, before opening his mouth, he suddenly felt lightheaded, and everything went black. When he opened his eyes, he was attached to a bunch of machines, and someone was resting next to his bed. "Xiao Wei, you're awake," cried Yu Yan after hearing the sounds of the machines. She hurriedly called the doctor. "What happened to me?" asked Wang Wei, still dazed and groggy. It was a terrible feeling since he felt his mind was not in the right place, no matter how hard he tried. "I'm sorry, Profession Wang," said the doctor. "Your gene collapse has accelerated. Is this why I cannot feel my legs?" The doctor nodded. How long do I have?" 2, maybe 3 years. Yu Yan could not control her tears. "So, I was not guaranteed to live to 35. I just won't live past that," thought Wang Wei. He never forgot that dream that foretold his death. He looked at his mother and he could not recognize her. And it was not because he rarely went home in the past 8 years. But also because the woman before him was not the mother she knew. She was thin, her skin was dull, and she had heavy bags as she had never slept a wink for years. The most significant difference was her eyes. They were listless, full of sadness and despair. "Get me my phone," said Wang Wei. He did not waste time using all his contacts to ask people for help to find his father. He offered many of his cutting-edge research, especially the gene medicines that genetic warriors sought after, as a prize for anyone who could find his father. After doing all this in front of his mother, he finally looked at his medical records. "I have no hope." That's the conclusion Wang Wei came up with. His fate was sealed and there was nothing he could do about it. So, he decided to spend the rest of his life with his mother. He left home when he was 16 and rarely interacted with his family. And in his final moment he decided to change that fact. Sadly, Wang Wei soon regretted that decision. As his mother watched him rapidly die before her, and with his father's disappearance, Yu Yan was simply inconsolable. Many times Wang Wei wanted to end his existence in this mortal coil. At the very least, he can go on his own terms or have some control over his fate. But he never dared to do as he feared his mother would follow him. So, 2 years and 3 months later he died in the hospital bed. And the world mourned the passing of such a brilliant mind. "Where am I?" muttered Wang Wei as he stood up, looking at all the chairs and students next to him. He looked at his youthful and powerful hand, feeling his healthy body. "Big brother, are you all right?" asked Fatty Jun. "You better stop sleeping before the teacher arrives." Wang Wei mindlessly nodded before sitting back in his seat, processing everything that had happened to him. Am I stuck in some sort of loop? Or was it just a dream? After school he rushed to the hospital to take a whole-body test. And as expected he had the same disease. His parents reacted the same way as his dream or first life. However, Wang Wei was different. Something ruthless awakened deep inside him and he decided to test his theory. He did not try to cure his disease, nor did he allow his father to venture into the prehistoric continent to try to save him. When Wang Tian tried to argue, Wang Wei would be ruthless and threatened to take his own life if his father left him alone. As such, he spent the next 4 years of his life with his parents before dying a second time at the hospital. And as expected, he found himself at 16, back in the same position and in the same class. "I'm indeed in a loop. And it seems the purpose is to cure this disease," analyzed Wang Wei. Then he focused on his previous experience of the past 2 lives. The approach in the first life was wrong. I should not have focused on curing the disease, but managing the symptoms and ensuring I lived to the limit of 35 years old. Wang Wei understood that his disease was very complex and could not be easily cured in just a few years. It might take decades, if not longer. Luckily he appeared to have ample time. After school he did not get tested or tell his parents about his disease. He convinced his mother to become a genetic warrior and his father to give him a large sum of money for investment. He used that money to acquire a state-of-the-art laboratory in just over a year. And for the next 3 years he continued his research until, "When were you going to tell us about your disease?" asked Wang Tian, trying extremely hard to conceal his anger. "If it was up to me, never. Boy, this is not the time for you to be cheeky. Look at the state of your mother." "I'm just telling the truth," he argued back. "Telling you would only make things worse. You probably are thinking about going to that dangerous continent to find a way to save me. But I can tell you it won't work." "And how would you know that?" Wang Wei opened his mouth but could not say anything. Then he suddenly wondered what would happen if he told his parents about the time loop. He did not know whether some god or devil placed him in that loop, but he was not happy that his fate was decided for him. Furthermore, he was unhappy about keeping it a secret when revealing the truth might make things easier for him. So he decided to gamble and tell the truth. To Wang Wei's surprise, nothing happened, except for his family not believing him. However, he had many other ways to convince him, like knowledge about the future and so on. Then, his family established a code word to believe him easier and faster in his subsequent life. With his family's help, things proceeded smoother. In this third life, Wang Wei lived to 30 years old, 3 more than the first. However, he concluded that he had reached a bottleneck in his research to manage his disease. The fastest way to deal with this issue is with some faunus or species in the prehistoric continent. Otherwise, he might use hundreds of lives before succeeding. Unfortunately, that place was too dangerous. So, in his 4th life he focused on creating the method to become a 4th-level genetic warrior. With the scattered data from the alien spaceship, he finally succeeded in his 8th life. In other words, it took him 4 lives of living to 30 years. However, he only had 15 years of research for each, so he spent 60 years. With both his parents' 4th-level genetic warriors, Wang Wei had access to all the rare resources in the prehistoric continent. In his 10th life he could manage all the symptoms of his disease and live until he was 35 years old. From his 11th life onward, he focused on finding a cure for his disease. And he only succeeded in his 27th life. And, if nothing out of the ordinary occurs, the next chapter should be the last one for mortal dust. But don't quote me on that. Mortal Dust 6. Wang Wei's 28th life. He opened his eyes in the same classroom with the same fatty June looking at him with concern. However, the difference was that he had a joyous smile. In his previous life, he finally created a cure for his disease in his late 20s. As such, Wang Wei decided to start fresh in this life, starting from his youth to make up for his regrets. "Fatty, I'm fine," reassured Wang Wei. "That's good. Hey, I just had an excellent idea. Why don't you ask school flower Yen Liling out, and I will do the same for Wu Hong." Fatty June looked at him as if he was an idiot. He raised his hand to touch his big brother's forehead. "Are you sure you're okay? Better than I've been. Then why are you spouting this nonsense? I just think we are only young once, so why not take risks? So, what's the worst that could happen? Rejection? Well, them humiliating us in public is probably the worst that can happen. But if that is the case, then that's only because of their poor characters. So, why would we want to be associated with these kinds of people?" Fatty June felt these words made sense. At the same time, he felt something was wrong but could not find the words to argue back. "Do you really think I should declare my love for her? Why not?" Fatty June frowned for a moment. "How about I wait until I lose some weight? Maybe my chances would be higher then." He knew many handsome and rich men in this school who lusted after the school flowers. Although his family did indeed have money, he lost considerably in the look department. "If she cares about your appearance, then she does not deserve you." Wang Wei lied. He knew most women had a preference for physiques when choosing a partner, and that was perfectly fine. After all, some do prefer Fatty's type, and some men also prefer bigger women. However, he needed to build the little fat man's confidence. Plus, if you ever wanted to lose weight, you should do it for yourself, not to please someone else. "You know what, you're right," said Fatty June, his voice a little too loud and catching the attention of the other students. The two had to continue their conversation with lowered voices. That afternoon, a piece of shocking news traveled throughout the school. 2 students asked the school flower Wu Hong and Yen Liling out, and they accepted. When the men discovered 2 of the top 5 school flowers were no longer available, They almost lost their marbles, especially when they realized they lost one to Fatty June. The next 4 years became interesting to say the least. After returning home, Wang Wei once again convinced his parents of the loop. Then he used their financial means to set up a lab and acquire a few things from the prehistoric continent. Finally, he concocted a cure for his genetic disease. Finally free, muttered Wang Wei. Without the burden of death, he decided to enjoy his life normally despite his high mental age. He wanted to experience the hormonal years of high school or the freedom of university. And he had all these experiences he missed. His love life blossomed with Wu Hong. He and his close brother, who was no longer a fatty by the second year, were now the envious couple in both high school and university. Everyone wanted to be them. The only downside to his life was his terrible talent for the genetic warrior path because of his illness. Nevertheless, he did not mind since he had plenty of experience, knowledge, resources and time. He would achieve something on this path. He became a first-level warrior at 32 when his wife and close friends were already third levels. However, Wang Wei did not care about this. His life was considered successful because of the few revolutionary papers he released, forever changing the scientific world. Today he was celebrating his 35th birthday, a special year for him. It was a grand celebration, but only a few people knew why the reclusive renowned scientist, Dr. Wang Wei, would throw such a lavish festivity. Wang Wei overlooked everyone attending over a balcony with his family next to him. He raised his glass to make a speech. Bang! Wang Wei stood up with heavy breath, looking at the desk before him. "Are you all right?" asked Fatty June. Wang Wei looked him directly in the eyes, myriad emotions flashing in his eyes. "You're scaring me. Did something happen?" "Nothing. Just had a nightmare." Wang Wei motioned him to sit down as he processed what had just occurred. That was the sound of a gunshot. Now that he pondered on the situation, he remembered the vivid sensation of something penetrating his skull. Thinking back to that experience, he felt fear and panic but quickly regained his mind to concentrate. It was not time for such emotion. My time loop is not my disease, but my death at the age of 35 years old. Is this what I meant by nexus of fate? Many thoughts flashed in his mind as he analyzed the situation. Then he slammed the desk with his hand. Who the fuck placed me in this time loop? I don't care who you are, I don't care whether you are a god, devil, or even the heavens itself. Once I'm out, I will gut you and your entire life. I will make you regret your existence. There was nothing he hated more than being manipulated. Suddenly, Wang Wei was embarrassed as he realized he was in a classroom. The next few hours were quite embarrassing since he had to see the principal, and his mother had to come to pick him up from the office. However, after calming down that night, Wang Wei learned something from this event. He mentioned the existence of the time loop to a large group, but there were no consequences. Of course, there was the possibility it was because no one believed him, but he decided to test the boundaries of this rule. So, the next day he tried to convince Fatty June, Wu Hong and Yan Liling. He knew these people were trustworthy and individuals with excellent capabilities. They could be great allies in this unknown journey of saving his life. Convincing Wu Hong was easier than expected. After telling her a few intimate details that no one should know, she easily told him she believed him. Fatty June was loyal to a fault and told him he would believe him if he said the world they lived in was nothing but an illusion. The real issue was Yan Liling. However, after more than a month of predicting future events, she had no choice but to believe. So, the next step was establishing a way to come together faster in the next life. Then the group began to work together to save Wang Wei's life. Wu Hong was in charge of figuring out the cause of the time loop. Li Jun had to create a powerful military force to protect Wang Wei. Yan Liling was tasked with finding a way for Wang Wei to transfer knowledge of their future self to their younger self, making it easier for them to work together and be efficient. As for Wang Wei, he worked to change his talent in this life to become a powerful genetic warrior. And since the others' tasks were not simple things that could easily be achieved, they would also help. He died in this life because one of his researchers accidentally brought a dangerous plant from the prehistoric continent. The plant looked like an average office plant, and she used it as decoration. Unfortunately, it released a dangerous and undetectable toxin that is deadly to all first-level below genetic warriors. With this death, Wang Wei knew for sure he was in a time loop around living more than 35 years and that he could die in the most ridiculous way if he were not careful. In his 29th life, he successfully cured the problem of his genes and acquired an ungodly talent for evolution. Unfortunately, he died because something went wrong with his laboratory, resulting in a powerful explosion. Li Jun, Yen Liling, and Wu Hong could not save him in time despite their third level. In his 30th life he cured his disease and the problem with his genes. And in a short time he and his family became 4th-level genetic warriors using countless resources and even affecting their foundation. As one of the most powerful entities on the planet he still died. Oh, the beast disaster. All the creatures or odd species from the prehistoric continent invaded his region of the world. This event revealed to humans the horror of that place, with countless 4th-level creatures. Wang Wei died while protecting his mother as a creature swallowed him whole. Mortal Dust Finale. Wang Wei sat on his school desk, breathing in and out. He placed his elbows on the desk and supported his head with his hands. 30 times. That's how many times he had to experience death. And each time the experience was not pleasant. He ignored the noise around him as he took a deep breath. He concentrated on the sound of his beating heart, slowly alienating all the noise in his surrounding. And when he could only hear the soothing rhythmic thumping of his heart, he felt calm, peaceful, and composed. Let's see if it works. He closed his eyes, using a meditation technique to enter a realm of absolute silence. As he traveled into the depth of his mind, he soon saw 5 floating lights and a rare smile appeared on his face. He opened his eyes to look at the worried Fatty June and said, "I have something for you." "Huh? Something? Forget about that. Are you all right?" "You'll understand soon." Wang Wei placed 2 fingers on Fatty June's forehead as he closed his eyes. "It might hurt, so be prepared." Immediately afterward, Fatty June groaned as his eyes changed. It was no longer youthful and full of vigor. Instead, it contained the vicissitudes of life. Li Jun faltered for a moment, and Wang Wei supported him. "So, I failed," said Li Jun, his eyes full of wisdom beyond his age. "What life is this?" "The 30th. But you should not blame yourself. I couldn't protect you, so who else should I blame? We knew things would not be so simple. Anyway, we should focus on the positive sides." Liling's method worked. 4th-level genetic warriors have evolved their brains to detect the magnetic fields of the universe. And this process is often referred to by scientists as achieving a higher consciousness. Wang Wei's group theorized the further evolution of the higher consciousness in 5th and above genetic warriors would allow humans to transfer their consciousness into another body, abandoning the flesh and becoming pure consciousness creatures, to become soul creatures. So, they experimented to see if they could leave a piece of their higher consciousness to Wang Wei, and when he died and restarted, whatever power placed him in the time loop could bring them with him. Separating the higher consciousness took some time to achieve through technology. And right before Wang Wei's 35th birthday and death, the group proceeded with the plan. "Let's go get the others," said Wang Wei before meeting with Wu Hong, Liling, and his parents. After accessing the previous lives' memories, the team had a better chance at surviving since they did not have to go through all the hurdles of becoming acquainted and convincing each other. "It's good that at least one of our plans succeeded," commented Yen Liling. "So, what's our next game plan?" 5th-level genetic warrior. "If all of us can be this powerful, nothing on this planet can kill us," said Wang Wei. "That's not as easy as stated," added Yu Yen. We have already theorized that further study of the higher consciousness is the way to the 5th level. But how will we achieve this stage in less than 20 years? She was correct. Achieving 4th-level genetic warrior with the limited time the group had was already a daunting task. And each higher evolution needs more energy or resources and more time. "Do you want to study temporal fields to create a time acceleration room?" asked Wu Hong. "Exactly," replied Wang Wei. "This level of technology cannot be developed easily." "Yes, but we have time." They did have time, but at what cost? Wang Tian patted his son's shoulder while Yu Yen tried not to cry. Then the group got into action. Wu Hong and Wang Wei worked on the temporal field, while Yen Liling and Yu Yen worked on the 5th-level genetic warrior path. Li Jun and Wang Tian were in charge of calculating all possible dangers that could lead to Wang Wei's death and preventing it. The group also did not give up trying to survive in this life. They tried to build an underground bunker to hide and pass the time. Somehow, a group of 4th-level creatures that had evolved underground ambushed and killed them. The next attempt was to build a spaceship and leave the planet with their research crew. Unfortunately, one crew got infected by an alien species that is a brain porosity and sabotaged the ship, killing everybody. The group tried again, this time with only themselves on the spaceship. They were caught by some abnormal cosmic phenomenon and died. On the 50th life they completed their research. With time acceleration the group became 5th-level genetic warriors. Their cause of death was the planet's explosion. Typically, a 5th-level warrior should be able to survive a planet's destruction with no issue. Unfortunately, the real cause of the destruction was a secret research program gone wrong that affected the planet's core and exponentially increased the explosion. The group tried again. They reached the 5th stage and left the planet. With their strength, they should have been able to survive in the universe. Unfortunately, they encountered a 6th-level cosmic creature. On the 59th life, they pushed the boundaries of the temporal field and created the method to achieve the 6th level. An alien empire discovered their planet, and they died fighting off an invasion composed of too many 6th-level powerhouses. From the 60th life, the group focused on using the power of time to deal with the situation. They concentrated on mastering its power to escape the time loop. Unfortunately, they could not comprehend how it operated. So, they tried a different strategy: escape into the past or the future. The travel to the past was to see whether they could find any information on how Wang Wei became entangled in that time loop. Furthermore, they wanted to know what would happen if the two of them existed. For more chapters, please visit Pan DN0 Vel. C. OM. Unfortunately, this attempt was futile. They did not find any new information, nor did anything change after Wang Wei met his younger self. When his future body turned 35, an accident occurred and he died. Then they proceeded on their voyage to the future. The year that Wang Wei always died was 2136. So, the group wanted to know what would happen if they traveled beyond that year. Nothing occurred. And when his biological age reached 35, Wang Wei died. Then the group realized an anomaly. If they counted the time acceleration, Wang Wei had lived longer than 35 years old. And yet, previously he always died in the year 2136. But now, after traveling to the future, they cannot understand how exactly his death time is calculated. They tried to use this information to their advantage. However, they soon gave up on this idea since they no longer knew the rules and regulations. Without knowing the exact time Wang Wei would die, the number of variables that needed to be considered dramatically increased. 100th life. Wang Wei walked on a beach, lost in his thoughts. He stopped and turned around. "Why are you guys following me? We are afraid you'll give up." "Give up, huh?" Sigh. He turned around and continued walking. "Is this what I need for this to stop? Accept my fate and give up?" thought Wang Wei as he looked at the sand. He spat on the ground with disdain in his eyes. He refused to just give up. He promised himself that he would punch whoever it was that made him suffer through this. And even if it is out of spite and hatred, he would never stop until he succeeded. He took a moment to calm down and analyze the situation, taking into account all his previous experience. This feels like a sick, twisted game. He felt that way because of the events in the future. It was like he went outside the boundaries of the game, and without knowing the rules, it became even harder to win. So, I need to play the game to win, play within the confine of the rules. He then looked at the entire situation like he was playing a game against an unknown entity. Let's call it fate. He drew his name against fate on the sand before drawing a line. At one end he wrote 16 and the other 35. He then crossed the 35 and placed the year 2136 underneath. My greatest move was that high consciousness transference. Wang Wei wrote the name of his name against fate. That move granted him the support and help needed to continue this battle. Otherwise he would never be capable of making so many moves. That move was brilliant and cunning, he thought with a smug look before stopping. Why did it work? The mind, memories, thoughts, part of the game's rules? He squinted his eyes, deep in thought. Fate is not absolute, it has to allow room for possibility. And since it's not absolute, it can be conquered, but how? Wang Wei was not stupid to think he could overwhelm such power. Play within its rules and limitations, trick it. In this life, Wang Wei did nothing extraordinary besides managing his disease. And when he turned 35, the group placed him in a machine with 2 pods. And when the time arrived, the machine beeped, signaling his death. Pushi. The other pod opened and a teenager walked out. "Success?" asked Wu Hong. "It appears so," replied the teenager as he looked at the dead Wang Wei. Fate wanted Wang Wei to die in the year 2136, and he did. His plan was simple: accept his fate, die, and transfer his mind, memories, and consciousness into another body. As such, he was now a new person with a new identity. He did not agree to the plan to transfer his mind into a clone to ensure success. So, are you really Wang Wei? Asked Li Jun. The answer to this question is quite philosophical, he replied. He did not transfer his higher consciousness to another body. Instead, he transferred his memories and thought patterns to a prepared body with its mind wiped. On a physical level he was different. On a conceptual level he had a different soul, if such a thing existed. But on an existential level he had the same memories, ideologies, likes, dislikes, fears, aspirations, and everything that made him Wang Wei. After thinking about this, Wang Wei suddenly smiled as his eyes and hair turned gray and his face changed. Meanwhile, his family dispersed since they were only projections. This was an interesting experience. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.